Yeahhh, halo adik-adik. Selamat pagi. Ngew, anjas. Nongbar, Peniel. Nobar ngabuburit, asik.
The Mecca, the home of all of this. And I'm so excited. We're ready to get into the game.
That we are. Let's go ahead and jump into map number 1. We've got
langsung ini mah.
Best of 3 DRX versus Zeta.
Direct versus Zeta.
The audience, people still filtering in, taking their soul
Time to rest up. Nah, biar gak lama ya kan, langsung aja.
Completely mirrored compositions between these two squads. It's kind of the loud composition that we've been seeing, and it's interesting to see this kind of shift away, given that Stacks going to be playing on this KO. Obviously, some adjustments being had here with RB shifting over to the Killjoy. Now, normally we would be seeing him with the KO.
Well, and the good news here for DRX is that RB is such a flexible player. The desk was talking about this earlier. He's so valuable to this team because he's so darn versatile. He can play every role, just about any agent you want to throw him on. He seems to be very competent at. So it's going to be a quick dash in here for Foxy. Not contested at all by the side of Zeta. And there's going to be a trade, 2 for 1 there.
Yeah, already trading up, finding some nice value here is DRX. Spike going to be planted now, handing that one over to RB. Obviously, you want to be able to fast track those lockdowns just a little bit quicker, given that it is 8 charges to get that ultimate online. Lockdown is going to be lingering, but Depp does find the headshot. Foxy swinging the corner, does find him.
Main guys, gantiin si Bas.
But tagged up are the members here of DRX. That dart just looking to clear
apa tuh?
corner.
Bang, mana facecamnya, Bang?
Playing there. Laz and Sugar Zero have their work cut out for them. Creeping down.
Ya, kena timing lu setek.
Finds the headshot, and Laz will be the finisher. Taking him down with plenty of time on the
UI-nya lucu ya.
Snatching this round away from DRX.
It's really well thought out here by Zeta. I like.
Langsung aja di-like ya adik-adik.
There's kind of 2 ways to play against DRX. You either kind of
di ronde ketiga nanti gua tutup
right? Everybody knows that DRX is so well known for their ability to dial up really well coordinated execution.
Wih, keren tuh. Facecamnya juga kelas ini mah udah. 3 franchise bagus sekali ya. Lihat stage-nya oke sih.
That's what good teams do. They punished it. I saw it a lot at Lock-in.
Lucu ya. UI-nya lucu ya.
A timer. Stuck on 48 seconds. Here we go, baby. We're back together, and the tech pause comes in. I don't care what anybody says. Oh, Pansy, high pocket.
If they're watching, just turn it off right now.
No.
Bagus. Nah, bisa betting dulu Sungai.
We have this curse too, actually.
Yeah, I thought that we were playing a really dangerous game having me cast with Pansy over at Lock-in.
That's playing with fire.
When I had to fill in, I really thought that something was going to go awry, but didn't really have any issues during that time. But, first time we've just gotten the stage together. We've got the players here. So, of course, there's going to be a couple kinks that need to be worked out. So, hopefully, it's nothing too severe. We can get things taken care of, and we'll get back into the action right away. Worth mentioning, looking at Lock-in kind of as our litmus test for how teams are going to perform. Obviously, we didn't get to see too much of Zeta, but during their series versus Leviathan, they were only able to pick up a single.
Ya, nyender dah udah.
This is a good indication for them to be able to snatch that
Selamat sore Instagram, ngabuburit kita hari ini nonton PCT Sungai ke YouTube baru dimulai di tag linknya ya.
Yeah, I mean, for DRX, it was an absolute slog. I mean, one that they mostly came out on the better side of. But yeah, Zeta, we didn't get to see a lot of them. We would love to see more of them. A really tough opponent in Leviathan to start out for them, of course, a team that is exceptionally strong. So, that's been a rough go for the start of this. But, I kind of want to see here, for Zeta, I need to see, for them to really have a shot here, not just in this match, but throughout this season. What really impressed me at Reykjavik last year was their coordination, the way they were playing off of each other. They're taking trades for each other. Everybody was like Johnny on the spot. It was always if one fell, somebody else was right there to take the place. And a big part of that was 10, for example. I need to see him step up.
Cepat.
By the way,
gua kasih waktu tuh, cepetan.
Since I'm talking about.
Sampai 5 menit ya, 2 menit lagi gua tutup.
Maybe don't remember this, but he used to be a Killjoy main.
Yang jangan lupa di like adik-adik. Tadi Magic Live apa guys ya? Tadi gue melihat Magic Live dah kayaknya. Mana ya?
One side by himself while the other members were on the other side. He was really able to even take favorable trades sometimes. He uses utility really well. Put that turret ahead, bait you out a little bit, get a quick kill.
Anjay, main PB bah.
I'm really curious when they flip sides here how 10 is going to do.
Di PPB dia.
Nobody should be surprised to see 10 on Killjoy here. He is a very
Tadinya mau follow tapi nggak ada temen, mampus.
I mean, I don't think you're gonna be too shocked by much
Lagian
of
nggak ngajak
anything.
gua ya,
Most
kocak.
part, this is a fairly standard comp. No one's pulling out anything too overtly wild here. There's a big change up, I think, overall for the overarching.
Gimana bro? Ini udah kelihatan belum bro?
From DRX, where they do go for that super heavy info, integrating things like that fade in as well. But opting to go back over.
Ada bait-nya anjay. Keren banget ya.
Without it, and of course the Killjoy always there to go ahead and lock things down on those sites. But for DRX, I think that first round loss is going to be a bit of a punch in the mouth for him. Maybe send him reeling a little bit. So we'll see how they decide to rebound and what the set strategy is going to look like, because it looked like that round basically
Flexing. Oh nggak boleh flexing emang. Ya udah kalau nggak boleh flexing, tanda suruh member cepetan biar gua nggak flexing. Cepetan woi. Woi. Ben halo Jase. Udah watermark ya, udah ada badge-nya, badge yang disebut. Aku sebagai penontonmu bangga lah. Kok kalau penonton bangga tapi like-nya cuma 31? Kurang berarti lu pembohong. Ayo minum aja minum. Minum aja api sudah batal itu.
Somewhat knowingly, they said, okay, if it's going to be a B hit, we're not going to play for it. We're going to wait for the retake.
Ya dikit lagi ya. Belum mulai ya, Jik. Udah gue buka terus dah.
You know, Laz has more health than Sugar Zero. He pushes the corner. They find the perfect timing to catch stacks with utility out. They're able to do a really nice job in their retake. So hats off to
DRX
Zeta so far.
versus
I like what I've seen. I like this kind of planning they've come in with to play around the tendencies of DRX.
As you can see though, some Japanese fans, of course, in the audience, or at least ones showing support for the Japanese squad. I think that's kind of the advantage of having things here in Seoul, especially for the Japanese fans who want to come over. Flights are very, very cheap, and it only takes about an hour
dulu guys.
to Tokyo. So yeah, not a big commitment. You can come over, watch the
EMEA Amerika masih lama ya.
All in one single
Pacific sudah mulai.
Might as well enjoy for a little bit.
Ya Allah, Oni.
Catch some of the other matches and
ini lucu banget Ajik.
Incredible food out on the
gambarannya.
markets and whatnot.
Yang gambarnya juga
kind of the iconic building we're using for our imagery here.
We've been featuring it in the opening.
That's right. And so like there's all kinds of great things to do here, but Incheon Airport is a great airport hub for this entire region.
Ntar kalau gua lihat-lihat dari monitornya nih,
you get to any one of them directly from Incheon. So
hell, you could take a ferry over from Japan if you really
wanted to.
I've done that.
Yeah, it's great. It's a lot of fun. I've actually taken that boat before. It's super
Kenapa
cool.
Pacific duluan? Mana gua tahu, Bang.
3 hours from Busan to Fukuoka. Yeah.
Okay. That's not too bad.
It's really good. It's actually super cool. You can bring your own like food and drink onto the boat with you, so you don't even have to like worry about the normal airport security rigmarole. It's quite good.
DRX.
Well, maybe some done it. That's just we'd have to poll them and say, how did you arrive? Did you take plane or boat?
Bus, train, like yeah.
I don't think any of them.
Kenapa di tag postnya ya? Kira-kira ya? King Mako udah panas banget ini.
That'd be a hell of a
Oke, beda rambutnya si King Mako ya.
Railway system between here and Japan.
Anjay, si TN nih, Ten.
Ten
Pangmoy.
Well, they're building underground maglev trains in Japan now. Like they're obviously you have the Shinkansen, right? The bullet trains. But now they've got
tembus ke tim sebelah emang ya.
So maybe someday. I can only hope. I love taking trains. So.
Did you watch the movie Bullet Train?
No, I did not.
It was not that bad.
Really?
I will say. I mean, not.
10.000 dari Armajay. Pesan, Bang di atas chat itu apa ya? Gua nonton Reso 144p.
Di atas chat itu apa ya? Apa ya? Nggak tahu gua juga Armade. Coba kita lihat apa. Di atas chat itu apa ya? Nggak tahu, nggak ngerti, Bang Armajay. Makasih 10.000-nya ya. Nggak kurang paham, Bang. Gue kurang paham, nggak tahu dah. Kenapa ya?
Oh, perfect. I am the same. I refuse to get a
Itu
car.
band pin. Oh, pin, link pin. Oh iya, pin komen. Iya, sorry.
You're waiting. Yours is on the way.
3 weeks, I've been told, after 8 months of waiting effectively, that I will finally have a car.
I'm looking forward to having you as my chauffeur. So.
Yeah. I'm going to charge you some, like, peak hour rates or whatever.
Okay. Well, maybe not.
Yeah, surge pricing. This Deathmobile here.
Bang, official artinya apa ya?
Why are they talking about this instead of talking about the game?
Official itu artinya tukang bawa-bawain handuk sama air minum.
So,
okay, tell you what, I've got some interesting stats.
Ini lanjut T1. Oh ya, nanti T1 lawan apa sih? GE. Oh iya, lawan GE ya. Terserah kalau kalian mau nonton GE, ya ayo gua mah. Ini kalau gua nonton GE, gua tarawehnya di rumah. Gitu paling. Tommy, makasih udah urgent member Tommy.
You know, at Reykjavik last year, it's kind of this 1-2 punch. Yes, Laz was a phenomenal chamber player, arguably top 3 chamber player in the world last year. But
GE fighting.
10, right? Whether he was playing
ada
Raze or
Moonlight,
whatever,
ada tapi
really
6-man
backed
Moonlight-nya.
that extra punch, that extra firepower. But at lock-in, he was for first.
Oh, yang belum. Masa 80 doang. Wow, gak ada yang nge-bet Zeta di map 1. Wah, kalian sih kacau. Hati-hati bro, Zeta. Iya, Zeta. Bukan yang itu maksudnya.
9 out of 23 full buy rounds they won. That's less than 40%. It's about 39%. So that's
Banyak player ke-6, entah ke-6, entah ke-7.
This all comes back to that cohesion thing that I was talking about earlier. That's what I really need to see from Zeta. That's when they're clicking, it's because everyone is confident in each other and backing each other up.
Yeah. So we can get there. Obviously,
Jangan dong.
start. Taking a look, and we'll see if it changes once we actually do get the countdown going again and we get back into the game. But for now, it seems
Aku
like
juga
Jeff might actually
tai.
go for in the second round, so is really looking to snowball off of.
Langsung pada bet Zeta emang ya? Oh iya, mantap nih. Aku juga tai.
Picked up multiple kills. I think he
Anjir 130 orang doang.
Laz had at least 2 or 3.
I remember, you know, Depp got that swing. He managed to take down Mako.
Jackpot kalau menang Zeta, ya iya.
Didn't find a
High risk,
follow-up.
high reward. High
So
reward.
not too.
Aduh, Sunda pisan.
You know, this is
Akbar, terima kasih udah jadi member. Welcome back Akbar. Yang baru jadi berdekat ke adik ya. Nih, technical pause baru juga seron, Bang.
Is at the moment so far we don't really know what the problem is is on stage, and we're working to figure things out.
Wah, ini gua harus ikutan betting di sini nih, biar 2 juta juga nih.
Waiting for this about as much as we've been waiting for this
Oh
moment.
God.
And obviously it does suck to find ourselves here in a pause after
Oh,
only 1 round of
udah kah?
play, but sucks a lot less for us than it does for the players who
Masa
actually,
ditunda guys? Ini kayaknya gara-gara percobaan dah nih, kelinci percobaan ini.
and then having that initial energy going like, okay, here's the first round, and then having
Official gak boleh nge-vape, gua lihat-lihat jarang nge-vape sekarang.
Lu
tahu nggak kalau namanya ada bulan Ramadan, di mana kita di siang hari berpuasa?
You gotta find that momentum, gotta find that firepower still throughout this. I think I'm really curious about, like you said, I want to actually touch on this with Depp going for that Phantom. He's going to be, for me, a real key part of this team as well. Obviously, I think Laz and 10.
Meanwhile dia komen kayak gitu sambil minum. Oh iya.
But Depp is also in that conversation as their main duelist now. He's kind of bounced around some different roles here, but so far
Itu baru sambil minum sambil makan itu. Lupa iya lupa.
And a phenomenal player. I've seen so many crazy moments from him.
Pertanyaan aneh
last
tahu.
year in their own league, like he had this. I think it was a 4 or 5K on Haven where they put up a cosmic divide, and the way that he was like playing around it with an op and like jumping up all over the place. I mean, his mechanics are crazy good. He's a multi-esport pro, a extremely talented player. In Japan, his nickname is the Child of God. I mean, that's how much like faith these fans have in this player, like, and how strong they consider him.
Sure. I mean, we have seen, like you said, we have seen those explosive moments. It was just that since that peak, since they managed to make that run, find that top 3 finish over at Reykjavik, it had just kind of.
Gue dari tadi nontonin siapa coba? Gue nontonin ini nih. Gue nontonin ini mulu nih, seru banget. Yah, hilang orangnya. Kemana nih orang? Berak. Nontonin si Leon. Capacity logo VT-nya kurang transparan. Diem Tommy, diem.
Yes, thank you so much. So I wanted to talk about Foxy next. I think he's got a ton of potential. Like I've actually gotten to cast him.
Memang dibuat seperti itu, Bang.
A little bit. I also went to
Hukumnya ngirim video makan pas puasa gimana? Pahala buat gua. Buat lu juga pahala karena kan mengasihi anak yatim piatu. Aman. Tidak boleh emosi, awas, aman. Lah kan gak ada yang emosi di sini, Bang. Assalamualaikum, waalaikumsalam. Udah beres. Oke, kita tutup dulu ya adik-adik. Close betting. Oke. Ih, lucu ya ininya ya. Lucu. Iu lagi. UI kalau Ayu mau udah pasti lucu. Kocak lu.
Zeta, we do have that Phantom stuck to here from the
side of pisau.
Otherwise it's going to be
UI baru ya, ya ini mungkin di Pasific kayak gini UI-nya lucu kan? Red Bull give you wing. Fontnya lebih fresh gitu, fontnya.
down, a little bit of spam through.
Kok hilang bang UI-nya bang?
Bit of connection coming in.
UI!
Smoke ends up falling. Stacks will be able to find one.
Oh, lihat si Ten udah dengan kijolnya nih. UI-nya kebalik ya? Nah, kan bener nih. Tadi gue melihat di kanan. Kebalik guys. Baru dipuji hilang iya. Sedikit lagi lahiran ya Tenang Ajuli, terima kasih 8 bulannya ya.
Again, a really good killjoy player. So I'm really excited to watch him kind of get to work here on this map. But
Hai.
standard result, one kill coming through for the side of DRX. As now finally we get to see the full firepower here. I think 1 Vandal in there, 4 Phantoms. So kind of the standard DRX stuff you usually see, right? These days they're running usually 3,
lihat nih
maybe
Poxy9
4,
kemarin sih beton nih.
And a couple Vandals. And this is all
1v1 pisau.
player preference now.
Pakai jet.
Wah,
pakai pohon merah lagi. Aja di mana di Korea?
Rather than here in mid. Double stack here, 10 facing away.
Kenapa ini anjay? Ngebiru sendiri.
I was like, did we get dizzy?
Ngeri amat. Ada hantunya nih PC.
We were just underwater for a moment.
That's all right. I mean, come on, man. This is the VCT Pacific, right?
Kontrol A itu. Gimana caranya orang lagi begini nih? Pencet kontrol A. Konyol.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. All right, well, I've got plenty in the bank, I swear.
Maybe those 8 months weren't that long.
Yeah,
Pasnya stack, skip dulu buat your stack. Udah culun stacknya.
Really good nano.
Yeah. Really good nade thrown down just to stop that counter swing. They want to be able to push out.
30 seconds
Just
left.
backing away, doesn't want to really challenge.
Hilang lagi bang, UI bang.
44 stacks down to 75. Laz at 66. Push out stacks, trying to get aggressive. Now. The side takes out Zest.
Dapat bonus ieu mah.
RB's on the wraparound, trying to approach from heaven, catch the ball.
Tergantung RB nih ngebokong, tergantung RB guys. Apakah RB bisa menamatkan?
Still sticking to this. They need to clear him off and they
di stick, bro.
Mako can't get it done. Now they're going to look to push and take this
weapon. Dapat bonus. Iya Jeta.
A little bit longer and he
gak mati.
Manages to survive, but this is still fairly catastrophic. 3-0 start here as Zeta convert.
Nyesel gue bet direct win, tapi ini mapnya direct, tenang aja.
Another really
well played, really well
thought out round here for Zeta Division, and I think you're seeing some really interesting things come out. As we have heard today that Laz is now IGLing.
Gue sambil cari mendoan bentar ya bro ya.
They're conditioning DRX to think that they're going to give them enough time to plant, to get set up, and then try to break them. This time around, it's while the spike is going down that they pull the trigger and they bust everything up. DRX isn't ready for it.
Mau cari ini apa? Tahu mendoan, tahu nggak lu tahu mendoan? Jadi tukang TP mendoan biasanya kan jual tahu. Nah tahu yang gede itu guys, gue pengen. Biasanya enak-enak. Aku juga mau. Tanda seru donate aja. Gue cari buat keluarga nih. Keluarga yang tinggal 50%. Aduh, diacak-acak gini bang, direct bang. Oke. Kena di-10 dong lu. Iya, stack kena di-10. Ya, dapat satu nih direct. Dapat satu.
Get away with his life, so operator going to be recovered, but DRX get themselves on the board.
Yeah, this is a great counter punch here from DRX. I was talking about how Zeta's been kind of having
mendoan yang jual tahu gede.
Changes of strategy, and now it's DRX's turn, right? They come in with a very different round. This time it's just a fast hit. Their economy is pretty bad compared to their opponents, and they're still able to find this round win. And it's off the back of Mako, who is able to keep that gun over from the previous round, puts it to great use right out the rip here, finding 2 big kills. And Mako's good again. The desk again.
Paket mabar Yeahhh pedas.
We rightly should.
Anjay, mabar bang.
Player, the best controller in the world. I'm just gonna say it, and I am
right there with you.
Right, yep. And he shows you why right there. He can do it all.
Well, Laz getting away.
Mabar.
It's actually gonna be holding it. Depp opting to go for the blades instead.
He's pretty good with the op.
Sure. And Pro pretty good with the Vandal. Just goes ahead, clips Foxy9. In In the head just through the corner there.
Mabar bareng, udah mabar bareng, main bareng-bareng.
But in mid this time, and you're talking about it. Last finds the shot. Now Mako dead.
Astagfirullahaladzim, kenapa sore ini sakit perutku?
Becomes so much more difficult.
Aduh,
Really needed the bait.
aku tidak menyangka ini
so
akan
much
terjadi.
information and space gained on A here for the side of Zeta that they're able to kind of understand this and play. You know, set Laz up in a great position with this. Op 10 just finds 2.
And he does.
Beuh, hari perpantom, bro.
Third to go ahead and finish that out. Zeta re-stretched the lead now to 3 rounds. We're locked in, and that was a buy from the side of DRX. The only player with money, really, it's going to be Zest because he was able to carry over that rifle. So could go for, you know, obviously a buy for, you know, a teammate as well as himself. But
Gempi,
this is
what
going
the
to end
fuck?
up being an eco.
Yeah, I mean, this is really exciting stuff for Zeta. They're playing this really, really well. This aggressive push out of A gets them a ton of info. Wow, what a spray down from 10. Absolutely nasty. This is the 10 we want to see. Fired up and accurate.
Start now swim off the rip. Foxy gets in ahead of it. Start to clear that forward util, but they'll hear the turret still here. Dash up over the top. Foxy not connecting with his shots. Laz strikes him down. He only got a single knife across. RB will find Laz. Just pushing forward, breaks in, does find 10. They still have to deal with depth. He eats a good amount of damage there. Try to swing in, but no, Mako manages
Aku
to
mau
get the
beli
push
teh
much
darah
more.
aja lah, teh darah udah
Takes
paling
him
jelas.
down, but now it's Mako and Zest trying to get this defense. Now it is just Mako left to his own devices in a 1v1, but Crow tagged down to 10 HP. Surely there you have it.
Gila, Ajik thrifty ya.
Again, finding 3 here for the squad, keeping DRX in these rounds.
Well, you know, when you need someone to
Itu
step
namanya
up big for DRX, a lot of times it's
gel,
Mako
guys.
who's doing it. You know, Foxy, I think maybe a little bit of jitters there on that entry, just a little bit off with that Blade Storm, but he creates the space, and then this kind of gets Depth stuck in a bad position where he's right on the stairs, and Mako just swings the corner, and he's got the op in his hands, right? They transfer the op over to Depth, playing close quarters there with Mako. Mako able to take him down, then find 2 on the backside. Really nice through the box there.
It is concerning, though, that so far DRX have to very
Ada
heavily
mic checknya
rely
gini,
on
yoi,
Mako.
ada mic checknya. Pas
Find either
replay.
these opening kills or get that clutch.
Diskon
Obviously, we know how good he is
ongkir.
in those clutch moments, but you want to be seeing more from the rest of the team. So far, that has been lacking. Foxy, I mean, while we have seen him perform with this team on a stage before, it has not been in a VCT
Mumpung masih
event,
jam
not
segini,
until
ya
this
kan?
moment. Didn't get to see him at lock-in. We now see him on this stage, and clearly it seems like the jitters
sakit
are
perut lagi,
still
guys.
there. It's still something that he's got to get used to and
Ini kali 2 atau
Yeah, the
1,5
stakes are the
kali 2.
highest that we've ever seen Foxy face. Now, he has played in front of huge crowds. The one in Yokohama
Whoop.
was, I think, somewhere
Tahuan.
around 10,000 people. So, this is a, you know, unfamiliar territory in terms of just the scope of what he's having to deal with here. So, yeah, so far it hasn't been what we want to see from Foxy, but I think, you know, he's a very young player. Obviously, if DRX has confidence in him, I do too. Depp here.
Aduh, buta.
Just misses the
Mati
shot.
dong
They're
lu.
chasing him down.
Wah.
Foxy will be able to
Si
pursue
Depp
deep enough to
meninggal.
get that kill. Getting that blind across. Good. Hunter's Fury gonna be opened up.
Buset.
Across the way, and it is, and he's gonna find 2
Buset,
kills.
Las.
The man was sniping from market. Picks him up, but despite
Ulti
all the
dapat
same,
2
Bill
begitu
goes
lagi.
down. 3 members alive from the side of DRX. Stacks down to 31 HP. Both players
Si
approaching
Foxy lagi loncat
right
udah.
through the drone leading the way, but as that null command comes across, the 0 point I should say, cancels out the drone before it can see much of anything. Just spray checking, trying to see if they can find anybody in hell. Wisely, DRX players are
kamera hilang.
away from
Bang. Produksi, Bang.
Zest getting pinged, and he's just
Yeah.
down last, finding the wall bang.
Iya, di wall bang, guys.
For the side of Stacks. The smoke comes
what?
in, walks into the spray, and last
Ace!
the 4K, looking for the ace to try to close this one out.
Buset di orang.
But yeah, he just doesn't have time.
Oh.
He's gonna have to back away. They will go their separate on their separate paths here.
Gila.
DRX finally able to
Pelurunya
see
ngeri
second
banget.
round together
Dibanting ke
consecutively.
hell.
But still, it's not clean.
No, not at all. That is absolutely messy. And I mean, yeah, Laz is doing the heavy lifting there. 11, 1, and 4
Kayak
for Laz
biakudan
right now.
apa gimana dia tuh?
He just has barely died. I'd love to see his POV, and here it is. He's just sending him blood. Yep.
Look at these lineups.
Okay. Okay, Laz.
Buh.
You're nasty.
This is, by the way, this is like the 12th or 13th time
Berarti,
ever
guys.
he's played Sova on stage for Laz. I mean, just
Wah, goi parah itu.
absolutely just all over the place right now, and now you can see that
Run and gun.
the Sova utility, which is probably kind of the biggest question you would have. We know Laz, unbelievable rifler, unbelievable opper, unbelievable with like sheriffs. But, you know, was the Sova utility going to be crisp, clean? It is.
Lu bisa diem nggak? Astagfirullahaladzim, Akbar. Bar, jangan gocap, Bar. Lagi turnamen, Bar ya. Bar. Allah!
Yep, there are 2 quick kills from the side of Foxy 9, maybe to get geared up just a little bit more. As Laz is doing that Sova thing, spraying across. Foxy tries to threaten him back and the reload pulls away, but that is going to be completely utter control of the B side.
Iya, Jeta.
Hop mid. Trying to see if someone's going to go for that push through Gelato. Now we'll start creeping back down over towards Market and Pizza.
Like the adaptation here from DRX to put Mako in kind of an unusual spot compared to where he normally is. But dealing with Frenzy there, definitely in Mako's favor.
It is, but after the instant ding, tries to pull back, puts even more distance in to make that Frenzy a bit less of a threat.
Cukup kali, Akbar.
Sugar Zero.
Gue udah cukup seneng. Nah, terima kasih ya Akbar. Beberapa ya. Mantap, Bar. Makasih supportnya. Tapi kok ada yang join member, Bar? Kurang, Bar. Promosi lu, Bar.
Yeah, this is a nice comeback here for DRX. This is the cleanest round. You saying, you know, it's been really scrappy so far. Well, this one much
mulai sama nih skornya ya.
Off weapons in hand.
Odin sementara itu masih selamat.
DRX, but still a good comeback here. Now we get to see Foxy 9 come alive with a
baru
big
masuk
double
jadi
kill.
member lah, langsung lah.
I really want to see this.
Kalau baru masuk mah like dulu, hukumnya adik-adik ya.
I mean, dodging all over the place and then just drags it down to get 2. Absolutely phenomenal spray control there with the Vandal.
Buh.
Call coming in, you know he's in the smoke.
Buh.
The lucky spray, but the opening kills damn good here from the side of Foxy 9. You can see him smiling now, feeling a bit more at ease.
Diki Mulyadi, ya Allah si Diki. Diki, buru Diki.
Wouldn't have minded seeing a timeout.
Beli Yeahhnya yang panas.
Yeahhh.
Mang Doan.
Might end up being the case that it's going to be, you know, immediately after this one if they
tawan dong lu, Dep.
What
the fuck, Dep. Dan member udah 13 bulan. Lah. Bagus. Tingkatkan.
Still hovering forward. Drone's going to go out. Oh, he sees the barrel of the gun.
They're going to push this.
Oh, okay.
Ini kayaknya yang di stage casternya Korea deh guys. Kalian dengar gak? Ada suara caster Korea.
A little bit closer. He and RB now looking to clutch this out. I mean, these were 2 of the biggest clutch players for DRX over at Lock-In. Across. Looks like Mako will safely be able to get over towards B lobby, but the spike is still going to be stranded in mid.
Yeah, this is now really challenging.
Ntar kalau udah match-nya kayak RRQ, Paper Rex, kita di caster Indo, oke?
Firmly camped around the spike. Okay, of course the ult can grab it, and it's out. He's got it.
Iya join. Berapaan tuh bang membernya? Ini mau join. Dapat aja bang. Iya bang. Yang 150.000. Iya bang. Oh 10.000 aja, nggak apa-apa bang. Aduh lockdown namanya nih. Wih, buset. King Mako berani banget. King, 1 King. Lama-lama merdu suara gue ya. Ya, si Dep. Wah, Zeta setak gini guys.
Man, that was so close there. Zeta plays this early round so
Terima kasih Arik, 30.000 Alik lagi Arik.
Towards Pizza,
kok Alik?
cutting everything off, waiting for the utility of DRX, countering with their own utility.
Berisik, iya tahu siapa tuh yang nyanyi ya?
Just gets the spot of Stacks to get the first kill with the op in time, then backs
Habis
right
member
off.
gak tahu.
Everything looking like it's, you know, going Zeta's way, and then who else? 10-4, Mako comes through with his ult. Grabs the spike, gets it down, gets up, clears the
DRX. Awas ke comeback.
I don't know what exactly happened with the comms there for Zeta. A bit of a breakdown, but they were able to you know, DRX was able to push out and get that, and then that makes
Woi,
it
Mas Pluto, terima kasih untuk game membernya. Sore-sore ini di game member.
Giving themselves the space and time to set up.
Daripada dia bergadi. Udah waktunya menghina Abu. What the fuck? Apa itu maksudnya menghina Abu?
Looks like we might have another tech pause here, waiting to get confirmation that it's
time out, Jeta.
It's a timeout at the end.
Iya, Jeta.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and fly that. So Zeta, this is the moment we were talking about it. You know, they give that 4th consecutive round away to DRX. Now this is time for XQ to come in, pump the
Cinematic bang. Nah.
In this lobby.
Yeah, it's kind of, you know, find that confidence, find those good moments, but it's been good counter ideas from DRX and of course some heroics from Mako.
Dan member lagi mau nggak Ben? Nggak, bosen. Kan aku udah punya ini, tenang aja Rick. Nah, ya kan. Dukung siapa bang? Aku dukung Sentinel.
Potentially coming through here. But good ideas to start. They came out really reading DRX pretty well. But now Stacks IGLing very strongly as we're used to, finding good adaptations. And that's kind of the
Bocil Sentinel. Iya.
For DRX this season in VCT.
Wah, itu Logitech itu tuh apa namanya? Gue lupa keyboardnya.
I think DRX, when I watched them at lock-in, I thought they were just a bit too static. I thought they're pretty readable on their post plants. You know, you think about Pearl, you know exactly what they're going to be doing, right? You know exactly how they're going to be set up. And we saw this with Zeta, the way
they countered it. Dropan, apanya drop-dropan tuh?
And then you can start working through the rest of the site here in a sense. So, I
apa
like
itu?
But that being said, right, we have seen those adaptations. We've seen Mako lurking. Putting pressure in different parts of the map on those post plants on the beach.
Oh, dari drop nggak ada.
Everything that I'm seeing right now from both teams is really encouraging. And this is a great start to the season. You know, this is our inaugural match. What a way to kick off the VCT. Tide's coming in here and now we're making waves. I love it. I gotta go with it.
Terima kasih. Cecep 15.000-nya. Kenapa itu Bollywood jadi Sunda ya? Nugelote di calana.
Crushing them here on Ascent would be monumental for Zeta to be able to take this.
Yang ngerti-ngerti aja tuh namanya.
In history, we've seen
suara in-game kecil ya.
Shift over to the defending side. That has been where they feel the most dominant on this map of Ascent. 62% win rate coming into this set here now.
Wih, pro style. Anjay.
Manages to win out on the
Citen berani banget.
Take it down to 70 HP. Good pick up and that completely shuts down the side exec. Everybody, however,
jadi Shuna
over towards B. Hovering back over.
Oh, lari di RX.
Eyes on mid, if not all the way over into heaven, because DRX right now they're full.
Selamatkan diri.
Yeah, and Depp just barely able to get here in time. Crow
si
is
Depp
stuck
udah
watching
dapet.
mid, so Depp he doesn't even get anything. Oh my God.
He not here. The window broke.
Kamu tidak mendengar itu kaca pecah. Depp, halo. Bas mana? Bas gak main. Ini kita ngetes si Foxy kali. Kocak kamu Depp. Bagus nih Foxy.
Doesn't realize that he's getting flanked. That could be catastrophic. Drone going to be canceled before he can enter the smoke. He's coming down. There's the drop down, and Crow trying to check left side. Isn't ready for Stacks to be hovering behind Jen.
Anjay, Stack dengan protokol kesayangannya, dengan crosshair Instagram tidak pernah diganti. RB from short. Menang ini direct.
Mako finds one. Mako alive in this position.
King Mako.
He just seemingly cannot lose them.
Aku telat banget gak? Iya telat, langsung aja di like adik-adik yang telat ya.
DRX will continue to streak as we go towards the end of this half. 2 more rounds to be played out.
Yeah, it's a bit of an overcommit here early from Zeta.
Foxy CBJ kah? Nggak tahu ya.
On Foxy 9's entry here now. Phenomenal work once again by 10. Locking things down, getting that first kill, but yeah, I don't know exactly what happened there with Depp. He, like you said, seemingly didn't react to it. I think definitely a shock that they came through. Clearly they were not ready for it. Crow wasn't there to back Depp.
UI-nya nggak tahu nih, lagi trial kayaknya UI-nya nih. Belum sempurna, guys.
Zeta, or excuse me, Zas just didn't even give him the chance. Now, this is an open A site here. Look at this.
Bisa nggak timingnya yang bagusan dikit ya, Bang Kinder Boy? Nggak lihat, aku lagi fokus match. Wah, gila ini Zeta. Kayak ada yang manggil, guys, katanya. Siapa tuh?
Yeah, again, like the change of pace here from Zeta. Let's see if they can convert on it. They get the pick. Now it's a 5-man versus 4 retake.
A monstrous Thrifty if they can get it done. I thought maybe Tep was going to do it again with a smoke entry, but instead Zest manages to hold it down, finds Crow for his troubles as well. Depp, he's just drifting. Lands on top of Jen, manages to find stacks, but Zest is still there, holding things down. A third kill comes through. Sugar Zero now all on his lonesome.
Iya, lari itu si King Mako.
And now he's just got to run away.
Ini turnamennya di Korea, iya PCT di Korea. Suara apa sih ini PCT berisik banget, krauk-krauk.
Yeah, and only one more round to go here. And Economy, it looks like they're going to be able to squeeze out, you know, a decent amount, but they have to, a form of a buy, but they're going to have to cut a little bit of armor and switch to a Judge with 4 other rifles here for the side of Zeta. So yeah, absolutely not being able to keep that extra rifle, really, really devastating here potentially for Zeta. But I like the idea from Zeta. I like the I like the crunch they set up. I like the way that they fanned out for the retake, trying to come from multiple different angles. But you know, the way Zest played that up on point inside of the smoke just caught him off guard.
Makasih pahalanya Arik ya.
The whole thing just unravels. I don't know how Depp got that kill. I don't know if his you know, his toe barely touched the top of Jen, like he's doing a little ballerina dance. Yeah, you know.
It's more about, I'm more impressed that he didn't die.
Yeah.
Than the fact that he got
suaranya kayak nyepil. Hah?
But either way, he'll now find himself with a Judge in hand. Obviously has the blade storm activated. Let's see if he can find some high impact
bulan madu.
But Stack still has his ult, so it gets
and
a little bit weird. Yep.
Push forward.
Anjay main di pot gini bang.
I mean, he was just 100 away from being able to get that full armor. That kill on Mako, if he can
telat
catch him
ya,
as he's
halo.
trying to exit wine. Suddenly,
Ya, dia lagi
feel a
ngerjain.
bit better coming in with that full armor. Okay,
Whoop.
there it is. Depp now just blinded out. Nice paranoia. Timing with Foxy 9.
Dapat
gets
si
taken
Crow.
down, lands right on top of the nade. Shotgun blast ends up falling. Crow looking to anchor the site. Finds himself a second kill, taking out Mako.
Aku nggak aware ke Jenenya sih. Aneh juga.
It's going to be the site opened up, but we're completely even now at 3v3. The push coming in. It's 2 of them, and oh boy, Zest finds yet another one.
JSKR.
Yep. Drops down and somehow manages to draw down, get the blades out.
Bisa dapat satu.
It looks flashy, but in the end,
gak ada judi, astagfirullahaladzim. Dio, ini bulan puasa, Dio. Adik-adik itu tolong ingatkan Dio. Ingatkan Dio itu biar dia tidak judi ya, adik-adik ya, tolong.
That's concerning. I mean, I was really excited about the way Zeta came out and started playing, but DRX starting to kind of get their footing underneath them. Zest here finding some really impactful late half rounds. He's gotten some
astaga, Dio gila ya si Dio ya. Janganlah kamu berjudi. Tobat Dio.
Front position holds where he's holding the front of the attack. So a lot of
seen
from Zest, which is what we're used to seeing. A very strong player, has had great performances throughout the years. You know, you want to see him here.
Yeah, I mean, if you think of Zest's performances at Lock-In when he was really popping off, it was on this map.
Yes.
And a lot of it was on the defending side, which he's now about to find himself on. His anchoring on that B side, obviously just sitting back in boats or getting tucked away on that defender spawn link. He has had some wonderful highlights from Sao Paulo. We'll see if he can deliver on that, though. As Zeta now need to have one hell of an attack. And again, the tip of that spear needs to be Depp.
Yes. I mean, he is... Depp is a really interesting player to me because sometimes it seems like he's not fully aware of everything. We saw it a little bit here, right, where the glass got broken, he didn't really react to it. It didn't seem like it was a possibility in his mind that he was able to kind of even turn in that direction. So sometimes he does get kind of tunneled. Now that's what makes
di Sol ini ya, di Sol guys, di Sol Korea.
He's able to just do stuff that defies
tak agak gendutan di layar tadi. Kayaknya efek kamera nggak sih? Efek
Vandal shot, but yeah, he needs to be really on point. He needs to be kicking these doors down. He needs to be finding those first kills here for the side of Zeta. I mean, as good as Ten and Taz are playing, the rest of this team needs.
Hidungnya Milo. Ah, itu emang itu Milo ya?
A little bit now, especially with like.
Makasih pahalanya Kinderboy ya. Alhamdulillah ya Allah, farming pahala sore ini mantep banget ini.
It's got to start here now. Let's also say this is as the desk was also talking about.
Gelak bener nih suaranya kayak nyepil.
They have struggled on this map. DRX knows it. That's why they picked.
Di Jepangnya kapan? Itu mau Master Tokyo, lama sih jauh. Master Tokyo, bro.
So we're getting to see a slightly different flavors.
GB nih, GB pahala. Milo dinosaur. Oh, gue sering beli tuh dulu Milo dinosaurus.
Confidence given that they come into this map, I believe completely even 56 and 56 on their win rates, but they're going up against that 62% defending rate.
Half 84 tiba-tiba ya. Kenapa si Zeta ini setak di 4 ini? Gue nggak ngerti. Padahal bagus mainnya di awal.
We've seen time and time again that can string together tons of rounds in a row on their defender side. So another very crucial pistol here. Like you mentioned early, pistol's a little bit of a struggle. I mean, 4 pistols total isn't a great sample size, but you want to see Zeta maybe come out here, sneak into their pistol away, and try to make a game of this.
Dart not going to connect. RB not revealed here in the back of sight as Mako eating that flash a little bit. Looking for a moment. Since it's a right click at range, but
King Mako
manages to find that first blood. RB now getting involved. Stack's going to run out of bullets. Last man, she's going to take him down. RB will go ahead and hold the rest of the site.
Iya.
Doesn't matter, I suppose.
Udah dulu.
He's playing Killjoy, he's playing KO as long as the game starts with the K. He can anchor the A site with ease.
He's pretty good with the frenzy. Yeah, we've seen that a lot.
Masih Bang Samuan 10.000-nya. Semangat ini gue nih.
Get stuck in that corner. They can never displace Mako. The players on Heaven are playing super cagey. They're keeping themselves alive. They're playing for their lives, and they're just making it so difficult for Zeta to push forward. And that's gonna scoop them up a round win, the first pistol win here for DRX. But yeah,
Yeahhh mengerikan gitu suaranya.
Not exactly a must win, but pretty close.
Curious to see when this second timeout comes into the side of Zeta, because obviously there's not
much
to work with, given that the scoreline is now 9.
Has to be
you're kind of anticipating that just given the weapon buys coming through, DRX should be able to just go ahead, pick up this anti-eco round, then you're going to find yourself in a 10-4. Do you do it right before the buy round? Do you decide to wait until after that moment? When is it going to be? Curious to see, but for now, we'll see if they're going to manage to pull away a Miracle Thrifty. Yeah, poking and prodding at A, but instead we'll just go ahead and back away.
I wouldn't mind either way if they go right after this round or go the round after. Like one of those two, just assuming that things go badly, right? Like I can see a pretty decent argument for either. I mean, try to show them some confidence that, when you get those rifles in hands that you believe that they can get something done. But
oleh buat DRX berani ini mah.
10 tries to play off of it.
Gas satu. Buset. Aduh sopa.
Good run from Zest, just identifying the Killjoy was in a forward position.
Udah diliatin crowdnya udah. Tadi pada ini pakai papan-papan, gambar-gambar, cakep-cakep. Oh, kaget lu Setek. Flash Bang Setek.
Finds the elimination, paranoia across, and Mako just swings out, finds one, jumps over the top, and needs to stabilize his game a little bit. We'll go ahead
King Mako batu bang.
A singular kill found here for the side of Zeta, but DRX will go ahead and pick up that anti-eco win. Now we go into bonus to see if Zeta can start a miracle run back to get themselves in this game.
Yeah, Mako's such a monster. I mean, he's so smart, he's so fast. Great little play here from Foxy, kind of anticipating that quick peek from 10. Stacks gets cut down, and you kind of assume that Zeta's going to push for that gun. They're going to push for that Spectre, and Mako's right there with the paranoia right away.
I mean, he still fights too, and that's totally fine for Stacks to be the one to die, but they clearly knew that they were going to be pushing up through market, and then once you shut that door with them having pistols, they either have to, you know exactly where they're going. So
gak kena.
Might invest a flash before he goes for that swing, and could potentially gun down 3 if not 4 of those players. But he's feeling confident. Took the fight challenge.
No respect Mako parah. Bocil respect lu kebanyakan nonton apa lu?
Working together, playing together that round, trying to come up with a few cheeky things here and there. Just couldn't quite get it through. So
counting is a must.
I mean, if they drop this one, there has to be a timeout. There has to come a timeout after this. Lab's already dinged up.
Tak gini Zeta, iya.
In his duel with Mako over at A, so now that kind of big time fragger you have as Zeta already lit up a little bit.
Big info.
Trying for time, thinking about the fragment, going to invest it, keeping them pinned there as well as getting a confirmation with the knife.
Just looking to slow them down as much as possible. Flash goes
down. King mati si King. Tapi masih ada flashnya Setek adik-adik. Tenang aja, masih ada flashnya Setek. Wow, one more Setek. Flashnya Setek bekerja. Dapat bonus. Ini mah udah bener stuck. Zeta udah stuck mau next game ini pasti.
ground wins that they still
Udah
have.
buntu nih, udah
DRX
buntu.
continue to
Setak,
collect these
setak.
for themselves. They continue to go on a monster streak now. Finding
Z, Bang Magic.
Another phenomenal paranoia here from Mako that sets this up for Stacks. You know, a great push out, great timing. Stacks here buying time, gets the info.
Si Sugar
He knows
gitu ya.
they're coming. He's going to wait for it. He
Sugar
gets everybody
Ixi
in place as the IGL to set him up for success and executes perfectly. Now, let's see if we are going to get the timeout. No, Zeta's just going to run it down here.
They are.
Di per 4 round masih kalah. Au.
Here in the footsteps, knows this is going to be a fast play. Up through Cat. Smoke down. Into window. Glass is already broken, so there's not going to be any sound across for this one, but the paranoia does strike.
Si Endep.
Actually uses that cloud burst
Ketahuan
as well.
terus anjir, kasihan.
Try to, protect Heat and 10 in that
Wah.
Pro gonna find one, but RB finds
Si OC lagi yang dapat, lihat tuh.
Suddenly it is just 10
GG.
left standing. Spectre in hand, no spike found.
Besok jadi ke tempat UPI, iya.
Be able to report his
Besok buka di
position.
UPI.
The spike is just being squatted on right now by RB.
Yeah, the com's just great here.
Ben,
Apaan? React to everything so good. You know, they know the space that they've given up, and they know how to react to it. Once again, it's Mako there, buying some time, and then Stacks comes through with the fragment to back him out of that window. Don't even give Zeta the opportunity to put stingers and other short-range weapons to use up in those close quarters angles up and have
Timing.
them back out.
Yeah.
Actually going to clean things up for the final kill here on 10. 12-4 Zeta, Achilleos. And as great as this started out for Zeta, it has been literally all DRX since. And I am, I'm a little concerned for Zeta.
Alhamdulillah, bot gak magabut. Hah?
Obviously the map pick here.
Bas kemana? Tidur kayak si Bas di belakang. Nyantuy.
It did look a little bit wishy-washy for them dropping
Betul
the map.
Zeta, ini mau next game ini kelihatan mainnya aneh.
So it hasn't been as
Mainnya udah gitu-gitu aja, wejebol.
Adjustments to the composition that they're running. They still felt an immense amount of confidence. And this is also just kind of one of those maps where you could unleash Foxy 9 and say, okay, go do Jet things. While he might not be top bragging here for the team, we have seen a decent amount of impact from him.
Yeah, it's not their best map, but it's definitely a strong map for DRX. I'd rate Fracture as probably their best map, but I think, still a formidable opponent to anybody, as we have seen time and time again against FPX last year with all those phenomenal games on this map. That they have a
wallbang tuh dikit.
Chunk depth down,
Tengah.
4 HP remaining. He's going to try to get this push across. It's actually going to be Crow from across the way over in B lobby who's
Dari
got
mid
that
lane
covering
itu.
fire.
Good
Headshot on the stack, so yeah, really nice.
Cair gak adik-adik? Gue suka dah ini overlay yang ini, lucu.
For the catastrophe. So Zeta still very much in this round, but you can tell there's still
Bas diumpetin kali, takut mana kayak di lock-in. Wow. What do you mean, man? Lah! S-Magic and their viewer just join, say hello adik-adik itu kata YouTube. Katanya sampai maghrib Bang Magic, gimana Bang? Bang! Bang! Udahan Bang Magic. Ini offline iya Bang. Di scam Dipa, wah kacau emang si 5 Pradipta itu ya. Oh maghrib duluan. Sampai buka, udah buka berarti. Kalau misalnya udahan. Buka sama apa bro? Buka sama apa lu? Gue denger lu lagi di Makassar. Udah maghrib ya sana ya? Udah, alhamdulillah. Selamat berbuka Bang Magic. UI-nya bagus aja, lucu.
Iya, UI keren aja.
Wah, 5 masa si Jeta.
A 5th round victory found, but they need 7 more in a row if they want to take this to OT.
Oh, lebak bulus Wita ya, Wita. Berjalan padahal adik-adik ya.
Kind of a 1-1-1-1-1 across the map. One at kind of B main, A main, and then one at the shorts. One in mid and one towards short A. I mean, Foxy there, that is fast and clean. Really nice shot with the op. But Sugar Zero here kind of doing his best Mako impression from A main. Getting some big kills. Laz always good for it. Underneath, he's very clean. Seen time and time again.
Airin Bang, sabar.
A few more here, maybe give us a show, give us a bit of a map. Big ults across the board.
Just pushed in the corner. Everyone's staring at the mid arches. No one has eyes on Foxy. 2 quick kills to just snatch the wind right out of the sails of Zeta.
That's the confidence you want to see out of this player, out of this rookie. That is exactly what you're looking for out of DRX.
Depp, while he had just a stinger in hand, he also had those blades, and now they are completely and utterly worthless. His corpse lays it dead on the floor. Nice little snipe. Laz again looking to recreate some of that magic we saw earlier, but this time.
Yes, kiri yes. Aduh.
It's nothing. Crow with a nice lurk, however, does find Zest.
Gak lihat deh.
Flash sends it out. Not gonna catch anybody though, and the back away from the 0 point there from Stacks, not necessarily giving away his position.
Kind of like that Foxy played that.
Gak ngeliat loh dia loh.
And then that forced a lot of utility out of Crow there to make sure that he was able to escape safely. Smokes are setting
Bikin
up
lama aja, ayo cepet.
A B push potentially, but maybe a fake.
Bikin 2-0, jadi GE lebih cepet, jadi gue taraweh juga lebih cepet. Terus tidur deh kan, bangun sahur enak.
Instead, they will start approaching on this A site.
The fuck is that recon?
Broken down. Foxy there finds the quick.
Foxy, oh my god! Oh my god, first ace in Pacific!
Foxy 9 ini baru Ben ya?
Itu six-man-nya, Jik. Yang
Ini dari
jago
Jago
aja dia. Kalau nggak salah ya ada anjing first ace, Jik. Tuh ya cungkring tuh, Foxy 9.
Deka Foxy 9 ya, gue pernah ketemu itu sama dia di.
Kalau nggak salah iya ada Deka. Betul kan? Tapi nggak tahu CBJ apa enggak ya. First ace. Cairin dulu lah. DRX.
He was able to climb the standing certainly with that one, finding himself out as the top fragger of the lobby at the very end.
Biasa adik-adik 500 like, subsidi 200 ya, 1000 like, subsidi gope, oke?
Kind of assess coming into this. Okay, DRX picking a scent. They're going to look very strong on this map. This has been absolute bread and butter for them. And it's a great start, but only being able to get 5 at the end of it all. A single round picked up on their attack half. It's definitely not what you want to see.
Di tiap replay sekarang ada dia, ada mic check, ada voice comment.
And cleaning things up from that pearl that we saw them show versus Leviathan. They need to have a strong.
BTW guys, ada tim-tim yang ngevlog nggak selama ini nih? Pas mau Pasific klik. Ada yang bikin vlog gitu nggak guys?
It's still obviously a rough position to be in, but either way, I'll take a close look at the second one.
PRX? PRX doang. Doang.
They have been improving since that peak at Reykjavik.
Pengen lihat vlognya gue. Talon, oh Talon ada. Talon T1 PRX. Talon juga ada biasanya, oke. RQ ada nggak RQ? Let's cek.
11 kills in round 4 or 5 between the two of them. And now, they end up the whole match. So 4 kills the rest of the way after they were both at 11 kills.
Lock in Brazil.
Rough there. I mean, a really hot, really fiery. Clearly, DRX just
gak ada guys ya.
Working to get the gears turning here in this opening map. And
gak
now
ada.
they're firing on all cylinders, and that's a really scary spot to be in if you are Zeta. So I'm hoping that with a bit more of a comfortable pick coming through from them in that pearl, that they'll be able to get it done. Because we have seen DRX.
Mana kagak ada.
Look strong, but also get completely shot out of the wall.
Adanya Japan vlog.
Weaknesses that can be exploited. The big question
is, Paulo adanya udah. Ini gue udah lihat.
With Foxy 9 in this lineup.
Belum ada berarti.
Some adaptations here from DRX. They were way too predictable in my opinion on Pearl.
Belum ada yang upload, iya kali ya.
I could tell you what they were going to do almost every round. I'm like, well they're going to go.
Belum boleh di-upload kali guys.
Kind of in B main,
sebentar ya, ngambil Gojek dulu guys ya.
Kind of a roamer in the middle, and that's basically their entire static defense. They couldn't hit A site very well at all. They've got to find some new ways to bust through the A site, get some things done. If it wasn't from heroics from like RB and other players on that A site to really break things open over there, they became extremely, especially on their attacker side, which is where they're going to start, predictable on that map.
Yeah, so we'll have to see how they fare on that one. But Zeta, we're hoping that they can rally back, get this win on Pearl, and take it all the way to 3. I mean, what a great way it would be to start things off for our first opening day here in VCT Pacific. But guys, we're going to go to a commercial break, and when we come back, the desk will be breaking down the action from map number 1, so don't go anywhere.
Question is Foxy 9 playing the jet? And then
Welcome Dep's going to be lingering, but Dep does find the headshot. Creeping down, gets the timing. Stack's going to be eliminated. Sugar's out of his own smoke, ends up falling. Dax will be busy. Okay, they're looking for the counter flash. 66. The execution there before it hits half mid, but Foxy9 catch up over the top. Foxy not connecting, which strikes him down. He only got a single knife across.
Depp here gonna get caught. Just misses the shot, and they're chasing him down.
Yeah, opened up. It's actually coming from Laz across the way, and it is, and he's gonna find 2 kills. Mako starts moving forward, pushes out of it, trying to go for the retake, and Mako dash out. Foxy gets himself over the switch, and
so Depp kinda can't even get it.
Coming down, there's the drop down. Mako alive in this position. Thrifty, if they can get it done. I thought maybe 10 was gonna hold it down. Finds Crow for his troubles as well. Depp, he's just drifting. Lands on top of Chen, manages shotgun blast. Ends up falling. Push coming in. Just a market door. They want to limit their options. Stacks now holding things down to the spawn. Flash goes out. Stacks goes pushing forward. Stacks gets Depp before the door shut.
It's coming to my love. Oh. Open dulu ya adik-adik. Map 2 Prel. Dah, tuh. Monggo. Login apa pemanasan yuk. Teret. Gue kira udah di open. Ha, bodoh. Malu gue punya viewer kayak Farid. Ah. Sampai GE, tadi katanya mau pada sampai GE. Ya milestone lah. 200.000 sampai GE. Murah. Kenapa ini? Oh. Bet derek, bet Jeta. Ini mapnya Jeta BTW ya, map 2 ya. $2,5 juta sampai sahur. Oh, langsung aja Black Pepper ke rekening. Ntar sampai map 3 kah kira-kira? Lah nggak tahu, coba tanya Magic kalau itu mah. Pasti morbid nih. Ini gara-gara si tai nih, gue kesel banget nih. LFT masih gue report lagi ya.
Map 2 bang.
Ini map 2 bang, Icebox. Nih gue dapet Icebox deh, bismillahim. Nah, deh. Buka sama apaan, Cik?
Gak tahu nih. Belum lihat.
Keadaannya weh nih gue nih. Enjoy. Wow, udah mulai ngebangun tuh teman kita, Jik.
Apa tuh?
Nugraha.
Kenapa?
Renovnya udah mulai tuh. Mantap. Melebarkan sayap rumah. Kompe di Bail kok nggak pernah nongol ya, kan gue udah kasih tahu Rangga udah nggak ada mapnya.
Siapa yang meninggal itu mau dikubur di sana? Hah? Kok bikin kuburan deh?
Kelihatannya memang kayak kuburan sih. Oh, saya kayak kepleset dah. Masuk langsung. Oh iya, tadi si bro lab masih nggak sih? Ya udah nggak, Ajik. Iya dong, Ambul. Itu kuburannya buat siapa? Tanya, ada mampus.
Let us see what they have planned for us this time.
Fight.
Bonne chance, mes amis.
Ben, harga podcast sekarang berapa sih Ben?
Podcast 2,2 apa sampai 2,5?
Masa masih sepalan gue?
Pastilah. Lihat. Enggak deng, udah 1,8 enggak sih?
Podcast yang biasa ya?
Yang biasa bukannya S ya?
Iya yang biasa.
Kayaknya udah 1, dah.
Ben.
1,6, wah udah turun lagi cok.
Kira-kira gue lepas berapa Ben?
Lepas kalau mau cepet lagu sih 1 juta ya.
Ditawar juta sih sebenernya.
Tawar 1 juta. Itu cepet laku.
Sama
Kan lu minus ini juga sih, Dik.
Mas donggel kasih aja ya?
Kasih sih kalau kata gua mah ya.
Mezotik yang beli kan?
Oh, Mejotik yang beli. Anjay.
Ya.
Itu mau jadi streamer Bang Mejo.
Dia jadi streamer, gue balik main.
Saingan berkurang langsung join. Allah. Beton-beton amat orang-orang sore dah. Ah, 140 mulu ini Phantom. Udah kesini doi.
Sore mic laku ini banget nih.
Apa?
Mic laku.
Apa tuh?
Sore ini. Nah ini podcast gue.
Oh, laku ya Allah. Gue dengarnya apa tadi? Kelaku apa kelapa?
Oh, lu kira makanan?
Iya, gue kira makan apa minuman.
Yang paling bangsat sih tadi ini anjing.
Sabar.
Yang paling bangsat itu pas gue tadi buka IG itu. Gue mulai 3 Dipa, sorry ya.
Terus?
Pas gue buka IG paling pertama muncul posannya Mimin tuh yang lagi mukbang anjing tuh.
Amunisi farming pahala juga nih dikeluarin tadi nih. Ada iga, ada madu, mukbang tadi tuh. Ini rata-rata si Tanboy nih. Nembak apa sih gue? Kok hilang? Allah.
Aduh, box di mana ya? Gue cari dulu.
Lemari samping. Kenapa push rank pahala? Oh gitu guys. Tangannya doang tuh. Ih. Iya bang, baru spawn bang. Mbak apa dah. Masih ada subrek aja. Lupa di like adik-adik yang berjoin ya. Udah mulai belum guys matchnya? Oh Allah. Oh belum masih ngobrol. Buka duluan. Oke, Hendry. Di Hong Kong udah buka ya. Hong Kong mana lu? Taiwan lu ya? Apa di mana sih? Gue lupa. Yah. Sulit, guys. Coba kita cek dulu yang udah betting berapa biji nih. Secret lab yang ini bagus ya. Secret lab Valorant pinggirnya bagus dah. Apaan dah 114? Tadi 169, Bang. Mimi mana? Ini Pasific, Mimi internasional, Abang. Besok Paper Rex lagi. Besok gua ke rumah Upi lagi. Oh, di Senin ada satu, guys. Sabtu Minggu Senin, Sabtu Minggu Senin. Ini tuh aduh, kenapa ya jadwalnya tuh jadwal bukber semua gitu. Sabtu Minggu Senin. Nah, PCL Indo teh play when we get past pistol rounds, when we get into more rifle play, when we get into games where there's going to be more utility in your kit.
Yeah, and again, this is another round where you see Mako is the reason this is possible. I mean, yes, RB does his part as well, but Mako's the one who pushes out, gets the lockdown. He's, of course, using that Omen utility to make that round even salvageable to begin with. But again, just old reliable. I mean, Mako, if he's still
28, 29.
And the score line shows it. I mean, sure,
31. Oke. Selasa, Rabu, Jumat. Selasa, Rabu, Jumat ya nggak sih? Selasa, Rabu. Oke, aman. Anti nabrak ya jadwalnya. Gas bet Jeta cuan itu tuh, gas bet Jeta tuh cuan.
At the top level of VCT, so sure, Zeta, it's their pick on Pearl, but Bako's still there on the other side.
Coba dulu lah.
It's gonna be a pretty tall wall for them to climb.
I think DRX is really making their stance. Like, you know, everyone's afraid to come against us right now.
Boom BTR lagi tuh terakhiran, iya.
Their stats are incredible. I do know that the players are getting ready for their next map right now. I'm so excited to see how this goes on Pearl.
Udah ready nih, udah ready.
How do you think this is gonna go?
Let's keep in mind, you know, last map we had a mirror matchup,
which I
find kind of fun, right? You get two regions that are, you know, have been head-to-head so many times, and they're literally all picking the same agents. It'll be interesting to see what agents exactly they go for. Obviously, a different map requires different play styles, but you know, what I want to see from Zeta Division overall is just healthier, better play, more synergy as we go kind of into the mid-game.
Transfer window ditutup, apakah DBangkongS join team? Wek. Hah?
Yeah, and I will note that compared to lock-in, their calls did seem crisp.
Gimana coba ceritanya? Transfer window ditutup, DBangkongS join team.
Being a bane in their side, but their calls were still quicker. At lock-in, you could see the delay in movement of how they wanted to go through.
Gimana ceritanya, Bang?
But Laz IGLing now once again for this team. It seems to be working out. I mean, he took the Sova on the Ascent, so I'm curious because he was trying to play these other Sentinels over at lock-in right after Chamber has been nerfed. So
wajar puasa. Wah. Apa itu mungkin menguji ya biar kita tidak emosi. Tapi keren menurutku. Oh ya, bagus pemuda anjay.
I mean, you also made a really good point about the operator and how that affected Zeta's flow, their flow state. Do you think Pearl is a great map for an operator?
Yes, I mean,
Real.
it's almost you kind of
Sipoxi
need
lagi yang
an
main.
operator, but they
Bas
have to
disimpan
have
berarti
these
nih.
other plans ready for the site where there is no operator. So we'll have to wait and see. Of course, Harbor's been becoming a mainstay, so it's no surprise to see Harbor Viper. This is going to be another one of those matches on Pearl where everyone's going to have to keep their eyes peeled because we're going to see so many walls go up from Viper and Harbor on both sides. But Last play that Scott, so he's going to play not only intel, but also the only flash for that team. And that's the big difference, right? We've got double initiator on the side of DRX, actually not going with any sentinels.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see the Viper Harbor combo coming into this here. Other overlaps are going to be Jet here, but that's not a shocker either here for Depp or Foxy9.
Yeah, and again, the big
tadi gue tanya buat siapa kuburannya, dijawab gitu.
Understanding is, okay, well, we have Viper still. She can be a semi-sentinel. We can still lock down sites. Harbor can push out the other side on defense. Whereas Zeta is preferring to have that reliable.
Ini map Zeta ya, hati-hati. Gua sih bet Zeta di sini. Tambahin lagi ya.
Also make sure they're able to watch out for lurks when they're on the attack. And I'll just say this, based
lucu
on
ini ya guys, lihat tuh.
Anjas,
kayak TI.
Laz can put up numbers if he can really push out and get that intel for his team and make the right calls. We could be.
Tapi masih kurang 3D nih.
And with that, I think
konsepnya emang kayak apa namanya? Hologram. KJ naik ayam, ho.
Thank you very much, guys. And yeah, we'll see if this is going to, in fact, be able to go the distance. Obviously, some pretty heavy differentiation as far as the comps are concerned. Single flash around on the other side, but not going for that Sentinel, as William was just mentioning there on the desk. Going for the fade instead of the Killjoy.
It is really interesting from both of these teams, right? Playing very different comps than what we saw at lock-in. No, I'm not super surprised
udah boleh dimainin belum, Bang? Tadi di awal tuh sempat ada kayak penjelasan Gecko new agent gitu kan. Kayaknya new agent yang bisa dipakai deh, kayaknya. Cuman nggak tahu, kita lihat aja. Mungkin ada tim yang pakai Gecko nanti.
Smoke screens at those two agents.
Suaranya keren banget.
I think it's really fascinating. The KO is pretty interesting.
Ya, sebelum ditutup adik-adik.
Seems like he's really gung ho on this agent once again. We've seen him kind of flirt around.
Detik 20 gua tutup.
We know he's a very solid KO overall, but yeah, no.
Nih gua hari ini nggak nge-record dulu ya, belum nyiapin aja. Nanti aja lah, tengah-tengah aja lah nge-recordnya ya, nunggu playoff. Kebanyakan soalnya kalau misalnya dari group stage. Besok restream perek enggak, besok gua mau ke rumah Upi. Oke, saya tutup dulu adik-adik, dadah. Tunggu satu orang lagi lah. Sip, satu orang. Satu orang, Bang. Dadah.
But that was with the Killjoy as well as the Sky instead of the KO, instead of the Fade. So it's yet another adjustment. I'm curious to see how this is going to go for the side of Zeta, who continue to not, fully go for the double controller. The Harbor can kind of fit into that role, but it's not the Astra that they have shown us in the past. They played that versus Gen G as well as versus
ini kenapa begini? Si Dep.
As the champions last year.
Mukanya Jess.
See them trying to take some forward position though in mid. Everybody.
Lah, Bang, mukanya Bang.
Fairly wary of this and crucially.
Wah, Bang, penempatan facecamnya salah, Bang.
Zest on the player cam. It's all right.
Banyak masalah, bro.
Yeah, so quick rotation
Bang!
For Zeta. They're reading this just fine. They know what DRX is doing, what they're thinking. The defenses are in place here for 10. Had some good defensive.
Bang, kenapa kameranya error?
Find themselves forward here into the side. Already Foxy9 picking up a kill. They get that haunt reveal onto one, but Depp pushing out, gets the headshot across. Foxy9 gets taken out. Pushing in. Spike now going to be stranded down on the floor. Barely missed on the opportunity to get that plant. Dog comes forward, draws attention.
RB.
Trying to find one.
King. Ternyata Jess yang menutup ya.
Winning now their second
pistol dia aja udah, Ben.
Kurang
atas dikit basecamnya, Bang.
For Zeta, had they been able to find that a little bit faster, I think they're able to get this round. I saw a lot of the things I wanted to see out of Zeta here. They're playing off of each other. They're playing for trades. You know, one person comes in, another. If one person goes down, another one comes in. So overall, really liked what I saw, but Zest here just a little bit too clean. And Zeta just not clean enough in that crucial end of the round moment. They had a good setup. They were ready for it. They played that round fairly well, but it's the firepower there for DRX that's going to carry them through. Now it looks like an A hit here for DRX. The knife, 0 point. It allows them the space to get the orb, but they aren't making any aggressive moves. I was kind of curious to see if DRX was just going to put the pedal down here, just make a go for a fast play, but I think, you know, with what they saw in the previous round, with how aggressive Zeta pushed out early, especially with them being on the eco again, you know, we see this a couple times with Zeta today and also previously at lock-in, that when they're on those ecos, they're not afraid to start pushing space.
Dia gagal FC, iya tuh. Sekarang FC hilang.
Orb here for RB. I mean, speaking of RB, one of the biggest praises that is, been surrounding him as of late has been his flexibility and how much, the roles that he's able to shift into. We've now seen him play so many different agents. This is his 12th, I believe, agent that he has played
this year.
Uniquely of all time.
Of all time.
And it's
I was just saying, like, this year he's played at least
it feels like it's been
7. Like.
It feels like it's been 12 this year, but yeah. It's just amazing to see him go from this inconsistent player, what is his future looking like for the squad, to now being one of the most consistent and valuable players on the side of DRX. So we'll see how this fares out as we go deeper into this matchup with his Harbor for the first time. For now, fairly clean.
Sorry telat. Ya nggak apa-apa bro, yang telat langsung like aja adik-adik. 2.
Second, can he get the third? No, he cannot. Laz guns him down, but Sax will swing on the corner through the back hall. Close it out for, again,
kita lihat apakah dapat bonus nih DRX.
We'll take the anti-eco. Foxy9, the only casualty, but the Bulldog is recovered.
Yeah. No, I mean, this is everything you want to see here from DRX. Very quintessential hit. Take their time, get everything set up, start pushing this angle deep here in the backside. They look for those picks coming out of heaven, coming out of that doorway underneath heaven from hell. And this is, Buzz usually is the guy we're seeing in this position, right? But now Foxy able to fill in just
absen
as well.
telat.
Yes, I looked
yang
it up.
telat pakai apa Rahman?
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. And you can see a little bit of what seems like miscommunication there in that last highlight as Depp is getting
Ini
ready to
Foxy
push
keyboardnya bagus bukan? Itu Foxy ada capek deh.
And then they say, no, I'm going to push this. Swings it back to try to flash behind so that he
Udah
gets in
ketahuan.
front of it. Unfortunately, they just
Ketahuan
don't
ini si
read that
King.
Foxy is going to be in that forward position.
It's the danger of that flash.
Gak bunyi
Fox is
tadi.
reading this beautifully,
Wah,
but still,
tapi
gets struck down.
ya kalah pick
Nice
ya.
response there. Depp obviously going to get healed back up very swiftly there from Laz.
I will say one kind of point of
Eric
bright
main
spot
kapan?
here for
Senin.
Zeta, if you want to take away some good things. Depp was 4-2 on first kills versus first deaths, so for what that is one's as
Cara masangnya gimana? Nanti kalau dibuka udah ditutup.
And Depp, in fact, another thing
Pakai
I want to
tanda
point out
seru
here,
bet.
he has been pretty good with the early trades, with his first kills versus first deaths, and even duelist v duelist at lock-in. He won his duels with Taco Leah, 6 and 5. So, for what it is, Depp plays pretty well at point.
He does. Well, 10 just spraying through. Harbor wall beat damned, finds Foxy9.
Diki puasa. Puasa nih, kenapa?
5v3. Spike will still be planted. They can see the site, just looking to
Sore
play for the
Penita
retake.
Gaming.
They're playing right up here alongside pushing Secret. It's a very aggressive position to take here. Certainly one that could be surprising.
Wih, gila. Just KR.
The follow-up on the Depp, absolutely gorgeous, but now Stacks.
Membanting
Last
gitu.
man standing. See if the IGL can get it done.
Bang IGL, flash dulu Bang Setek.
So close to connecting on to him.
Wah.
Pro swings around the wall. They will find him. The defuse can come through. 3 rifles going to be held on to here as Zeta get themselves on the board nice and early.
Yeah, I mean, Zest playing really well. Anti-flash there. Comes around the corner at the perfect moment to sweep up 2 kills. At least do some economic damage here to Zeta. And then Sugar Zero pops right in and comes up with 2 big kills of his own. But
sampai ngikutin gitu crosshair-nya sama badannya kan.
A very swift kill.
Foxy ganti siapa? Bas?
C10 just spraying it down there as KJ just finds it with that last little spray. Oh, he turns the flash. Oh my God.
Yeah.
That is crazy good. I thought maybe he was playing a little bit further back and just was able to play off the flash. No, he just turned it.
No, that's just a quick adjustment to catch him right on the back end of the tailwind.
Buka ya yuk.
Gorgeous rifling, but not enough to get them the round victory. So
terlalu tetangga
one up
gue.
on the board, but that's the bonus out of the way. Winning here and knocking DRX back economically. Now that would be a major turning point for them to start streaking some round wins in.
I mean, I'd really, really like to see DRX continue to try to find ways to find success on the A site. Because, again, going back to lock-in, that's where I felt like they struggled a little bit more with getting plants down on their attacker side, getting space created there. And they tend to drift into this. Now, particularly with the Harbor Viper comp, now I feel like this is definitely a side that they're going to want to lean into even more. They're going to pop the KO ult, the Reckoning down as well. So the site very much left abandoned by the side of Zeta. No reason to be messing with this. Just let them have it. Invest all this utility, right? They're going to use so much to get through here. The Cove was already put down.
Ini ada apa aja tanda seru jadwal.
Now that my question for Zeta is have you been doing homework? Are you going to be able to clear backside here? Are you going to be able to clear these 2 players out of there and start making your way through to get a successful round in your hands?
And clearing that 0 point. Fox is coming out. Foxy9 again playing forward spots.
Foxy9!
By the second, but Stacks picks up 3 for himself. And in the blink of an eye, just Crow left standing. And yeah, as he gets revealed.
Taruh dulu apa lanjut? Tadi katanya sampai sahur 2.500.000.
Clean.
Jadi tunggu.
The attack here onto the B site. It's only Foxy9 who falls. They will go ahead and deny that momentum build away from Zeta.
Yeah, and you can see that Zeta tries to go for the clear here towards Foxy, but Foxy sets up a one-way that makes things really difficult, and then, you know, even though the spray was a little bit off, Stacks just starts going absolutely nuts off of those pings right through the smoke. On there at the end, gonna reveal the player, and Stacks is grooving, he's jiving, he's feeling it, having a good time.
Mukanya di pause gitu.
What a frame to freeze on as we go for our nice little
profile picture incoming. Yeah.
Like our little transition where the Pacific logo swirls. Reminds me of like an old Batman.
Oh god.
Ini keren dah. Kalau ada ulti UI-nya.
Batman. Yeah.
Segi 6, segi berapa itu guys? Segi 5 ya? 6 deng.
I like it. All right.
5. Gak tahu.
I know. A lot of us grew up watching that at our grandparents' house in America. All right. So Covin.
Ini ada penontonnya, ada dong, kan Lan.
I don't think so.
So he shorted it.
Yep.
Well, actually no. Okay, RB does get chunked down.
Oh, he did. Okay.
Okay, so he just decided to stick it.
Cuman di mic-nya nggak terlalu kedengeran di mic-nya.
Can't go ahead and get any heals out. Wall's gonna go across to get a tap onto the spike. That's gonna force the fragment out from Stacks. Just looking to zone. Mako still holding on to 2 snake bites. Line up at the ready.
5 juta lah Ben. Langsung aja habis. Jangan ngomong doang.
The Cove is instantly broken down. You can see the retreat call has to be made.
It's beautiful.
Ini mau exit frag ini si siapa namanya? Si DF.
Not a bad idea here
from 10 di belakang.
Oh, have they heard him?
Oh,
I think they may have. Oh, Stacks try to go get some punch, get some kills. The rest of the side of Zeta sacrificing themselves over to the spike. They will get one for the trouble. As Stacks really wanted to get some extra ult charge.
Udah pet Jeko apa belum? Wah.
Up with a bit of egg on his face, but all the same.
Jeko baru masuk Sentinel kebetulan.
What I want to say here is for DRX is, you know, you don't have to commit a ton of utility on the entry this time.
Ini striker Manchester City kan maksud lu?
You know, with the economic situation being
dulu
not so good, they are going to be able to grab an op. It's only a half armor here for Laz and Depto on the back of that. But that being said, like DRX knows they don't have to invest a lot, and they show them a different look on the post plant, right? They're all
Jeko.
It's a deep kind of traditional DRX post plant where they want to just smother you with utility.
Ada harusnya Jeko udah ada Jeko.
Force you off, and that's exactly what they did. And you know, Zeta.
Ada lagi nih yang kurang fokus karena puasa. Minum dulu ya bang, minum biar fokus bang. Foxy ganti Nick, Foxy Bass ganti. Foxy Bass bang, beda orang.
They're going to have to find better ways to adapt to adversity, to go through the mid round.
Tang mau buka inget Jeko, iya kali udah lapar banget itu. Wah, aku pengen Jeko.
Really good at is getting information. What I don't think they're good at is playing with their opponent.
Dapat lo si TN.
I mean, through the smokes, he just doesn't care. He just somehow manages to have these bullets magnetized.
Oh yolo, 2.
Foxy9's head. Now he swings back over to Art.
King Mako nggak di-expect. One more King Mako.
Spike in the meantime has been planted. Right out in the open here for DRX. Who's playing utility already fairly limited. They've got 1 bite, 1 fragment.
Mako's out.
Allahu Akbar, alhamdulillah, amin.
He's trying for it, but Laz very wary of this. Ends up finding it.
Buka guys.
First down. Spray. They get the spike diffuser killed.
Makasih Bu.
They're now falling. Spray again. RB finding it.
Selamat berbuka yang udah buka ya adik-adik.
I don't know.
Di no scope itu.
But either way, it's so damn close. But DRX just continues.
Ada RCTI-nya ya. Hilang dah.
Whether it's clean or they're scraping by, they now find themselves in a 5-1 advantage.
Oh my God, RB, absolutely nuts there, and then Depp just turns on the jets and goes for it.
I think he had to have barrel stuffed him there.
I think he did. I mean, that's something that is a depth special where he likes to get up close and personal. I mean, RB here, just phenomenal work off of this. And that, I don't know if you scoped it or not. That he got
itu no scope apa enggak ya? Langsung ngedes ke depan anjir.
Through that cascade. I mean, Oh boy, what a round there. RB though, once again, he's so devastating on that A site. I saw this all the time at Lock-In. He plays that so well.
Now you see this gamble stack here from the side of Zeta, trying to get a sense of what DRX is going to do. They go
kosong bang setnya bang.
Unfortunately, it's going to be a full send here from DRX. They're just now figuring out that the site is completely unoccupied. The spike will come down, and we'll see if Zeta can do some damage here. As for now, it's looking like 3-man approach through shops, maybe even 4. As all 5 of them are going to be working their way along.
See if you can get a gun and get something going.
Yeah. Start trying to pick them off one by one at range. But defensive protocols are there. Zest is watching. Prowler going out. Mako on the corner finds the first one.
Pintar banget
Suddenly,
Mako.
if you're Zeta, this becomes so much more unassailable. But now you have to make sure that you get into a spot where you can die to the spike.
Yes.
You don't want to give over extra ult charge. You need to be able to get something done here. Depp will find stacks as he once again tries to go and punish.
Ketemu Mako. Yeah.
Faster. They go rushing in. They will in fact be able to get the sacrifice across. All right. Catastrophe avoided.
Yeah, it could have gone a lot worse there for Zeta. The old bait and switch for DRX there. With the Prowler, Mako around the corner.
Kayaknya nih Jepang harus dibalikin ke eranya Crazy Raccoon nih guys. Eranya Zeta sebentar banget kayaknya.
Nice setup from DRX once again on the
era Crazy Raccoon gak sih?
Haven't faltered much. Zeta here, this has to come through. This is a must-win round.
Yes, and this is leading into my concern, which is so far we have not seen a timeout. DRX have been, they pick up the first 2 rounds, they drop the bonus, okay, whatever. But they have been now on a 4-round winning streak. Depp taking a shot. Here comes the Reckoning once again. Foxy going for the defense. Tucked away back in the hall. And again, Zeta just have to completely and utterly concede the site. Reckoning is still committed here by Crow. But they need to get themselves into the site to make this work. The spike has already been planted. They get a bit of damage down on RB, but he's still going to swing out wide. Find Sugar Zero, and there's no one there to
counter-trade.
Oh, RB again. He's so good right now.
He can do no wrong.
RB
can do
power.
no wrong to take that one, I suppose, out of Pansy's lexicon. It will eventually get picked off after the initial damage, but now you have
the wall.
Nightfall coming across.
Got the wall.
So you get the decay out. And again, the call's going to have to be made because Depp is working with an operator. He needs to hold on to this. They do not have the economy to buy another one, so they will just back away, go for this 3-man save. Mako now on the hunt.
Oh, if he gets that op.
Oh, had he made the decision to actually push the connector over towards water, would have been able to find him. Angle still being held. Oh, boy.
Tembak bang!
Still though here, I mean,
ya Allah, 1 detik terakhir tuh.
Scary part about this round for DRX is, yeah, they use the Reckoning on the entry, but they're still sitting in the Nightfall in the back pocket. They're able to play really deep. Mako is super deep in the mid this whole time.
Poin bang, skip dulu Pak Haji. Tolong grinding Pak Haji ya. Tapi kalau dengan 100.000 sih bisa buat Pak Haji doang.
Everything here looking really good for DRX. I'm liking the different looks that I'm seeing. These different post plants, these different ideas.
Layot pas Byron kayak Exo. Buset, masa kayak Exo?
Sometimes it's just a wall. Sometimes it's, everything in the kitchen sink. It kind of depends on what they feel like Zeta's going to do. And it's making it really tough for Zeta to adapt. Like, they want to play close that time, right? They're trying to push a little bit further in. Instead, the utility investment is
yang
much
kalah
higher
langsung
from
pulang
DRX,
ke
so
hotel.
they have to back off when they necessarily, I don't think, wanted to do that. I think they wanted to get a little bit aggressive, try to cut off.
Bukan sama apa yang pasti nggak sama bapak emak.
But this time around, it wasn't to be for Zeta.
Yeah. This is not where you want to be. This timeout needs to instill a change in the way that Zeta is approaching this defending side at the moment. It's like you mentioned, I mean, putting up a fight, looking strong overall over at Lock-In on this map. It seems like DRX, after kind of getting obliterated twice by both Cloud9 and then Loud, seems like there's been some course correcting.
Yeah, they went back to the drawing board, right?
Yeah.
And I think they went with something that was working for them on a map that they don't normally feel comfortable on, which is Icebox, right? It's a very similar composition. And so they're able to adapt it here on this map as well.
Mangga yang berjanji jangan lupa di-like adik ya, mangga. 500 like kita kasih 200 poin seperti biasa ya, bansos.
Those great phantom players that they have. DRX actually wants to fight you pretty up close and personal. They don't usually want to fight you at long range, other than maybe if Foxy or Buzz has an op. So this is a team that loves to use utility like this. You know, I think the double controller right now really suits their meta and their play style and their players. So for DRX, these changes are phenomenal, and it's tough for Zeta, man. You
Aku sedih, aku
don't have a lot
juga.
of information on this comp.
Yeah, and look how much space because of that they have to
Whoop.
concede. They get the Prowler out from not
Oh,
Prowler,
mainnya
they
jauh
get
ke
the dog out
belakang
there
ya?
From Flowers, manage to spot one over.
Dikasih
towards
masuk
Arc,
aja
but
gitu.
They're playing so far back.
Lihat dah, mereka main jauh ke belakang.
As long as the retake executions can be clean, but so far that has not
Oh,
been
B-nya yang
the case.
dikuatin. Oke,
Stacks
oke,
will
oke.
find one, spraying across, catches.
Udah tunggu
There,
retake
so
dah, Bang.
nice pick off from Laz. Like now being planted deep
Uy.
position, and as Laz sprays out,
Ih,
Mako just
Mako
answers
gelo.
back, and now the pit is going to be invested. And how do you attack into this?
You do have the lockdown here to invest.
Aku sedih puasa tahun ini tanpa Bapak. Semangat Bapak. Semoga dapat dua baru.
Just have to back off. They're waiting for the last moment here, trying to buy some time.
It pushes them out of the site, but it doesn't push them out of this.
Sakit dong mati.
Another bite
Kena
now. dropped in.
Molly.
Foxy9 starts creeping forward. Push up onto the corner.
Wah, si
Kept
Jess.
reading that flank was going to be coming through, but he just
Jess
can't
Bio.
clear it out. Sugar Zero will find Foxy9, but the cleanup just comes in as death rains down upon
Too strong
Zeta.
kayak direct, bro.
And unfortunately, it is yet another
Ada lockdown,
buy-around
tapi
after
lihat tuh.
timeout
Tetap
that has not led to
tetap
a
kalah sama
victory.
Molly, bro.
And DRX continue the onslaught now.
Ini
8-1,
udah well,
still
nih, mah.
3 more rounds to be played out in this half.
And this is
Dikasih satu gini, iya.
point I was making during the technical timeout about how
Malmer, lihat Malmer, si Paci lihat. Udah kaya sekarang.
extremely concerning against Leviathan. They were really low percentage win rates, less than 40% on those rounds, and that's you're seeing the same kind of thing come through here, even worse. In this case,
Grinding
they're
anjing.
really struggling. So haunt out early. Check Sugar Zero's position. Cascade to try to push it. Sugar Zero can't get the kill.
Tadi gua bilang kalau 100.000 nggak apa-apa. Oh, gitu nggak apa-apa.
No hawk, no
Nanti habis match ini Paci ya. Tunggu poinnya nyampe. Terima kasih cepetnya Paci.
He just tries to play it aggressively and win out the fight. Best he can do is just
Ini pasti hasil ini nih judi CS.
And as the Viper, it's your job to be like the and in this case, Sugar Zero just can't.
Apa lagu lu beginian sih?
Didn't expect to maybe see that much firepower bearing down on him, but with the cascade, you have
Grinding bangsat grinding. Loh, ini teman dua kesayangan gua, Bro. Lu enggak boleh gitu.
behind that. They'll send their forces in with it.
Ini yang gua ajarin Raja sampai jago, ya enggak, Ju?
Readjustment here from DRX. See what Zeta has to say about it, but this angle
Uy.
is so good.
they have nothing to say.
Tahu aja.
Dead man tell no tales.
Lagi banyak tuh yang giveaway Ju di website baru.
Flawless round here for DRX. They now bring it 9-1. Again, some of these gambles when they're on the ecos are just they're just incorrect. I mean, what other way to put it? You had some fire.
Buka ya, buka Bang.
Had that bulldog as he goes for the swing, but he can't trade a kill. You can't find an extra weapon for somebody to come and recover.
Biasanya top up gitu tuh sempat habisnya. Kita coba Chris ya. Kita buktikan.
By that point, TRX
Kita kasih si Paci 3.000 poin. Cukup itu buat all in.
unassailable. You cannot retake after that point. Not with the way that things have been gone. You see the pit now going to be invested over towards A. So Sugar Zero says, please don't come here.
Surabaya buka puasa dulu. Iya, selamat berbuka adik-adik.
Drifting in his direction. I mean, utility
Lama juga cepet gua ya.
Zeta very far back there. Now they're gonna have to use that Trailblazer. Go and check that angle. They're not gonna get any information. Let's see how ready for this 10 is.
He's decently prepared. Cascade up, trying to block off the turret. Push out,
Uy.
he will be able to get one.
Satu doang lu Ten. Lagi Ten.
The rest of the team have to try to play around it. And obviously,
Gua pesan duluan yuk.
survive
Mau ngomong.
Sugar Zero is going to be.
Ju berisik juga.
Even if he decides to push out that pit, there is that wall waiting for him that he would have to push
Lah.
through. So for now, he's going to be
Abis.
locked off until that can drop down and until they can get the rest of the team in position to try to get this retake. They've got the man advantage. They cannot afford to squander this. But Mako, on this lurk, he finds 10.
Ini mah DRX-nya yang lebih too strong aja nih guys. Zeta-nya mah mainnya biasa aja nggak sih?
Oh no.
Kayak Zeta biasa nggak sih ini mah?
Thinking about it, that might just be caught unaware.
Memang DRX-nya aja yang lebih gacor.
Try to go for this one. Crow going to be taken down. Depp hears
Oh.
it. He swings back, but Mako gets
Oh.
the headshot, and Foxy finds 3. 10
Set si
to 1.
Foxy ngeri ya.
Locked in, and with the money completely in shambles for the side of Zeta, this is almost assuredly an 11-1 half. What a way for DRX to kick off.
Mode tuan rumah. Oh, mode tuan rumah kah? Berarti kalau mode tuan rumah kalah nanti sama pendatang. Yeah, let's go RRQ. Ini main di stage ya dong.
Knives out.
Masih Foxy belum bas. Foxy ditalak. Wongkong ini what? Anime battle. Iya, kalah lu Foxy.
That was a right click, but no, just gets him in the head. So holds on to that extra bit of firepower, and that's exactly the kind of start in the round that Zeta needed.
RRQ abis ini Senin.
Often good for these first kills, for these trades early. It's just later in the rounds he doesn't seem to have that same presence when things, you know, when they're playing for retake, when he's deeper in
Foxy P siapa lagi Ripanda? Lu nggak bisa bedain huruf 9. Huruf 9. Angka 9 sama huruf P. Udah ada penonton? Udah dong. Kan ada harga tiketnya guys. Oh iya lu, mati lu Ten.
Spike planted within the cove. You can see the creep up. Sugars there trying to get in there, but Zest is covering for it.
Magic bersih-bersih gudang. Ya, beli aja beli tuh. Gue juga sebenarnya ada sih, tapi nggak tahu gue mau jual atau enggak. Karena ada yang mau beli mouse ini enggak kan? Makanya masih gue pakai. Enak sih sebenarnya mouse ini. Sayang kalau dijual. Limited edition lagi. Iya. Menang udah nih, Derek. Goodbye. Kurang gini matchnya jauh nih. Dereknya too strong bro. 50.000 angkut. Itu ada yang mau ngelucu adik-adik. Kita ketawain, jangan ketawain kali ya. Sabar, gue ulang. 50.000 angkut. Bisa aja bercandanya si Roban.
They're sprinkled in amongst an avalanche of DRX. I mean, they're just snowflakes in this avalanche.
Berapa tim diambil ke Jepang? Nggak tahu kayaknya. Kayaknya 2 dah.
Too strong, too much of a force to be reckoned with here.
It's just brutal, and I think you can.
Oh 3.
Widely tell how seriously DRX have decided to prep for this. They were already satisfied with the top 4 finish.
Berapa Ben kalau cocok gua angkut 2,5 ambil ya. 2 juta dah nggak apa-apa. Buat viewer. 2 cuma China. Oh 2 cuma China. Sisa 3 ya. Kalau juara lock-in mah nggak usah dihitung lah.
All of the wind out of the sails. And it would be one hell of a miraculous run back.
Bos apa ini? G303 Shroud Edition.
I want to see something more.
Gue beli 3 juta dah. 3 juta berapa? 3 juta.
2 rounds picked up from DRX. Bing bang boom done. Move on to the next series. Give us something here, Zeta.
1 juta sih Ben. 1 juta gua kasih ininya doang.
Just think if they string together like 8 or 9 rounds.
Mana? Mana ya? Oh nih. Kabelnya doang.
Oh. Yes, they might not win the series, might not win this map, but goodness gracious, we want to see some life out of them. We want to see them come through here, get some confidence for their next match after this. You know, obviously it was talked about a lot here.
Mana? Oh, Ling. Besok Ling. Besok sedia karpet merah Ling ya.
In Pacific, nobody's gonna deny that. Unless you're, you know, crazy person.
Gue ngomong ke dia besok Ling.
Obviously a tough start.
Hari ini dulu nih, PCT dulu bro.
You know, for Zeta in particular, it's so.
Besok mau dibawa apaan Ling?
To get through here, to get to the playoffs, to get to Masters Tokyo, to fight on their home territory, to show their fans at home what they've got, because there is going to be an insane amount of fans rooting for them if they can make it to Masters Tokyo. I mean, it'll be absolutely
insane. Saya mau gambar apa
I
nih guys?
was there at Yokohama and it was just a show match, a one-day show match, and the fans were nuts.
And they weren't allowed.
Besok PRX, iya besok, sorry ya.
It was just boomsticks. And let me tell you, they were clapping hard.
Kayaknya bisa nonton PRX kayak 1 map, 2 map, 1 map. Kalau 2 map cepet kayaknya bisa deh. Terus gua langsung ke UPI.
That makes me happy. Army of Darkness in this case, but yes.
Well, going in now, second half Zeta. need to find themselves a second pistol round win in this set. Otherwise, they're going to be repeating the record that they set versus Lev over at Lock-In.
I have to check here, but Zeta
Big Pro untuk dibantai.
They just show 10 to try to bait DRX into not rotating to this, and it works. This is a pretty good little setup here from Zeta.
Kocak sih dia nge-pick Pro sih.
As the wall comes up, Stack's going to start doubling back. Actually, I think he's wrapping around, getting himself up now into heaven.
Buka dulu, yo.
Hove comes in. Flank goes down, fragment.
Aduh.
Zones him away, delays for a little bit longer. Bro just chipped away, but the heal is there, crucially. Laz picking that up. Only though, no flashes left available.
Great presence here from 10 not to repeat that.
Got the Prowler to check close, and they will. Nice headshot. Takes down Foxy9. Jet duel 1. A little bit of damage
Bos gua nggak bisa gitu ya.
as well, getting tagged up. They finally break the turret. Still getting themselves out into main is going to prove to be difficult. Start moving their way forward. Zest swings the corner, finds 10. In the meantime, Sugar Zero.
Idih, si Sugar mulai. Idih.
RP going to be taken out.
Kenapa?
Zest with 3 HP. Paco at 93.
Directnya yang udah too strong sih.
But Sugar Zero will
Lagian nge-pick Pro coba kocak si Zeta. Kagak nonton login.
Nonton pasti Ben.
It's such a great little setup there. And able to use his utility. You know, that's the first. I think he might only see one. I don't know.
Ngomong-ngomong angka lu nih 11-1.
He doesn't go for the repeat. Crucially, backs off. You know, maybe feels that DRX is going to try to overstack this side. He is correct. The Haunt comes through.
Si 10 lah minimal.
Able to cover it. So really well played here. Yes, Zest eventually breaks it down, but not before taking a ton of damage. That's when DRX pushes the button to go.
Ten masih lumayan.
Jadi yes, they get favorable trades in there, but because it took so long, because Zeta was able to buy enough time.
Yang lagi nggak kelihatan Bang Crow nih, Crow.
They're able to find that crucial pistol round.
Back away for a moment there, but Stacks actually, I thought he was going to try to swing back, break that line of sight, but instead continues to advance.
Pulang ke hotel.
So a good early kill here from the side of Depth.
Abis ini masih ada match lagi, Ben.
GE lawan T1.
Gas dulu, apa buka dulu?
Buka dulu lah kan. Ini kalau misalnya gua lanjut, berarti gua tarawehnya abis VCT.
Oh iya sih, bener.
Kan jam 7 kan. Taraweh di rumah jadinya.
They feel safe and secure about it. Go ahead and get this plant down.
Pings are coming down. It's Depp and 10 once again. Watching B main. No turret this time, but two better guns in their hands.
Taraweh itu apa?
Pretty good
Sholat.
opportunity to convert. Let's see what DRX wants to dial up potentially to try to get, in here, maybe get a kill or two, and then try to.
Itu anak TK apa gimana mainnya tuh?
Nggak tahu namanya Judah.
Of course,
Kira Judas tadi.
If you can, or
Anak TK apa gimana itu?
DRX looking for a way to.
Udah
Give as little over to Zeta as they can.
Oh, I don't know if that's going to work out for them as they go ahead and push up. Zest will be able to find one. Mako gets another. That does do damage. That's going to be one of the weapons lost now. A Bulldog left on the ground as well as a Spectre. But Zeta crucially hold on to the Vandals, hold on to one of those Bulldogs. And that's a good amount of firepower. I like that
yang di lingkungannya sekolahnya bukan di negeri. Ya, itu pasti nggak tahu harusnya.
Having that extra firepower as you go into the
SCVV kan tuh Nonis, sekolah di swasta, nggak di negeri. Taraweh apaan? Oh.
Economically, it's still not great.
Langsung pelan-pelan gua cipratkan ya kan ilmu-ilmu.
You gotta start cutting corners here as Zeta to get further into this match to try to make a map of it.
Nonis pun ya kali nggak tahu taraweh lah. Lu kemarin nggak nonton sih streaming gua lu.
It pays off pretty decently. I would call that not bad for Zeta, not bad for DRX. Like nobody's walking away from that round feeling.
Lu Polki kenapa lu?
Mako a little bit under pressure, but just backs off after the utility flies in. Looks like DRX here ready for something. Something got spotted.
Oh, and
Abis.
Gonna be good for one. In the meantime, trying to look forward. Sugar Zero comes up with 3.
Ini yang Magic bilang nih. Sugar Zero kudu kill 4 ya Pron kalau mau menang.
What a play from him, and this is something that was lacking over in Sao Paulo. We did not see that clutch factor in Sugar Zero that we're so used to seeing. And oh man, he is now on for an ace. He's gonna start cutting over towards water.
Konektornya jeng menang nih. Oh, ke.
Which way Stacks is going.
Ace ini ace kedua deh.
And now Sugar Zero might have an opportunity for this ace.
This is a gorgeous round so far from him.
Kanan, Bang! Kanan, Bang!
Tucked away in dugout.
Bang! No, Bang!
Surely Stacks. Surely
Stek tai.
Not here in day one.
Ih, hampir mati lu Stek.
Will also not hold on to that gun. 10 crucially gets himself in position, shuts him down. So while they may not find the ace, they find absolutely every single weapon and rip them from DRX's hands. Bonus is converted.
What a round here from Sugar Zero. So he's on point. His partner goes down, and he backs off and starts picking off long flankers from the side of DRX. Just great heady play here from Sugar Zero. This is
rada bandel dikit si Stek biasa.
Missing for a little while from Sugar Zero. Oh, Stacks, never change. Just never change.
Tell Stacks having a bit too much fun, it seems.
He's been dancing today. I mean, we've seen a lot of positivity out of Stacks, which is not unusual, but
sure.
Sometimes he's kind of stressing out a little bit when he's playing matches, so it's good to see him enjoying himself. They're going to really take their time here, and DRX is starting to ping in towards mid from Art, thinking about maybe, you know, if they're going to try to maybe double swing that, use the Haunt, kind of a pseudo flash and dash here, maybe to set up Foxy. I'm kind of curious what they're thinking. You do have Crow watching that angle, but yeah, like you were talking about, Sugar Zero, that player that when they were making the Reiki as well, another player you should be talking about because he was so consistent as a controller. Since then, frankly, it's not been quite as good for Sugar Zero. So encouraging to see these kind of plays, but yeah, a lot of the successful rounds that Zeta was able to string together against Leviathan were like on the backs of multi-kills by Crow, Laz, 10, not necessarily Sugar Zero.
I mean, also worth mentioning, he was IGLing at that event. Now that weight has been taken off his shoulders with Laz again, taking the mantle. And so far, it's working a treat. Stacks left alone here on the site, ends up falling down. Foxy 9, the first one to arrive to try to turn the tide. He'll get cut down as well. Being headshot across with the Sheriff. So many more than that if they want to steal this round away. Take this to match point. Mako gets the tag across, cannot get the finish. And that'll be the cleanup coming through. Zeta losing out on one player. Widely hold on to their weapon.
Bet uang saku biar menang, rukat mulu. Tips and triknya hoki.
This is great. This is exactly what we wanted to see. Multiple rounds strung together here for Zeta, and now they have the cash built up that pretty much this is either, you know, going the distance or they're going to go home. So I really like this moment here, by the way, on the backside from Laz on the Foxy 9. That's the only way that really this round probably could have gone
ini memang
real
sulit
wrong
di game Palo,
outside of some
Bay.
miracle Sheriff shots.
Dari awal Palo turnamen ya,
Laz was way
11
out
nih.
in attacker spawn.
Bermasalah.
Foxy tried to flank through mid, got picked off by Laz, so that really secured things. So
It's magic moment.
overall here, a really good round from Zeta. Waited that one out to see if DRX was going to get frisky, was going to push out, try to, you know, get some kind of odd man push out.
Pas buka ini pas banget ya.
Rounds from Zeta and on Ascent and others. So yeah, it was. That's what we need. That's what we need from Zeta.
Kelar buka puasa, terus kan istirahat ya Palonya, kita sholat maghrib, balik lagi 5 menit ya nggak bro? Ini udah tertata rapi gini jadwal. Ini ada lower, masih group stage, sayang liga masih lama ini liganya. Baru hari pertama bang.
Has not been going their way. 4 rounds dropped consecutively as far as Zeta, who've been just excelling on the attack.
Got that nightfall for the pit, so you do have some options here.
Oh ini map 3 bang. Oh kayaknya enggak dulu bang.
Kind of cutting out across into Art. Mako gonna be able to find one before getting taken down. Stacks continues to push and will find Laz. Now the nightfall cuts across as well. Stacks hiding out behind the box, sends out the pop flash, does catch Sugar Zero in the face, and he's going to have to back away. Pit now going to be invested. Needs to go flying, the spike gets planted. Depth knocked down to about half HP. They just look to spray through. Knife nearly available. Stacks now can send that out, cut off any extra utility. See, when does he decide to try to go for this push? The bite blocks him off.
Wah,
up
mati
close, catches
Viper.
Sugar Zero. The pit now dropped. Zest not quite registering. The depth is up close, but Stacks comes swooping in.
Wang
Finds
Piwang.
himself now in a 1v1 versus Crow. I don't think he saw him. The time dwindling, taps on the spike. Reads that he's coming.
Abis pelor si Crow-nya guys, 12 guys. Sudah keluar dari angka kematian guys. Nampaknya ini beneran udahan guys.
to continue this run for Zeta. Stax was just a bit off on his aim initially, and he just couldn't get it down in time. It was so close. Sugar Zero there as well as he's been playing here in the second half.
Sekarang sih main kah nanti? Nggak tahu bang.
Smoke at the wrong moment,
Kayaknya
right
main.
into the open op of Foxy9 and gets taken down. So a good entry here under some pressure from DRX. You know, Zeta able to stabilize, get the plant down, get their ults down. You know, had a really good win condition set, but Stax here just so ready for it. And the initial spray
masih di India. Loh, yang kemarin masalah visa belum beres.
Under control fast enough.
Gua tahu yang masalah visa enggak, maksudnya belum beres.
Trying to put the Z on the ground for Zeta. Is that a little extra BM?
That would not surprise me if Stax was doing that at all.
Wah, gila lu Foxy.
Winning out in the up battle. Takes out Foxy9 before he can try to dash away. See the rotations.
Katanya bakal skip match pertama. Oh, berarti ya main itu. Bang Monjet ya kan?
Seems like Zeta
Bang Sofa Escorosi OP.
Been reinforced.
This is good recognition of the amount of utility that's been used. They know that there's at least two or three there
Gak
for sure.
prediksi pasti dilawan OP.
Time to back off, or at least wait it out. Let's see what they want to do exactly. Laz is coming through, checking into A. Is going to get confirmation that someone's there.
Sudah deh, gue baru liat Twitternya
I mean,
dia.
just that wide swing from depth. You know, Foxy just was not ready at all for a
Bronski main gak guys, Bronski.
Meanwhile, Depp looked like he was pretty zeroed in on the location of Foxy there. So. Big opening kill once again for Depp.
Yep.
On the side of Zeta.
This now has to be a 2-2 split. You can see Stack starting to rotate back as the word does come through. Zest lining up one, takes quite a bit of damage, but manages to escape from out behind. But
Zest!
Depp sniped out of the sky. 10 on the flank comes in, does manage to find Zest.
Astaga, GG ngasih, GG.
Unfortunately, cannot make it happen.
Si Zest gila banget bantingannya ya.
As DRX
GG adik-adik yang berjanji dapat di like. Weh, mau 500 mau poin nggak kalian, weh? 500 like 200 poin loh.
Put up a more of a fight. We would have loved to have seen a third map. Was not meant to be. Zeta just not quite as crisp and clean as they needed to
dulu
be.
yuk, silakan.
Just too many rounds in a row there dropped.
Zest
on
Bill.
multiple maps.
Zest Bill.
Long streaks of wins able to be put together by DRX, and what a showing here for Foxy9, his first time at an official match, and it was spectacular.
It was. I mean, less impact found here in the second map. Goes 13-13, 0 assists, whatnot. Doesn't really matter.
400 berapa like ya deh?
Clearly looking much
oh,
more
457 masih jauh ternyata guys ya.
That impact that we've seen from him across the previous two seasons of VCT.
And on KO as well.
Yeah, I mean,
to be really keyed in on this agent.
Yeah, right back.
Juaniko minta di top up dulu guys.
Continues to look great. 5 first bloods for him on this map of Pearl, but unfortunately, it's pretty much I would.
Sebentar saya ngambil berbuka dulu adik-adik ya. Sambil berbuka saya ngambil makanan berbuka ya.
Probably be too far off, but I think like. Again, there are sprinkles of things that are good here for Zeta, and it's now you got to start building off of those. If Depp is still able to be efficient with those first kills, you've got to find ways to punish your opponents. You know, you can't just be a one and done. It can't just be a pick and then they rotate off of it. They've got to find ways to snowball those into round wins. Again, playing off of each other is what makes Zeta so good at their peak, is having that confidence, having that teamwork. And here we saw as their mentality began to falter, so did that kind of core strength of theirs. We saw so many 1v1s trying to be taken. And most of them are going to be lost against a team of DRX's caliber.
Well, DRX can go ahead and take their first bow on this stage here in the opening day of Pacific. As the camera woman tries to get them to
come on, guys.
Put some fists up.
Stack's like, no, I'm not.
I'm going to do the classic esports arm cross pose. There we go. Where's the Vamos? I know he's not in a new national, but I want to see some more of that energy. But, I mean, unfortunately, just feels like another day at the office here for the side of DRX. It is still, obviously, early days. It's day 1. There's 9 weeks of play to go through here, including the playoffs. So for Zeta, we just need to see a rally back. Granted, this is the toughest match, in theory, that we know of, based on history, based on what we've seen. This is the toughest match they could possibly have in this tournament. So from here, it should be a bit easier, but there's still clearly some communication issues. We're still seeing some of those fundamentals falling apart a bit. people not covering for each other, not having util to assist in these swings. We need to see more.
Yeah, precisely what I'm thinking here. It's just more coordination, more of these things. We saw some good early round kind of ideas. They kind of read DRX pretty well at the beginning of Ascent. They had a really good game plan. I liked a lot of what they were doing, but then DRX made some good adaptations. And credit where credit's due, DRX, that's something that they have struggled with at times, especially as they go deeper and deeper into tournaments. So yes, it's a good start here for DRX. We're all very happy about it. Can that be a consistent thing for them, not just here, but also if and when they get to Masters?
Gorengan. Have to just wait and see on that front. But for now,
gorengan aja bro.
Little break. Then the desk will be breaking down the action from this first series. But of course, we have.
Selamat berbuka adik-adik. Ayo kita makan dulu. Bismillah ya Allah. Karaoke dengan saus kacang.
We'll see you guys after the break.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun to see the Viper Harbor combo.
Foxy 9 gets taken out. Pushing in. Spike now going to want his ass. Mako trying to find one. Look, the flash doesn't come in, and he's going to manage to find his second. Can he get the third? No, he cannot. Let's go. Beautiful. It could be surprising as Seth. What was that shot? Flash coming out. Foxy 9 again, playing forward spots one. Oh, he's in a rough spot. Can't find the thing they may have. Oh, snap heavy. Magnetized. Trying again. RP finding a pushing in depth. What's that?
Aku belum buka, kuat-kuat ya.
As you know wrong. Take that one forward. Push up onto the.
Zeta has to say about it, but this angle is so good.
They have nothing to say.
Ini buka bersamanya buat yang udah buka doang.
Blade still. Yep. Take it back.
Spot RB getting a quick jump. In hand, meantime, Sugar Zero. Dax guns him down. Pull off underneath 3.
Kurasnya ada nggak? Kagak.
Wrap around there. That does do damage.
Spot it.
Oh, and back for in Sugar Zero. That was not.
Agak ada bro.
Not a.
Make the wave, make wave. Top up band udah Ju. Lu cek aja. Makan apa? Makan ini doang. Makan gorengan doang. Cek dulu Pak Aci. Goceng Pak Aci, gua kurang sayang apa sama lu? Asek. Monyet main nggak lawan T1 nggak tahu, lihat aja nanti. Pakai lagu kita aja lah. Nah. X-Men dosan apa ini? Custom. Study with me. Oh, belajar juga. Enak. First love-nya Gempi. Pasti Papa Gading. Oh, dia belajar di perpustakaan gitu ya. Lah. Di channel Valorant gedenya juga ini, guys. Live. For the best viewing experience, please go to Valorant Pasific. Tuh. Valorant JPN. Valorant Indo gedenya di YouTube. Delay Indo delay. Bulet ya bang, apa tuh? Apa Rania bulet? Oh, di Indo pasti break ini nih. Break puasa, break buka.
Well, what if DRX is still here, and then they wouldn't either use their utility, and then they will make their decisions, past the 40-second mark. At which
Itu bukunya bulat.
to rush in, right? So you lose one duel
Rendang.
out of the round.
Kan lagi makan gorengan.
Kind of fall back into that trap that they've set themselves up for.
It's one of these situations where
The
if
fuck?
you're not able to get the information or get the position.
Itu kalau adek gua udah nawarin gitu, dia mau ngabisin makanan, udah silakan dah.
Before the spike is planted, things get a little bit predictable. Okay, they're gonna have to come somewhere, right?
Right.
And maybe a little bit too slow, a little bit too passive.
Kak Diki nggak buka puasa, enggak John.
Maybe one of these days.
Kenapa emang?
Doesn't plan. That's their mind game.
Gua kuat sampai besok subuh juga.
They'll never expect this, but not for now. That's not the meta now. And
Oh, udah pindah.
I mean, first kills is still 9-9. Like, that just goes to show that Zeta's default. That's not the core problem, right? It's how they expand from that moving forward into the middle of the round. And the casters are mentioning it as well. I mean, Sugar Zero, he's back in form.
Judi Ben kan belum ya? Orang mah sholat dulu lu pada, malah judi.
Onto Laz's shoulders, but it just wasn't enough to take on DRX.
It was definitely a
Makan.
There was a second half, but it was nowhere near as important as the first. The first half was so many of the rounds were gobbled up by DRX.
Nampaknya tidak ada kuliah antum ya adik-adik.
Were there any like star players that really stood out from DRX's side, or I mean, everyone just performed really well?
I would probably say the latter, right? I mean, yes, we had certain moments, but we finished every round with more than 3 players.
Belum ada yang baru ini.
Every time, which just goes to show everyone's doing their job properly.
There was a small moment though, when DRX was on defense, where we.
Di stand up Indo emang iya. Oh, ini nih link full videonya. 247.000. Durasi penjara suci 1 jam 37. Wow. Sejam setengah, bro.
Sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Awalu ma yu'asabu bihil abdu yaumal qiyamah as-shalah. Yang artinya
lihat dulu dikit
di bawah ini. Enggak ada ya. Yang artinya yang pertama kali dihitung di hari kiamat itu adalah sholat. Kalau sholatnya benar, semua benar. Kalau sholatnya hancur, semua hancur. Kalau sholatnya fasadah, rusak, semua rusak. Makanya yang paling utama itu sholatnya dulu. Gak usah mikir jauh-jauh segala macam. Sholatnya dulu. Tapi Ustadz dulu pernah ada jamaah bertanya, Ustadz saya gak mau sholat. Kenapa? Gak mau, kagetin juga gitu. Ustadz saya gak mau sholat. Kenapa? Gak mau, karena nanti sholatnya kalau udah benar, nanti aja kalau udah benar baru nanti saya sholat. Goblok. Justru sholat biar benar. Bukan benar dulu baru sholat. Kalau benar dulu baru sholat, nggak sholat-sholat.
Betul.
Itu yang nanya. Saya ke diri saya.
Absurd.
Kalian pikir Ustadz ceramah buat kalian? Tidak. Kalian pikir Ustadz ceramah hanya untuk jamaah? Tidak.
Will always. Materi andalan.
Tidak. Ustadz ceramah buat dirinya sendiri. Makanya ada istilah usikum wa nafsi.
Bukan sama apa gorengan?
Dan untukku. Jadi kalau ada ustadz yang sedang berceramah tentang riba, bisa jadi itu sedang mengingatkan dirinya sendiri yang masih ada cicilan kredivo, pay letter, pay trend. Dari mana uangnya?
Dari mana uangnya? Tuh, 200.000 guys. Boleh nih kayaknya 200.000 tuh. 247.000. Buat konsumsi sendiri sih worth it sih.
Ya udah, selamat menikmati. Boleh bisa? Boleh.
Aduh, gua nggak berani kalau channel Pindes, guys. Udah tahu artis, bro. Mengerikan.
Okay? Spend your money wisely. Get through this tough time and then pay me. Don't pay me now.
Ikan calamari. Pindes keren parah kayak TV. Emang kayak TV. Bener-bener kayak TV, Pindes. Formula TV dibawa ke YouTube.
It's so salty. Holy shit. 他们放了一整罐的盐 it feels like they put a whole bottle of salt.
CS Itali, guys. Ini T-spawn, T-base-nya. Sangat berduka ya.
Wait, Voldemort really? Is it because if
Stand up Indo yang isi juga lucu, tapi yang stand up komika daerah. Oh.
I grew up with my mom telling me 不要吃太咸的 which means don't eat too salty food.
Tua kreasi Jawin Mamat Pras. Oh iya, yang itu ya. Yang di apa? Yang di saung ya? Udah gue udah channel-channel yang gitu gue nggak ngeri nontonnya.
Here, this is POV IRL.
Oh, kena copyright visual.
I don't like to eat fish head. Ew! It just crushed.
Di depan biasa ada ayamnya, iya. Pasti ada ayam.
Fuck.
Mantep tuh ikan, guys. Udah ngebul belum? Belum, masih makan. Fokus makan dulu.
Sean, the Italians in the chat tell me to get fish.
Gua pakai apa? Gorengan aja gua mah. Oke, makanan gua habis adik-adik. Sepertinya kita break sholat dulu ya. Gue break sholat dulu. Kalian yang buka silakan buka, yang sholat silakan mangga. Kita ketemu 5 menit ke depan, oke adik-adik. Saya matiin facecam dulu. Jangan off, kagak off. Break ini doang, mode VTuber.
그런 말 해주셔서 정말 감사드리지만 저희는 일단 저희를 낮게 보면서
cakep tuh hostnya ya kan?
방심하지 않는
Oke, saya cabut dulu Pati ya.
하려고 하니까 그냥 방심 안 하고 끝까지 또 달려보도록 하겠습니다.
Well, I'm very grateful for everyone having high expectations for us and also supporting us all the time. But we always try to stay humble and also keep our guards up all the time. And we promise you that we'll deliver every single time. Well, before I let you go, I have one more question brought to you by our gaming PC partner, HP Omen. So any advice for someone who's looking to purchase a new gaming laptop or desktop? 그러면 이제 마지막 스폰서 질문인데요. 이제 새로운 게이밍 장비를 게이밍 컴퓨터를 사려고 하는 분들께 조언이 있을까요?
일단은 장비는 저도 잘 모르겠어요. 저도 많이 바꾸질 않아봐가지고. 근데 이거 하나는 말씀드릴 수 있는 게 이제 모니터랑 이제 본체라고 생각하는데 그 중에서 제일 중요한 게 모니터라고 생각해요. 약간 좀 차이가 되게 심하더라고요. 안정감은 좋은 거랑. 그래서 HD 오멘 추천드립니다. 네.
Well, I don't go through a lot of gaming gears myself, but I can tell you this. I think desktop and monitor especially is important when it comes to playing games, especially Valorant. So I can tell you that anything from HP Omen will be good for you. Well, you heard it from the men. Get something from HP Omen if you want to play Omen like him. Well, thank you so much, Mako. Congratulations once again, and thank you for your time. Well, I'm actually going to throw it over to a short break here, but when we come back, it'll be T1 versus Global Esports. We'll see you on the other side.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Haven is the original 3-site map in Valorant, a unique characteristic that already makes the map attackers' favored. A site is notoriously difficult to retake for the defenders due to the pathways and corners coming in from defense. While the same applies for the attackers, a retake is made exponentially more difficult as the defenders have limited angles of utility. A defending team needs to clear and set up angles for Hell, Default, Short, and Main, which is a monumental task to do within milliseconds of each other, and agents will need to enter the site quickly and precisely from Link and Heaven to strike the entire site simultaneously. This often leads defending teams to take strong control of A lobby, with either an operator or utility combo. Attackers still have the option to strike either B or C site. B site can be a quick strike, but allows for an easier retake with doors on either side. C site is the most open of the three, meaning you'll also want to take control of the small garage to delay any retakes. But watch out, that operator might be waiting for you down the straight sight lines of C main on any given round. Some say the best defense is a good offense, and it's never been more true than on Fracture. A unique map with 4 points of attack, defenders will always need to consider an aggressive approach to handle this map. Agents with large area of effect ultimates, like Breach, Fade, and Killjoy, are common picks on this map as they can consistently clear an entire site. B Tunnel is a crucial area for attackers, as most of these ultimates can be used to clear out B site, defender spawn, or both for easy access to the site. Defenders have their options as well. A simple but effective method is to use Breach's Rolling Thunder right from the start towards Tree, Bench, Out of Hall, Dish, and really any of the 4 paths. On rounds without these big ultimates, defenders will often use utility combo to clear one of the pathways first, while attackers will need to mix up their defaults to keep the defenders on their toes. Often touted the most traditional map, Ascent has been a mainstay of Valorant since the beginning. The map layout is brutally simple: A site, mid, and B site. Attackers start with only one narrow entrance into each site, a choke point surely swarmed with all sorts of utility. These paths are also vulnerable to well-timed recon skills, making it a nightmare to strike without proper preparation. Mid becomes a crucial area for the attackers, as it opens up rotations, mind games, and eventually a two-pronged attack into either site, and defenders will favor utility or an operator in pizza to control the general area. Duelists with vertical movement can ease the attack on either site, as they can rise up to generator on A or fly above switch on B to create additional angles while thoroughly scouting the entire site. Once the spike is planted, attackers still have their hands full, as there are a number of lineups and flashes that will open up a tactical retake. And never forget, there's bound to be an Odin waiting for you on the other side of B main.
Cek, halo bro, masih ada yang nonton? Wah, udah iklan apa nih? 7 menit. Bentar, gue lagi matiin dulu mode VTuber. Kan, woi, kita ganti dulu lagunya. Fisik. Nah, tes. Nah, makan bro, makan ya. Makanan kita hari ini nasi, mie, tahu, bala-bala. Dikit aja makan mah. Subsidi apaan? Udah 500 like. Oh, ntar ya. Biasa sebelum match mulai ya. Ntar gue butuh tontonan kayaknya makan nih. Nonton apa ya? Gedein FC. Kenapa gedein FC?
Pokoknya
Superstitum, what the fuck?
Imagine a world where I'm giving you unique tips and tricks about the game. On top of that, analyzing your demo.
Udah. Ini apa nih?
Konnichiwa, Unji desu. Minasan ni oshirase ga arimasu.
Jadi bisa bahasa Jepang deh. Wah, ini nih. Cocok menemani buka puasa.
It's Monday, February 20, 2023, and today I decided to make a week in my life. Yo, I don't feel good today. Like, honestly, I don't want to go. I don't want to go anywhere. I don't feel good. Like, I just want to stay home. This is like one of the days that I don't really
lagi kuliah di Inggris.
and I don't really want to do anything.
How are you?
Gini vibe-nya ya.
Where have you been, Lulu?
Sorry?
Been good?
What?
What are you eating?
Cinnamon roll, and I'm filming myself.
You're filming yourself too.
Do you want to say hi to the vlog?
Suara Prot.
I'm sorry, this is just gonna be like very like a little bit real. No, this is like realistic. I'm not like 100% productive most of the times, and I'm not like 100% knows what I'm doing most of the times. You know what I mean? Yeah, I should
Jadi
prepare
vlog
my
itu iya.
dissertation. I should go to the gym today, like right now.
Dari dulu dari zaman dia SMA di Indo udah pakai bahasa Inggris vlog ya. Udah kayak Fatia Izati lah. Dari dulu. Definisi cewek lucu sesungguhnya ini.
Technically, I just ate my breakfast, go to the gym, and read books. I was planning to meet my friends today, but it rains all day, so we decided not to go out.
Itu udah dibuka lagi belum? Nanti dong nunggu mapik.
You guys, I'm outdoors and I'm freezing as hell. I thought it's not gonna be this cold. No, I swear, honestly though, it's supposed to be spring. Like, supposed to be like 11, 15 degrees, but no, it's like 3 degrees. Anyways, it's March 15, 2023. Last month, I filmed a lot about my day-to-day activities, but I have a bit of trouble to upload that video. It's simply because I don't like it and I feel like it's too real. I mean, I love being real to y'all guys, but there's this one point where I feel like, oh shit, that thing is like real and I don't want to watch it. If I were you, I'm not gonna watch it. So anyways, I'm in my favorite park in Brighton. It's not actually though, it's not my favorite park. It's just because it's close to my place. It's close to my home. And I always come over here after work. I'm gonna update everything.
Kan dia lagi di Brighton kan kalau nggak salah kan tadi ditulis bang.
Sit under this tree, specifically this tree. And the reason why I'm here is just because I want to introduce you guys to my favorite tree. So this is actually my favorite tree. Her name is Amber. She's not even that beautiful. No offense, Amber, but she is pretty. But it's just because she's far from the actual gate. So technically it's far from people. If you guys can see the background, I need to like climb a little bit so then I can sit here. So yeah, this is Amber. She's not even that comfortable, but I talk a lot to her after work while I eat my sandwiches. Same. Yeah. I totally understand that. It's been a while I haven't give you guys a little update about what's currently going on in my life because things going so fast and I kind of freaking out about it. But here I am. I'm still living my life. Okay, I hope you all guys can get comfortable because today I'm gonna tell you about what's currently going on in my life. So this is life lately. Alright, so we're gonna start it from uni life. I don't know where to start honestly because if you guys wanna know the truth is that I almost finished my degree. But we're not gonna start from that. We're gonna start from the very So if you guys didn't know who I am, hello everyone, my name is Yeahhh and I'm currently in the UK, Brighton specifically. I'm from Indonesia and I'm freezing. So the reason why I'm in Brighton is just because I'm currently pursuing my master's degree here. I'm taking International Human Rights Law. Untuk ngambil S2 di sini tuh sebenarnya hanya 1 tahun kan. Yeah, that's why it's like faster than master's degree in Indonesia. I feel like gue nggak tahu sih. Mungkin ini semua orang beda-beda. Tapi kalau gue pribadi untuk S2 itu less drama ketimbang gue S1. S1 tuh gue lumayan banyak banget drama kayak perdramaan skripsi, perdramaan ngejar-ngejar dosen. Tapi untuk di S2 ini, alhamdulillah gue masih lancar-lancar aja dan juga gue sekarang udah mau selesai perkuliahan gue dan gue udah masuk tahap pembuatan disertasi atau tesis, tapi di sini kita sebutnya dissertation. So ya,
ingat gue dia di bawah gue 2 tahun
dan gue juga udah dapet dosen pembimbing.
Setahun ya?
Selanjutnya gue udah tinggal kerjain tugas-tugas esai gue. Setelah itu gue kerjain disertasi gue. Setelah itu gue selesai. Jadi yeah, that's about it. So that's pretty much it for my uni life. Nothing very much special, but I very much enjoyed it and I'm very happy to be here. And now we can move on to work life. So if you guys wondering, gue di sini tuh sembaring part time gak sih atau gue cuman kuliah aja di sini. And
Lalu
the
berapa?
answer
S3
is
gua,
yes,
Paros.
I do have part-time job, tapi bukan part-time yang keren kayak gue kerja di law firm atau gue part-time di company besar. Lebih ke me living my simple life, you know. So I work at the sandwich sandwich store. So technically I make
Part-time.
sandwiches, and yes, I am the one who made the sandwiches. So technically it's gonna be the best sandwiches in Brighton. I started to work there
S3 gua fighter
around 2
bro.
months ago. That was actually my very first job here in Brighton and my very first job as well, like actually working with my, like physically working. I feel like if you experience more, you can feel a lot more.
Kenapa
you know?
ini makan
So I
rendang
work
nasi?
at the sandwich place. Sometimes I work at a till. It's
Makan
fun.
dikit doang
It's
gua.
tiring. Surprisingly, it is tiring. I am surprised myself as well. Like I thought it's gonna be that easy. I thought working behind the till it's gonna be easy. I thought making the sandwiches it's gonna be easy. I thought it's just like
Ambil dengerin
you just
kehidupan
making the
orang di
sandwiches.
Inggris.
You just like talk to people, talk to them like what kind of order that they want, and you just like give them the food and stuff. And but no, it's more than that. So I'm very much grateful that I can finally like kinda open my eyes a little bit. Karena gue kan memang sebenarnya nggak pernah ya kerja seperti ini. Yang kerja gue tuh selama gue kerja tuh gue lebih kerja menggunakan otak ketimbang gue kerja menggunakan fisik. Ternyata itu tuh merupakan dua hal yang sangat amat berbeda. Gue pikir lu kerja sebagai kasir atau lu kerja sebagai tukang sandwich, masak sandwich itu nggak ada pressure-nya sama sekali. But
Ada
no,
dong.
the truth is every work has its own pressure, so it's good for us to respect one another. Guys, the truth is kita punya kapasitas masing-masing untuk berusaha. Jadi di tempat sandwich itu gue kerja 3 hari dalam 1 minggu. Itu gue kerja di hari Senin, Selasa, dan Jumat. Karena gue kelas tuh technically cuma di hari Rabu dan Kamis. Jadi
Karena
Senin,
Rabu, Kamisnya
Selasa
GO.
kerja, Rabu, Kamis kelas, Jumat kerja. Dan gue kerja sehari 5 jam. Di sini sistemnya bayarnya tuh hourly gitu. Jadi gue dibayar 5 jam dalam sehari. 1 hari itu di sini gajinya gue dapat 10 pounds. Itu lebih dari cukup sih untuk mahasiswa
50
hidup
pounds
1 bulan di sini. Di samping itu juga I'm very much grateful that I work there because gue dapet temen juga.
50 pound 5 jam
dari tempat kerja. She's actually very nice. She's like a big sister for me at work. Even though when I talk to people that I work at sandwich
sejam
place,
160-an ribu tuh berarti.
Sandwich place, okay, there's no pressure there, you know what I mean? But the truth is, it is very much busy. It is very much tiring. I often cried after I work just because I am very much tired.
Ronski.
Okay, if I live in the US and like people like the accent is like American accent, okay, I get it. But like
7 tahun 5 jam
this is
kerja,
like
iya.
a whole like another level of English. Like I thought I understand English, but I need to like ask 5 times just to make sure
Main buat
that
membership,
I get
what the fuck?
the right order.
Bentar lu, gue pengen lihat.
They have a deep roster.
Pengen lihat video lu.
Currently, we're not able to have SK Rossi and Lightning Fast here in Seoul yet, but they have some
Lah, Monyet mana bang? Monyet.
This is just the first day of ECT.
Monjet.
They don't have all the players in just yet. They will all eventually be in, hopefully sooner rather than later. But yeah, they don't have Rossi here, and Rossi is the star of the team. So, I mean, I think this match is for them either.
Jangan dirupiahin. Tapi bandinginnya makanan di sana harganya berapa nih ya? Sebelum kalian ngomong gitu, mending lu dengar orang lagi dah. Lu dengar nih. Lu dengar ya nih, gue gedein nih.
Jadi gue dibayar 5 jam dalam sehari. 1 hari itu di sini gajinya gue dapat 10 pounds. Itu lebih dari cukup sih untuk mahasiswa hidup 1 bulan di sini.
Kurang kedengeran.
10 pounds itu lebih dari cukup sih untuk mahasiswa hidup 1 bulan di sini. Di samping itu juga I'm very much grateful that I work there
untuk
because
mahasiswa.
gue dapet temen juga. Jadi gue dapet playing like, but I need to like ask 5 times just to make sure that I get the right order, you know? So I was like, oh, I'm sorry, is this what you mean? I'm sorry, is that what you mean? And the boss also British, so most of the times I don't understand like exactly what he says. That's the hardest part, the language barrier, and also he puts lots of pressures on us, even though there's actually no pressures.
Kalau kebutuhan lu tiap bulan ganti iPhone, si Chris itu namanya.
Okay, so that's about that for my work life. And now, since I bring up the friends conversation to you all guys, I figure I'm gonna talk a little bit about my friends life here in Brighton. I mean, I do have several friends here. I still love to keep my circle small, and I'm very grateful that I met several people that I truly like and I truly cares during my journey. I mean, it's very funny but sad at the same time because I'm not very much good at goodbyes, so I kind of wish that I'm not getting attached to people, but things happen. Sometimes I get too comfortable to people, and there's always one point where I need to say goodbye to them because everything is temporary in this world. So that's kind of sad, but also I'm very much grateful that I met them in my journey.
Video apa itu?
And I have several because everything is temporary in this world.
Oh,
so
teman-temannya.
that's kind of sad, but also I'm very much grateful that I met them in my journey. And I have several Indonesian friends here as well.
Siapa sih,
Di sini
Ben?
kan kita
YouTuber
punya
lama
kayak persatuan pelajar.
dari zaman
I feel like di setiap negara itu ada persatuan
Doja Raja Arab juga udah ada dulu.
Orangnya jarang untuk
Dulu tuh dia biasa sama si Danu.
Make
di gaming.
I only know several people di dalam PPI Brighton.
Vlog
There's actually
kontennya.
nothing very much interesting about my friends
Kayak
life
Patia Ijati versi
because
kecil deh.
I rarely hang out with them, but when I do, we talk a lot about everything, and it feels like we get connected even more. I love it, but I hate it at the same time. I love that there's no bad surprises lately in my life, but on the other hand, I'm also concerned about the things in the future. But okay, we're not gonna talk about that. Okay, sorry. Anyways, last but not least, we're gonna talk about my love life. I hate it. I hate talking about my love life. It's simply because I feel okay. Y'all guys can call me dramatic or whatsoever. I don't care. But I still feel like love, the term of love is very much cliche, and I feel like this is not my genre. Like love is not my genre in life. Yeah, anyways, here I met several people
mirip
as
Asila,
well.
ya, mirip.
Not gonna regret it. They're very much nice.
Ya, apalagi
but
zaman bling di TV.
I'm not gonna say that they are the problem. It's just me. Yeah, that's okay though. I don't know. I'm still not in the mood to talk about it, but
Pernah ketemu
that's
langsung
life.
waktu
I don't
YouTube
know if
Fan
I'm gonna
Fest
upload
kayaknya
this video
pertama
or not.
kali.
I don't know. I feel
Gua
like
lupa.
every time I'm close with someone,
2017
I
kayaknya
need to
pernah.
tell them exactly the truth on how I feel. Like I'm done with telling people about explaining things
Udah
to
gede
people
aja.
and
Ih,
how
udah
I
mau
really
S2
feel.
nih, YouTuber
Sometimes I
favorit
just
lu.
want them to understand me right away, but I know that's just like dumb, that's like stupid. But I'm still at this stage where I feel like love is not for me. It's a bit sad, but I started to accept
Masa sih?
that
Love is
I
not
don't
for
feel
you?
like the idea
Wah,
and
masa
the
harus gua
term
kejar nih
of
yang
it into my genre of life. I hope one day I'm gonna prove myself wrong, and I hope there's gonna be someone who's gonna prove me wrong, but I hope I can prove myself wrong. But that's how I currently feel about it, about my love life. It's very much abstract, cliche, but we're gonna deal with it. We're gonna see. We're gonna see. I don't want to talk much about it because it's simply because I still am very much confused. So I figured that I'm just gonna see how it goes first, and then just if things happen, I will definitely keep you guys updated with that. We're gonna figure it out like we always have.
Siapa itu? Ada Jaing. Dah, error. Konyol nih. Vibe-nya asik gini, sedih aja vibe-nya. Take care. Lah udah. Lu udah lu. Don't forget to subrek if you want. Ntar gue udah ketinggalan berapa video nih. Kayak gue udah dah. Oh ini nih kayak yang belum. 1, 2, 3. Ketinggalan 3 gue deh. Ini dari sini udah seru guys video aja sumpah. Gue selalu nontonin anjir. Dulu tuh zaman apa ya? Populer coba. University. Haul-haul dah pokoknya dulu. Monjet.
But I'm sure they'll have something set, right? I mean, T1 is a brand that knows.
Di mana itu di Brighton dia di Inggris. Sabar kita kasih dulu apa namanya? Bansos untuk kalian semua adik-adik ya. Karena like-nya udah 500, kalau 1000 dikasih lagi 500 nih. Subsidi. Ayo siap-siap di hub 1 2 hub. Hub Bang. Nyebutnya bagus tuh monyet katanya.
Yeah, I mean he was playing that controller over in Lock-in, and quite frankly, he was one of the more consistent players here for Global Esports.
Yeah, I mean the big
Ada monjet cuy.
You know, he's got big shoes to fill here with Rossi not here, and obviously this is a totally new environment to be out here. In this crazy stadium that we're casting from here now that we're finally all centralized.
Kayak saatnya mode matiin nyalain guys.
Yeah, definitely. Monya is from he's Indonesian, and I know a lot of the team. We said they're very global. They're very international. They got Korean players, they got Indonesian players over here, Canadian.
Si Asep nih nggak boleh kelihatan si Asep. Bosnya orang SG, oh pantesan. Ngomong monyetnya bagus ya. Monyet katanya.
I'm expecting some big
Gak nambah, mampus.
Today, but for the rest of the season. And another thing to note for Monyet and Global Esports in general, this is another team that has brought in a lot of good duelists, right?
Soalnya berisik amat emang iya. Gak nambah ya udah yang gak dapet mah ente. Namanya juga sistem bukan gue yang bikin. Capek tahu gue tiap kali bansos. Gue nggak tahu mau ngomong apa soalnya. Bet belum buka, nunggu map pick dulu ya. Biasa. 200 kan ya? Iya 200 doang. Tuh Dandy 3 lah tuh 209. Gue yakin poinnya cuma 9 sebelumnya. Ah Nopal Akmal mampus 0. Emang ada yang dapat itu pasti, nggak mungkin enggak. Kan poinnya KW, paling tungguin berapa menit. Skema yang ngomong si Abu lagi guys.
With the starting lineups for both teams having some slight changes, right? Bronski coming in for Global Esports, and then we've got Intro coming in, at least for the first map, in place of Bad. And I will just say this, if Intro is playing, I actually think T1 might have the edge, but my overall prediction does lie for Global Esports.
Pakai mod apa? Exom.
And their calls just seemed just a bit cleaner than what T1 was able to prove.
I think I'm going to go with T1. I think this sounds corny, but I think they do hit that home.
Bet all in mana saran?
And I think that, you know,
gue nggak tahu nih.
Again, a game like this where so many
T1 juga lumayan, bro.
Played not in environments like this. I think that is to T1's benefit. Look,
udah mapic belum nih, nunggu intro dulu.
Okay. That's sick.
Nunggu walk in baru mapic terus agent select langsung.
Like I said, it's really hard to
Gimana atau GE?
I do think Global Esports is a bit of a
kayaknya GE Fighting sih kayaknya ya.
So much unpredictability with them, and if there's anything I've seen in Valorant, it's like unpredictable.
Kalau sih nggak main kok, tenang aja, bisa lah ini. Airin.
Reason why I decided to go with Global Esports also.
Coach Magic mana? Terawih kali Coach Magic.
I mean, all fair, right? And that's another region. We talked about Japan in the previous match while we saw Zeta Division, but South Asia has been just huge for Valorant. They've really been growing.
Saya player sama Airin mantan main NA, iya. Saya player kan main di The Guard, Airin main di Exet. Cuman kalau saya playernya segacor zaman The Guard, mengerikan bro. Ganti judul, ya nih mau. T1 versus GE.
Very exciting times. And one of the other things I'll give an edge to Global Esports is quite frankly the IGLing. I think Aaron just has a little bit more experience.
Langsung Pope nggak main, harusnya enggak sih.
Compared to Munchkin, who also has been IGLing for a while, but the stylistic.
Tapi harusnya sih udah beres masalah visanya, cuman nggak tahu main atau enggaknya.
Flexibility and the mid-round calling than what we saw from T1 over at Lock-in.
Yeah,
belum dibuka, belum. Nanti nunggu mapic dulu ya.
Global Esports take a big upset. I do think T1 if they don't
Bet
take
siapa
this,
ya?
I'd be
Nggak tahu
worried for them
nih.
in general for this, because I think there are these expectations for them, and the fact that they do need to actually produce some results when you have, you know, an org that's Korean as big as this, you know, repping them. So fingers crossed for them. Let's see how they do.
Have you guys personally been to the T1 tower?
Agak taraweh, gue taraweh abis ini di rumah gue.
Yeah, I've only seen videos. You haven't
been there?
You're only the old.
Why did they let me do this?
Yeah, you're the boomer esports. You haven't even been to the T1 HQ.
No, I haven't.
It's
I only had the phone.
Ramen aja biasanya kalau bisa sampai champion LA. Arik mancing TO. Bacot nih si Arik.
There's a ball and chain under the steps. You guys can't see it, but a sleeping bag drives right over there.
The T1 HQ is actually really nice and funny to say, but they actually have one of the better catering I've had at different facilities.
Oh, no kidding.
It's
Di sini pernah member chat only nggak pernah?
It's mostly Korean food, but they actually have a
Ntar nunggu lu abu, gue member chat.
at all times to really
Iwan sih kayaknya soalnya mantan Sersia. SK Rosen nggak main, lu jadi bingung.
when I visited, it was a couple years ago, they were like working on their food garden and everything just so they could have like an rest area for people to just get some fresh air in the
Emang gua, wah mampus lu Arik, kena timeout 5 menit.
Are they like gardening like
Mampus chat lu pakai sosiabas.
then making for their
I don't
players?
know if they're making vegetables.
Ayo.
I think it's probably just like a couple plants they water up there.
Emang gua gitu Bambang kalau ngejek.
I mean, hey,
Kasih 10.000 ya Bambang.
We do know that Faker likes to, you know, garden at home as well. That was in his old documentary, so maybe he's the gardener.
Who knows?
That's his retirement plan is gardening on the top.
Arton Eko kena timeout 50 jam. Anjay, goodbye.
That's the next logical step.
But honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they are either working on or have some sort of facility. And if not, surely because of what they've learned by building that HQ, wherever they have it set up, it's going to be catered to what the players need, right? And that's one of the advantage of being a Korean.
Kalau nama T1 jauh, iya makanya tadi gua bacain aja, nggak gua koreksi.
It's not going to take any longer, right? You know where you want to go. You know what's important for the players. You know what the environment's like, the traffic's like here in Seoul.
Like your reaction.
In some ways, that is a slight edge to some of these Korean
Balas
orgs
ke?
where you can set up a more comfortable environment for your
But
players.
I gotta say, I'm really happy that we now have all the teams finally here.
Oh, it's so exciting.
Because it really does level the playing field. I mean, there's a little bit of a growth spurt you got to go through if you are a team and you got to get your players.
Apakah aku harus member? Langsung aja tanda suruh member ya.
Simple, but yeah, you got to be able to get your players trafficked around the city and
Alah!
integrate a little bit. But then everybody's on a really good internet connection. They can all practice kind of in the same environment online.
Against offline, so that's exciting for both the players and the fans. Not only
Apakah bekerja dengan baik, guys?
but just across
Kita
the
coba
world,
ya.
right? Watching right now on stream, and I'll say some of the players and teams have been adjusting quite well, right? Two teams that we're going to see tomorrow, like Paper Rex, they had that video showcasing their schedule where they were traveling around their neighborhood, and then Cruz from Talon was doing a little dance video with Hype Boy where he wanted to challenge
Bentar,
Boaster, who's not even playing
kenapa?
BCT Pacific, but he wants to meet him later. But he was talking about how
Udah dibuka belum bednya? Belum, Arik, belum. Bentar. Gue pengen lihat madunya. Buset, merah bener tuh madu ya. Itu madu 3 apa gimana sih, guys?
Really not that hard to adjust to Korea, myself included. You got, I mean, it's so technologically driven. The Wi-Fi.
Tunggu mapik dulu, kok lama ya?
Certain countries.
Udah mau jam 7 loh.
How unstable. There's a little rainstorm in the Philippines, for example, and then like the whole team can't play. So to be here on like the ultimate, like esports Wi-Fi place.
Well, that's kind of why it started and worked here to begin with, right?
Bisa gua juga ah.
Technology focused and you know the internet's very fast and quick and so
Kayaknya manis banget dah itu ya.
just a little bit. My apartment, for whatever reason, internet dies on different days at 2 to 3 p.m. So it's not all perfect, but it's generally pretty good here in
Very
Korea.
specific. I feel like it's
we've
making.
got the worst internet I've heard in Korea.
I probably am unlucky there.
That's rough, man. You gotta move, man.
I'm working on it.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Ben ada yang haus waro, apa tuh? No, Pak Akmal, makasih udah join member. Weh, bekerja coy iklannya.
Shots fired right away.
I know we just went.
Mana yang ada?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just kidding. I'm sort of. I don't know. I have yet to play against these guys. So.
Kenapa aku tidak bisa bet ya? Karena belum dibuka. Belum.
There were some
Ih, dipotong gitu.
from Victoria's stream when she.
Gak takut ada lebah apa datang ya?
I'll just let that sit out there on the internet.
I've been fully inspired by
Dikerubungin aja lu.
players. I just watch and get the
Wah, habis. Terima kasih Arik. 50 juta aja Arik.
I mean, okay, with that, I know you guys want to see game 2.
Alhamdulillah.
Getting ready for that, so we're gonna have more coming up for you right after this break. So see you guys in a bit.
Aus waro. Gue nggak pernah makan, gue pernah makan madu kayak gitu, enak, manisnya nggak enak. Oh, nggak giung gitu ya? Udah dibuka belum bednya ini? Ah, si mantra putus lo, Penita mampus. Prediksi AE versus Aura. Allahu Akbar 5 menit. Aura sih kayaknya guys. 5 menit bro.
Match found.
Aura turun bang season ini. Tapi Ayah lagi menang-menang ya. Apa nih? Alhamdulillah. Asik ya halal boy. Bah. Bah. Ibal Habibi. Makasih 20.000-nya bang. Halal boy kieu. Info judul halal boy. Apa lagi judulnya? Udah mulai Ben. Nah kalau belum mulai gue tembak lu ya. Nah kena lu anon. Mati lu. 1.
Dominating.
Udah mulai Ben. Bohong lagi 2. Kalau sampai ada 1 lagi namanya gila notis nih. Udah balik Imo, udah tapi RR-nya 0. Udah mulai belum? Tuh nanya tuh deh. Si Arton kena lagi, goblok banget Arton. Mampus lu pada. Kok ke atas banget? Allah 2 orang. Prediksi menang. Siapa 600 detik? Gue lagi DM iseng aja nih biar apa? Biar gak gabut nunggu. Deh di kanan, bah. Anjir, jago-jago banget orang. Oh. Ada yang makan Jeko, oh begitu. Ya Allah. Olwewa Bang Ben. Hah? Apaan tuh? Iya, wek kamu kena timeout, mampus. Bahasa sudah lewat udah. Ntar gue lupa cara megang mouse ini gimana ya. Kayaknya gini dong ya. Gue lupa cara megang mouse rod. Lupa gue cara ngegripnya gimana sih. Astagfirullah. Ben main wah. Oke, nah. Tipu ya. Oke, ini gila notice timeout. Cara megang tangan cewek masih ingat? Hah? Cara megang tangan cewek? Hah. Lu baru sampai megang tangan. Lu bukan golongan kami, bro. Kalau baru megang tangan, bro. Emang Bebe megang apa tuh? Kepo kan? Gue udah sampai emaknya. Allahu Akbar. Tangan emaknya ya. Kan tangan tadi kan pembahasannya. Jadi jangan out of context adik-adik kalau lagi ngebahas. Oh, Salim. Pinter. Wow.
Epic and so good. It's just so epic and man, I just wonder what it'd be like to be a player to enter with that intro, right? And to stand on that stage. Speaking of
viral sih ini bagus. Biar dicontoh. Kenapa nih? 360.
Think about Korean teams. T1 does expect to assert, you know, Korea dominance coming into this. And Global Esports, I think they're going to put up a pretty good fight.
Monjet anjay.
With having a big upset here, though. Global Esports actually takes it and crushes through. I think that would really put some heat under the Korean scene to improve even more.
T1 oke.
Korean spirit like.
T1 kan? Apa gue bilang?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the kind of the joke of Korea and some truth to the culture is that if you're not number one, you're forgotten, right?
Yeah.
So it's going to be an uphill battle for T1 and Global Esports as well. But Global Esports, I think their biggest thing, like you said, Tasteless, earlier, is perhaps their biggest enemy are themselves, right? Maybe, you know, they play a little too loose. Maybe it is a comms thing. Maybe it's the fact that
buka
they bring
Ben.
up all these
Beri
players
potas
who are
kecil
playing
monyet Ben.
different regions with different
Ya juga ya.
different styles.
Jeli juga Batu Lijik kalau mirip-miripin orang.
Just get past that boulder. The skill on this team, it has a very high ceiling.
We've got so many different stories with the different teams out here, but a good amount of the teams, and not even just the Korean ones, are that they are almost like a brotherhood, right? They've been around each other for a long time. Occasionally there's one or two new additions to the teams, but this time around, I'd say, especially with Global Esports, I'm excited to see what they can possibly do or what they can deliver. But as you were saying, William, you know, it is so important that they don't
SK Telekom T1.
This is going to be, you know, not just a matter of can they execute their strats, their comms, and do what they need to do. It's going to be a matter of, you know, self-mastery here going up against a team like T1. And, you know, one thing we do know about T1 in every game they've ever had is that they always have excellent coaching. They know how to groom and grow the best players possible in the world.
Yeah, they actually just added some coaching staff as well.
Bang, itu karena RGB kayak rumah janda, gimana caranya, Bang? Coba suruh cerai dulu sama bapak lu, terus lu ikut ibu lu. Nanti juga lu tahu.
training rather than having some set plays. Whereas Global Esports, again, that's why I give them the slight edge, is they did have certain set plays ready. They had a playbook. It just wasn't quite deep, and then there were some cases where some of their players would overheat just a bit too much. So I think Global Esports, at least based on lock-in performance, they have
udah
a
nggak ada.
slight edge in terms of starting line. But again, it's been a month, and both teams have had some roster changes at least for today's match, right? Oh, we see some
dong,
new
Mapic,
additions
Mapic,
coming up
Mapic,
on stage
Mapic.
in the form of Ronski,
Streamer
now
diktator.
representing Oceania here on the Global Esports roster.
Kalau
and then
streamer
Intro on
diktator,
team.
nggak mungkin ada live chat abu-abu kayak lu.
We should note, and we
Maksud
mentioned
lu ngatain
this in the
diktator
previous best of
apaan?
three, but it's probably worth mentioning for the next even week or two here with the Korean teams is that they do tend to want to default on the maps they've played the most. Right, they want to wait for the maps that are fresher, that are newer.
Grab Unlimited.
For later.
Oh,
We'll see
woman.
if that's going to be the case this time around.
I'm curious about this. I wonder if it's simply that T1 just don't feel that they've had enough time to work on the new split yet, because while Global Esports did pick it at lock-in, it didn't look good, okay? I'm just going to say it like it is. They looked like they had a tough time against Vitality. So curious to see that T1 still bans it out, knowing that Global Esports at least feels comfortable on that map enough to pick it.
It's also possible there are mind games going on. We can't
Aku
even quite follow
dibungkam,
because
dia
there's so many
nangis.
matches that have to be played here. It's possible they have certain strats or plays they're saving for other
Okay,
teams that
bro.
maybe they feel like they can, get
Oh,
away
mapnya
with
G,
this best of three, or maybe on another map they want to try something else out here. First pick is going to be going to Pearl.
All right, I mean, this was the map they had a win on, right, for Global Esports. They were able to win that second set, and they looked good on it. And this was another, and I'll even say, I mean, this was something that Aaron and his teammates continued to look comfortable prior when he was on X set as well. So I think there's just some comfort in terms of set plays and in terms of calling. And then Haven going to be T1's pick. Again, it seems like T1, they want to stick to kind of the more traditional maps that have been around a while, where even if they haven't had as much time to work on set plays, every player is kind of used to their own position here on this map.
Yeah, a lot of times Koreans will go for kind of more of a comfort opening instead of maybe trying to be creative and maybe playing some of that more experimental stuff, whether that even be with maps or even with agents, to save that for later on. So the Haven pick, not shocking. I think T1's going to be a tough opponent on that as well.
Lotus is still left open, right?
Yeah.
Hasn't been
Lotus
banned
decider
yet.
kah?
We'll see if it comes through on the second ban, but I think both teams might be playing a little bit of chicken, looking at Global Esports wanting to ban out Ascent. Again, a very traditional map, but also one that does rely kind of heavily on certain operator plays and things like that. So Global Esports going to be taking that away from T1 and Icebox.
Wow, Icebox ban, okay.
That leaves Lotus.
Lotus decider berarti.
If we get to a map 3, we're going to see what these two teams have cooked up here on Lotus. Global Esports did play Lotus at lock-in as well, but again, the maximum we saw it from most teams was once, and it was a one and done at lock-in. So the meta still very much a question mark here for Lotus.
Yeah, well, the good news is I think it is realistic we do go to a game 3 here. So I think we're going to get to explore the way these teams play on all 3 maps.
That'd be very exciting. And all 3 maps very different in terms of style as well. Even though Haven and Lotus are both 3 sites, Lotus, I would say, is even more attacker-sided. Does lead to a bit more of a chaotic playstyle. Just given the entry points for each site, they're a little bit tighter
si
than
saya
they
player
are.
mainnya lebar
So
bener.
I'm curious to see how each team has really broken down their own translation of each of these 3 maps.
And in a second here, we're going to be going into the agent selection. So we, got to see, are we going to have anything crazy, anything that's out there? Earlier on in the last best of 1, we had some pretty vanilla stuff coming here. So I've got my fingers crossed. We maybe even have a Gecko pick.
Gecko, guys.
Yeah,
Apakah?
On this
they
patch
pick
right
Gecko.
now.
It's like, who's that? Who's the guy with the short hair? What's that?
Well, I mean, T1 is picking the much more
Nope,
current
tidak ada
meta,
Gecko.
right? With Harper and Viper.
Monjet
So they're
tetap
going
dengan
with,
Astranya.
the same picks we saw actually from Zeta Division with Carpe on that Sky instead of the Sova. So that's a big change, right? We've only seen Carpe really playing that Sova. Now he's picking up the flashes, so he's going to have to be even more in tune with the team. Meanwhile, in Global Esports, they're going to favor the KO and the Fade, so the double initiator, and then the Astra. So a bit of a kind of previous patch meta here, but nonetheless, in terms of theory, double initiator, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, we got texture on Jet again, something, if you've been watching the cast here from this studio for a while, we've definitely seen him on that agent quite a bit, and so this is going to be a fun one. We are moments away from getting started and going into this on our first map.
That's right, I do think
Si
our
Juan
customers
Nico
are
lihat
ready.
tuh.
Let's toss it over to
All in.
and Achilles. Take it away.
Ngebetnya global e-sport.
Yes, indeed, we are ready. Thank you guys so much for breaking things down and setting the stage for this matchup. So here we are, and it's time now for
Gacha.
Global Esports versus T1. Now, quickly before we jump into this game, gotta point out, got 3 players on the side of T1 whose competitive careers in FPS began on this very stage, all the way back in Overwatch Apex run by OGN. You've got Carpe, you've got Saya Player, you've got Munchkin. These guys have been on this stage before. They have played in front of incredible crowds, and they find themselves now back home where it all began. Batsy as well, I suppose. But actually, no, he was.
I'm not sure.
I believe he was contenders. He wasn't playing during that era. I don't believe.
I was curious. I actually obviously don't know too much about that compared to you, so I'm really curious. But I mean, a really exciting matchup because there isn't a ton of tape on the current iterations of these teams, even before they made changes after lock-in. So not a lot of tape, a lot to prove here between them. And I had a really quick talk with the GE coaches before we came in here, and I just said, hey, what's the game plan for today? What can you tell me? And they said
nothing.
No, they said, look, we're just trying to focus on ourselves because there's just too many unknowns here. We don't know how set heavy. The Des really talked about this, and I think this is a great point that, you know, we didn't see a lot of set plays out of T1 at lock-in compared to GE. So GE
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, tutup. Dar.
And my price to pay for getting that info is I have to give a good old.
Oh, kita lihat apakah global bisa. GE fighting.
There you have it. Intro for now going to be the lone member from T1 setup.
Sendiri B-nya ya, oke, di retake berarti nih.
You can see though, deep spread here from the side of T1. Still have to wait for a couple of these rotations to come through, but
Tekstur the Korean Jack.
behind the squad, but there's a turret set up to catch him on that flank. Should be hearing this now as the plant will be coming down.
Buset si Baji, berani banget lo Bajri.
Turret just got cleared, and that's going to send 2 members of GE towards B main, trying to open up space, trying to follow up.
Lah, monyet Astra lah, si Raipan baru pertama kali nonton GE berarti.
Jumping on the corner, flash comes
Uy.
across. Zeta now looking for the follow-up kill.
Wah, konyol.
Long range right click of all
Di klik kanan, let's go T1.
Finds himself the last man standing, the Cove needing to be broken, and Intro is just going to hold for this one, and Zeta will find a third. T1 go ahead and kick off with a pistol round victory.
Kocak,
This
Indian
is such
people.
a great start here for T1, and the way that they're going to clear backside is so crucial.
Kayak player banget ini,
Even though
Bang.
they have to sacrifice a player to do it, they send Munchkin through. He's stunned up. He's still following the orders, following the comms of Zeta, and that's a really good sign here for your new IGL, that your players have trust in you.
Munchkin dari Jepang,
Even
kasih
when
ingat
the
gua.
is bad. A lot of players are going to turn around when that
Ini ya,
false
nama
comes
timnya.
down, stuns you up.
CR ya?
Munchkin's like, nope, I'm going to
Crazy
do a dirty
Raccoon.
job here, and I'm
CR
just
kan,
going to
Crazy
push
Raccoon.
right
Kalau
in
nggak salah.
and break some space. You can see there, they even try to lead him with the
Aduh,
Trailblazer,
monyet
but
baru awal
everybody's ready.
main
And then they stun for Zeta
main
and
offline.
hop on through. So
Main offline,
really
ya.
nice retake here for T1.
Iya kan?
Baru awal main offline.
See how they're going to be able
Susah ini.
to do this. And don't
Mental ya.
leave all right, they got it.
Enggak dong, kedua
Gotta
kali.
gotta work
Pertama
that
login.
fist bump synergy, but, hey, welcome
Pertama
back.
login.
We're still at 29.
Iya, login ya.
Once again,
Ya,
Login
pertama
main
login.
ya.
Login main.
gotta have a tech pause.
Is this
2.
what? Deja?
Waktu itu kalau sampai login
Yeah.
gue lupa deh.
Kenapa ini kayak match pertama dah 1-0 langsung teh pause.
Stage they began with. We're back after the first pistol round of the series, and yet again we're gonna have a tech pause. So hopefully nothing too serious. As soon as we get word as far as what's going on, we will be able
Monyet
to
tadi
push that
controller.
out to you guys. But
Iya,
hopefully
dari
it'll
login
be
juga udah
done
controller,
quickly,
Cik.
and we can once again
Oh iya, gua
get
nggak nonton
underway,
soalnya.
Dia
because
controllernya.
we don't like to see the momentum get halted. We
Cocok
wanna be
banget
able to just
tuh.
keep plowing forward. and
Ya
see
gimana?
who takes the lead. But
GE
already
udah
a
kayak
solid
Blue Lock,
start
ini
here
isinya
for the
duelis
side of
semua.
T1 picking up
Duelis
that
semua
pistol.
ya.
See how
Iya.
they fare though, moving forward into this one.
Problem dah kayak keluar
Monyet
mana nih.
asal mana? Bali.
Yeah, I mean, look, if this history repeats itself even further into this match,
Nih bestinya Flip jeder dik
T1's
anjay.
gonna look good out the gate for the first, 4 or 5 rounds.
Tekstur,
Yes.
tekstur
And
itu
then,
DK tekstur bukan sih?
fall apart. So,
Broski.
hopefully that's not the case.
Tekstur emang
I-
DK ya?
Tekstur.
This match
Gua nggak tahu.
and
Coba lu
the
cek,
talent
coba lu lihat.
team secret match later on this week,
Tekstur.
tomorrow actually, should be
Tekstur setahu gue DK
our two
tekstur deh.
best matches of the week. I think in terms of like what we've seen so far in terms of like
Partian-partiannya si itu yang tadi kan?
Exactly, having
Si
them be
tekstur
a
tuh.
little bit more
Hmm.
matched. So
Si siapa
curious to
tadi
see
mas
how
yang sebelumnya
things
tuh?
have gone, because obviously we had a press
Aduh,
conference a
gua
couple
lupa
days
namanya.
ago
Foxy 9.
push some questions over toward Bash.
Iya, itu
Damwon tuh. Sama Lakia.
Deka tekstur.
Enggak, DG.
It has just been an upward
Iya bener Deng, Deka iya Damwon Gaming Deka.
Tekstur kan?
Iya. DWG Ki. Oh, Deka tuh karena Damwon Kia Ji. Ya sama Kia. Sponsornya. Pasti Damwon Gaming. Iya benar.
Abang-abangan ini terperongkong aja. Deka tekstur sama itu Foxy 9.
Supposedly things have been moving in the right direction. It's time to prove it.
I was thoroughly impressed with Carpe at lock-in. I mean, I thought he was placing his utility really well. I thought his timings were good. His shots, his shots are the one thing that I don't think are ever going to be in question in my mind.
PRX RRQ sih, tapi di akhir aja. Quick terakhir. Terakhir banget. PRX RRQ
is not going to be of any concern to me. It's going to be more about his utility usage and his timings to be a really effective Sova. And what I saw in lock-in was extremely promising.
Yeah, absolutely was. Should hopefully be able to get things underway here in just a quick little moment and see how things are going to fare as we get ready to jump back into this.
Si Yeahhh masih pengangguran kok, nggak ada yang ngambil. Galau kali.
Ada pasti dia mah tinggal nunggu.
Gak mungkin. Dia mah tinggal milih kayaknya. Tinggal milih.
Things happen, you know, it's the first day with so many things
milih dia mah.
Aku mau Yeahhh. Langsung.
Inaugural day of the VC.
Kemarin kayak kalau nggak Marv itu Yeahhh.
Taruh dulu yo.
In Korea, a lot of similar faces, but a lot of new faces from Korea that had journeyed abroad previously and are now back with us. Is super exciting. It's just an
tapi kalau tensnya benar-benar hiatus, kayaknya bakalan itu dah, bakal Yeahhh.
Hiatus apa?
Hiatus tuh kayak rehat gitu dik.
Iya sih, mau rehat deh, gosipnya.
Ya nggak tahu kan kayak dia sakit gitu kan. Ini kayak absen ya.
Nggak ngaruh juga kayak dia ini deh. Rehat deh.
Nggak ngaruh juga.
Ngaruh.
Si Tenjet sih masih carry jika dari terakhir.
Yang masih jago.
Mampus lu Arton kena lagi.
Lagi pakai kayu ya.
But you know, the rest of the region has had its ups and downs. So now we want to see these guys all start really playing against each other more.
Sulit ganti intense duelist dik.
Starting to push each other more. And you know, for DRX, they want that.
Oh, di PI gue masih 800 anjing main PMP pantas kok berat banget ya.
Nah, emang di PI lu berapa?
Tadi 600, gue kalau main PB gue turunin 600 aja.
Oh, turunin. Banyak gini yang kena TO bro, lihat tuh.
To improve at a game. And the DRX, they've been sitting on the top for so very
long. Red hair, anjay.
Only a handful of people have really ever been able to topple them in history.
Si siapa yang bermasalah sih?
Si Wronski kali.
Delivering them their first ever loss many moons ago.
Zoe.
Aside from that,
Zoe Ben monitornya Ben?
Iya Zoe. Not had that pressure on Slay.
360
up one single best of 3
kayaknya deh.
Around Robin.
Buset, turu. Turunnya. Enggak sih, kayaknya masih 240 Jik.
240 ya? Dari iya sih, dari bentuk-bentuknya.
Dari bentuknya masih 240. Masih yang lama.
Tapi kok ininya bagus ya Ben?
Apanya, bracket?
Bracket apa ya?
Gak tahu itu bracket apaan anjir, miring gitu lucu dah.
Fleksibel banget anjing.
You gotta go through the gauntlet. You gotta test your metal against the best of the best to be the best of the best. It's very rare that you.
Saya player masih aneh bangsat ini.
Cara mainnya meja tinggi, keyboard sama mouse jauh.
Set history that they had, you know, in Counter-Strike, in TAC FPS to be able to kind of propel themselves naturally into this scene. So
tadi malam Degard menang nggak ya? Tadi malam, tadi pagi.
So fun for me. It's such a great learning experience because we get to see so many different
menang 2-1 gila. G2 lower bracket dik DNA. Lawan Paja iya. Dikalahin oksigen. Eskarosi iya di GE tapi dia lagi kena masalah pisah. Jadi nggak main. Nggak tahu kenapa. Tuh lihat tuh, saya player tinggi bener.
Really keen on this global esports team. I think there could be a real.
Ya lu dari Valorant Pasific kan Ben? Ini
ya, Valorant Pasific.
Right? That we can have truly global teams. That that we can really
Biar sama kita detiknya, bro.
start to grow beyond our own regions, to start to really be able to bring these communities together.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that experimentation, if you remember, all the way
Samping
back
ke PRX menurut lu gimana?
was it
Ya gimana tambah kuat aja nggak sih, Ji?
Oh, yes.
They imported a
Gantiin for second di duelist, for secondnya main flex.
player on a Korean team. And while these aren't Korean organizations that are doing this global, obviously coming out of India, they're still saying, you know what, we can take these components, we
Mengerikan
can
itu
take Korean
something.
players, we can take duelist players, 4 of them in fact, put them on a team together, have this mixed language, and still potentially make things work.
Ini kan diambil
Saw
top
those
3 ya.
glimmers
Bisa lah. PRX satunya. Gue penasaran Secret sih, Jik. Segala kemarin nggak ya? Waktu di login, buset ngeribat.
You can tell that they are very much leaning into the family aspect around the squad, and it's being felt. Everybody's riffing with each other. Texture's making fun of Aaron, Aaron's making fun of Bazzi, and they're all hanging out
Masuknya DBangkong ke C9 menurut lu gimana? Menurut gua sih, kalau emang gitu jokesnya kurang lucu. Something Rusia ya, Rusia. Dava cadangan jadi nggak tahu. Top 6 yang masuk playoff ya. Emang 6 ya? Oh iya 6 benar. Adiki apa? Hadiahnya berapa? Price pool $250. 250.000. Split 2 kapan? Apa game apaan tuh Split 2?
In the offseason, when we started seeing this team develop, it's like this just like they've lost the plot. I don't know what's going to happen here, but they actually have been going about it in pretty much every single correct way to make this otherwise unorthodox system and an orthodox roster function properly.
You hit 2 really great points here that I really want to expand on a little bit because I think we have time. First of all,
menurut lu RRQ bakal bisa masuk playoff gak? Gak tahu, kita lihat dulu aja, main dulu di week pertamanya gimana.
Eliminating these clicks, making sure that it's a whole team effort. It's not just pockets of players that are trying to play together. Right? It's the whole shebang, and that's
Zeko di
absolutely the right
Split
process for any team. It doesn't matter who they are. So first of all, the way they talk really impresses me.
Itu kayaknya logo Valorant Master gitu, Ji. Buat di kamar bagus deh.
On their ideas, and beyond that,
buat di belakang lucu dah kayak.
Further bring that home is you're talking about they took all these duelists and turned them into great players in other roles. Well, what's another team that did
yang punya si Rayak juga ada kata.
So that's it's for success. I mean, it's absolutely
yang nggak masuk playoff udah tentu detonation, iya kah?
Assalamualaikum, they can learn these other agents and fill in those roles extremely well. Mako and Buzz. Perfect examples.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, again, it's still early days. We've only had that single series and a single round here in Pacific so far to make any kind of real judgments. It seems like the overarching approach from Global is good.
Si Arab, gak tahu si Arab.
They should be able to get to that level if they're not already. Time will tell. As we are getting ready to go back into the game, I do believe, at least
I see a countdown.
Shortly. The countdown is happening. It's a question of,
is it real?
Is this a test round? Is this the real thing? And it seems like it's going to be the latter. So we will be able to go back into this. Thank you guys for bearing with
10,
us
9, Jik,
as
8.
we once again guide you through with our lovely little podcast. This episode brought to you by what's one of our sponsors?
Alhamdulillah.
HP Omen, Logitech.
Ralph Lauren. It's brought to you by Ralph Lauren. Anyway.
Ya, suara in-game kecil lagi anjir.
Actually, like, really nice.
Well, early flash out just to confirm some presence around A. Global Esports not too fussed about it. Just go ahead, grab the orb, try to feed it texture. Now they're going to cut noise. See if maybe they can play around with some misinformation here, but it seems like they will just go ahead and drift back.
Yeah, I like these kind of eco rounds where you're getting the most value out of them that you can, and obviously you want to win it, getting the orbs, getting a couple trades where you can, overstack an isolated player, try to see if you can get a kill onto them. That flash is going to confirm that no one is over the main. So coming in through Art underneath this is GE. Going to try to sneak underneath the noses. Now there is the alarm bot right in front of them, and that's going to reveal their presence. Let's see if they press the go button.
It does get broken, but they're actually going to cut back through and move over towards water.
I like this.
And then potentially, wrap into that mid link. Seems like that is going to be the case. Intro.
30 seconds left.
The lone guardian here. Spectre in hand, does pull back, is going to be surprised, so cannot throw down a snake bite here. Try to slow them up, but they have the crossfire.
Buset, enak bener tuh dikasih makan.
Will mow down 3, intro claims 2. Ends up being a flawless round. It's just the anti-eco now out of the way. See how they fare now with GE getting some rifles into their hands.
Well, I liked a lot of the ideas there, but Global Esports just had a better one. You know, intro here, falling back, and even though he gets hit by that 0 point, you know, that's a pretty big piece of the puzzle to hit, to remove that utility out of that player's hands. Doesn't matter. The crossfire was there, and that's just easy cleanup for T1. Now, I forget, who did you predict here? Who did you out of this match? T1 or GE?
I don't typically like to talk about my predictions when
Too
I'm
bad
actually
it's on
casting.
Twitter. I can go look.
I did go for T1 here.
Okay.
Admittedly, I think that
I
with
went GE, so.
I was expecting that intro was going to be playing, and I liked
You're a big intro fan.
Yes, I have been for quite
Absen
some
Ben
time.
telat. Yang telat pakai apa?
Not as much. I'm still a fan, but not as big as you.
I mean, I was a big fan in 2021. Let's clarify.
He had a moment where he was absolutely insane.
He was looking like the best controller in Korea.
But
I did go for
see
that.
his breach on Haven?
You can see the bite already set up here, trying to catch texture as he drops down off the top of the box. Just a little touch of damage in. Bazzi will be able to safely get the plant across.
Yeah, but tons of info there from the Haunt. It just really makes that easy for GE. They're able to just come through, get the plant down. Now you got to play for retake here as T1, but still some couple big guns there. You still got Side Player with that Vandal. You still got a Bulldog in Zeta's hands, so let's see what they can do.
Flash is going out. Texture going to be full blind there. Bazzi able to find one. Intro pushes forward, does find Ronsky for his trouble. Texture swinging the corner, takes down Carpe, but here's the flank angle from Zeta. Runs out of bullet, swings with the ghost. Finds the kill, swaps the weapon. Side Player finds Bazzi, and suddenly it's just Aaron left standing.
Oh, Global Esports IDN kayak kebalik dah. Harusnya IND kan.
And they've got just enough time to be able to get the defuse across as T1.
Idnia kali, negara Idnia.
This is the Zeta that we want to see.
IDN.
You know,
this is what we're
harusnya kan IN deh biasanya
exactly.
India.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was thinking. I mean, it's just this guy at times has really been just so good for Cloud9 when he was on there. Arguably, one of their best players for sure. A phenomenal Sova player who's now being asked to play a lot of different roles. The KO here, now the Harbor.
Tapi
and also
bahasa Inggrisnya komsnya juga
so he's putting
orang Korea tuh.
I'm seeing a lot of confidence from T1. I'm seeing them
Emang
again react to his calls well. They're doing a good job.
One man fight together
That backside. And this time around versus the pistol round where they kind of just brute force their way through the close side to Heaven. This time around they said Zeta is able to wrap through, come from the flank angle.
Indian kali, Indian tuh orang-orang India.
So nicely, so effectively, and T1 takes the bonus.
Yeah, and it seems like we will have Global calling a timeout. So that would be my assumption here, as we'll wait to just get full confirmation on that. But likely going to be the case. I think I just saw a ref give a thumbs up as well, so we should be rolling into that.
Tadi
dropping that third round, now getting kicked back onto another eco.
Dubbing buat replay.
There's blades available. Obviously, it's not a great position, a great feeling.
Manis nih anjing, harus makan kambing gua Ben.
Yeah, it means you've got enough money.
Oh, gue juga pengen makan sop buah, makan kali ya. Karena malaman dikit.
Like you're saying, squeak out a blade storm if Saya player does fall in the next
Masih
round.
ada sop buah.
Not a timeout.
Not a real timeout.
Lah, tech pause anjay.
It's a tech pause.
It's another one.
Kok mouspadnya kayak bling-bling gitu?
Are we sure?
Kayak ada glitternya anjir.
Didn't bring Pansy and Hypoc with him?
I'm fairly
sure. Okay, just checking.
Pretty sure they're back home getting ready for their own stretch to begin.
Yeah, I'm sure. Got everybody kicking off here.
What can I say? We're just we're cursed individuals.
We are. It's true.
Logitech G Pro biasa tuh Jik.
Realize this.
Mau senugi.
If you weren't watching VC2 Korea, for the last couple of
Bukan
years,
super
first of all,
light.
shame on you.
Yeah.
Second of all, we had the curse as well. We do carry that.
Nggak bisa kali dia pakai yang kentengnya.
Iya kali. Ini mau siapa nih?
It be what it do. Not much you can do other than just try to live with it. Maybe we can confer with a Korean shaman or something to see if you can do a
Saya
ritual.
player pakai tambahan meja.
Like my DRX ritual.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Lift the curse off of us.
I'm good at that. I think I can cover that now. So when I go home tonight, I'll try to come up with something. I'll try to come up with a ritual to remove this technical pause curse from us.
We literally could hire a shaman. That is a thing that we could do.
Yeah. No, I know.
For those who don't know,
Dia pakai baju
it's actually
dikis.
very commonplace for a lot of, like, when you're building a new building to have it blessed by a shaman.
Lu sebelum keyboard custom, keyboard apa sih?
This very building this very studio
5-12
was blessed
Logitech.
by a shaman. Yes. When it was constructed.
Bingung dah gua punya
somebody who was
dakiwan
a
ya.
part of
Gua dakiwan 2 juga ada.
that ceremony was none other
Dakiwan 2 mini gua ada.
Gua tadi ngecek di yang boxnya gua ternyata gua ada keyboard satu lagi aja, jadi keyboard gua udah 4 sebenarnya.
Lu cuci gudang.
Dan gua juga nggak tahu nih dakiwan kan ya.
Gak ada dusnya.
Apa namanya?
That might be right.
I think so.
Dusnya di gudang gua malas ngambilnya.
Wah, mager.
Or something like you would desecrate.
Nanti lo ada yang
Yes. Like a whole religious
building.
building. Yeah, I believe that's the case. But
I mean, bless would be like the simple way
sure,
to go for
sure.
it, but I like your word.
I had the word in my head, I just couldn't quite piece it together until the very end. But yeah, Faker
Berebak gitu make magic ya juga.
Well, you know, I feel like I'm getting a little bit
ya?
a little bit screwed here because when I was in Japan,
Kalau orang Korea gitu guys, malu deh nunjukin mukanya.
After I went to the
earlier today.
Yeah, I was there earlier today, which actually could be possible.
Yeah.
I went to after I went to the
Kenapa itu
ride event
PC-nya?
in Yokohama, I went to Mount Fuji. With one of my friends who isn't from the area, but he lived there for a long time after initially moving.
Mainan nih, anjing.
And I've known him for quite a long time from back home. Anyway, we went to there's
main
a temple
dikit-dikit
that's
doang, Ben, ya?
right at the base of Mount Fuji. It's the starting point for one of the hiking trails up to the top of Mount Fuji, and I got my fortune there, and I got the best
Tapi
one
lucu dah
possible.
waktu kemarin yang di login, Dik. Lu tahu nggak ada berita-berita maling kan?
I've lifted, you know, the curse of
Gak
this.
tahu tuh gua, apaan tuh?
Apparently that was
Waktu Gen Z dia earbudsnya hilang kan, harusnya nyolok di sound card kan, hilang di ruang latihan, hilang. 2 orang kalau nggak salah hilang. Nah, maling anjing. Gak tahu gimana cara masuknya. Kemalingan anjing.
Orang dalam gak sih?
Harusnya sih orang dalam kan practice
Orang
room.
dalam pasti, kalau biasa kan dalam ya.
Makanya. Konyol aja. Botol juga kalau nggak salah hilang. Siapa lagi guys? Namanya juga Brazil sih. Banyak pencopet aja.
Brazil emang sih.
Ini udah mah hilang Dik ya. Dia kan mau nggak mau harus beli lagi ya. Belilah $200.
Oh iya, itu kan pakai Shure itu ya. Lu ngeliat sih Ben yang di TikTok? Jadi ada kayak panitianya gitu. Jadi dia ngejelasin semuanya. Mic-nya pakai apa, itu pakai apa.
Enggak, ini mah earbuds-nya doang dia.
Oh, earbuds
punya dia sendiri. Jadi ya masa pakai earbuds lain gitu kan, Dik, udah nyaman. Beli lagi dia $200 bentot. Iya anjing.
At some point, maybe
Brazil
tomorrow.
terkenal malingnya memang.
Sneak over and try out one of the PCs because they're playing on 360 Hz. And I've
Kalau Dota apa ya waktu itu ya? Shanghai kalau nggak salah ada Jik. Itu juga ada tuh yang kemalingan, siapa ya?
Us versus the Korean casters.
Oh no, well, we're gonna get wrecked. Binbon is.
Shanghai Majar bukan sih guys, gue lupa. Ada tuh kasus maling juga. Konyol aja.
So yeah, he would probably roll us. I have played against him before in just like in-house games.
Oh, okay.
Definitely not my queues.
Yeah,
but
I was gonna say.
in like in-houses. And I gotta say, his neon is pretty nasty. But at a certain
Pialanya hilang. Oh, pialanya emang.
Anticipating that he's going to run at you.
Tai kali piala.
Pialanya hilang.
And then hide on a corner and like A lobby on Haven, and you just wait because you know he's gonna come sprinting through, and you just shoot him in the face, and then swap back over to your Vandal.
Pull out the old vanity, yeah, got it.
Lupa gua.
Sometimes you gotta play like a rat in order to beat.
Brazil top 10 kota kriminal tertinggi di dunia.
Oh, I am the same way. I'll do anything it takes. I don't care how ratty it is. I will do it to win. I am not above any of that.
Yeah. Well, obviously,
Brazil kota sih memang.
Fixed, we will give you guys any updates that we do receive, but for now, the admins are still working away tirelessly.
Ya, kemarin hilang juga apa tuh?
So that we can carry on our merry way.
Piala TI-nya hilang, ho?
Nobody wants to sell. We all want to play
except
the
for maybe
game.
Tom is.
Lah.
That's
mati ya gua anjing.
Doing a watch party. So.
Wih, cakep. Malu, aduh.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's all right.
Malu.
Have a vastly worse one.
Kameramen.
On his first casting day of EMEA. At the end of the day,
Wajar Bali nonton enggak? Kalau nonton sendiri bukan nobar tapi.
We live in a place like Korea, which is awesome.
It is great here.
You can't say that.
Indonesia uang aja yang hilang. Oh. Aegisnya Tundra hilang di Singapura. What the fuck?
Plus our league we have our own song with a nice animation.
Wah, lama banget ini anjir.
It's got a big studio with, you know, hundreds of people with capacity that we can fill.
It's true. We sold out today.
Exactly.
Tons of people here. Tons of
yeah,
journalists and
we might
staff.
have pauses, but at least it looks damn pretty while we're paused.
I had a really nice interaction with a fan during the break here. A very nice guy from China came up and said hi and knew who we were, and he's listening to the cast. So,
nice.
Thank you, David. Appreciate you coming down.
There's this other guy, this British guy who was here that came up and said hi to me. He had like a mustache and everything. He said he was trying to become a caster.
A caster?
His name was like, his name was like
Prediksi
Ben.
something bakal main kan nanti, nggak tahu. Kayaknya belum deh awal-awal ya nggak sih?
Bald guy.
Yeah. Yeah, something like
Like
that.
a white head.
He looked familiar. I think I might have seen him in Sao Paulo.
Di
as
week
well, so
tengah-tengah
apparently
mungkin.
travels around a lot too.
Itu headsetnya kayak kecil banget, iya.
So, yeah, exactly.
Similar to yours a little bit.
I hope it works out for him. I hope, you know, on his road to become a commentator.
I hope. I wish him all the best of luck.
I remember when I was in that
Sagiri
position,
player.
just trying to make it work. Brendan's
Malu
in fact
deh.
not listening to the cast.
Yeah,
but,
yeah. He said he could hear us sometimes because
Okay.
during the DRX match, because DRX was just destroying, it was getting quiet. Because there's actually quite a few Zeta fans here as well.
Yeah.
Malah justru awal-awal Ben kayak Derek ngeluarin Foxy9. Siapa tahu di awal-awal PRX mau
DRX was kind of
melesat ke angkasa, baru di tengah-tengah nyantai.
more exciting or more fun in Korean
Mau dilihat Beben bacot.
That's true.
Udah nih.
But we're riled up about something.
Udah.
Either way.
Harusnya udah nih.
A world where we're more hyped than the Korean casters. It's hard to do.
Yeah. Well, people always beg for that. Why don't you cast like the Korean casters? It doesn't, work as well in English.
Monjet.
I just had this very long talk about this on my stream the other day.
Yeah,
Oh iya, itu Pro yang lama ya, masih ada lampunya.
Pro lama itu ada lampunya.
Difference in the way that information is presented during a game. But I'm being told that we are
Harusnya kalau sesuai rumor udah latihan dari lama, iya udah lama pasti. Nah kan, mulai kan?
Continue on our merry way. So fingers, toes, everything crossed to ensure that this does not happen again. But if it does, don't worry. We'll
Karena jernih banget, iya.
as usual. More episodes for the podcast. I'm just gonna start clipping things from our broadcast when we have these, and then upload them to Spotify and SoundCloud.
Only tech pauses in the building.
Yeah.
That's the name of our
Kayak player bukan di Overwatch, sejak kapan pindah Valo? Iya, sejak gua streaming di Nimo juga udah main Valo.
Only Ronski knows what hit him.
I don't think many people would be expecting that. Munchkin was just ready.
Absolutely brutalized. Granted, again, this is going to be an eco, dropping the bonus. Blades are picked up here by Texture. Was able to
Wah, kegigit sial banget anjing.
as he tries to leap up over the top. Munchkin, just go ahead, snipe him in the face.
Yeah, the utility combo there, so good from T1.
Yang ini tuh masih pakai patch yang ini Ben ya?
Udah boleh gecko.
Destroyed
boleh.
any hope
Udah boleh gecko.
Texture was going to get any value out of those blade storms.
Paling baru dong ya? Belum ada update lagi kan?
Baru harusnya.
Waiting on that lurk. Scoops up the kill again. Push is wrapping around into Art, but once more there is that alarm bot. So at this point you suspect that they are both going to be playing together. So as soon as they destroy or trigger this thing, going to know exactly where both players from the side of GE are at.
Teori 4-0 kah?
More, it looks like they're just going to be wrapping around, going for Link, jump out, and 2 more kills for Intro, finding 3. So a flawless round here. No economic damage dealt here from the side of Global.
And now we start looking at this round as super important for Global Esports. You know, being down 4-0 already on a map that, you know, you had to heavily favor them on, just based on both of these teams' experiences at lock-in. But that being said, kind of something people have to keep in mind is there's been pretty significant changes to T1. Not only with Intro, but with a few coaches. So again, you know, GE,
Monyet dari
there
kapan
wasn't a
announce
ton
di
they could
GE?
prep for, so they needed to kind of try to play
2022
their own strengths.
akhir.
Meanwhile, T1, I think, has a little bit of an advantage here, trying to come out with, yeah, absolutely a good time for a timeout. You know, T1 could come out here with maybe a little bit of the initiative. They can come out with a few surprises, a few set plays, whereas GE kind of on the back foot because they have a little bit more tape on their players. Obviously, we have Wrongski here, but
makin banyak viewer gue dilihat-lihat memang.
Rossi, so it is a little bit different, but for the most part, you're going to have a pretty good idea of the general thought process. You still have Aaron as the IGL. You don't have a different IGL like you do with T1. So absolutely, I think GE a little bit on the back foot. Let's see if they can use this timeout to kind of change the pace, change the initiative.
Yang Indo,
you know,
RRQ doang.
One of the things that he had said when he was
Global
doing
Esports kan
a stint
India,
on the
Bang.
desk over at Lock-In was, you know, he was talking about when your IGL is finding kills, when the IGL is fragging, and how that can really inspire confidence and a drive to, you know, want to, you know, match them in that regard. You see your leader
Tuh meja udah kayak meja mau ngaji
you want to
si
be
saya
able to
player.
follow in their footsteps and have a similar impact. He's talking about that quite a bit, and right now we're not seeing it as nearly as much from Aaron as we're seeing it from the side of Zeta. So we need to see Aaron really start finding impact in these rounds, do some great shot calling, find some frags.
Aku kira IND Indonesia, kan ini IDN.
And pull them back into this.
India.
Granted, I'll hold that thought as, yeah, it's going to be a rush play coming out. Side player does get flash, pulls back. Carpe going to be taken down, and there's Aaron finding that initial kill. There you go. Fragment sent out, trying to zone him back, but you can see Global just pulling away from this position. Not wanting to test their luck anymore. They're happy with the kill that they got, and they go ahead and back away.
Yeah, the pick and run. And this is precisely the right time to kind of highlight the point you're talking about. Aaron needs to pick it up. But the thing that I was really impressed with Aaron at lock-in was his lurking. He was all over the map, hitting opponents in the backs at great times, especially on Lotus. I thought he was really not great as that map went for GE. I thought he was doing pretty well. So I like what they're doing here. Leave Aaron on his own, isolate him.
Ini B-nya belum info, mereka gambling kayaknya dah.
GE further in the round.
Gamblingnya berhasil kayaknya, Jik.
No alarm bot here, so I think, or maybe it already got cleared before I looked at the map and didn't look. But
gamblingnya berhasil ini mah.
Pulling back right into the heavily fortified B site. Oh, the alarm bot is down in B. Okay, by the doors, got it. So it wasn't there.
Pede dia gambling.
Anjing, A-nya dilepas lo bangsa.
Second guess themselves here.
Gila ya.
They thought it might have been.
Enggak aware bokong, lihat tuh chat-nya juga.
T1,
oh, aware deh.
They do have the correct read on the site. Fight to try to delay the entry. Texture up over the top of the screen. Sideplower
mati tekstur.
Waiting for
Nah, kan?
the push
Mati
out.
kan? Oh my god, saya.
Nitro's got covering fire. Soronsky gets taken down.
Kaget gak sih mereka? Hah? 3, 4.
Dia rotate itu berdasarkan apa ya? B-nya belum ada itu lah tadi.
Gak ngerti. Makanya gambling kelihatannya kan.
Gambling deh.
Gambling itu udah fix. Kalau 3-3-nya anjir.
Masalahnya nggak ada yang tahu tadi kan di B.
Gak ada. Alarm bot masih ini. Robotnya masih diem.
Yeah. What I think happened here is that they pushed towards or got outside of it, got to the spot where the alarm bot normally is. It wasn't there this time, and decided to rotate off of it and just, you know, T1 guessed correctly with their positioning, and you run into that crossfire, you run into those defenses, no matter what.
Bangkrut tujuan,
have a
mampus.
huge advantage in that situation.
Siapa sih IG lah, T1?
Airin. From Saya player up on heaven.
One of the things I will say
Airin.
is that again back
T1 GE, T1.
Oh T1. Iwan nggak tahu gua. Kelihatannya sih intro sih. Intro kayaknya.
But then we bring it back after that, and we kind of saw a bit of that. Yeah, with their series versus Vitality, they had their pick of split.
Oh Manskin, emang Manskin ya? Manskin
they crushed when they went over to Vitality's pick of Pearl. Now they find themselves selecting this map, and things are looking a little bit rough. Granted, there's still time to turn things around in this map itself. But even then, I'm not going to be counting them out of this one. Should they
kan baru masuk ya, kalau baru masuk udah nggak menutup kemungkinan IGL, Bang.
Texture with a nice timing does come in off the flank. Still though, an advantage in the hands of T1.
Masuk kayak yang udah berpengalaman.
Be abandoned over in mid as they try to get themselves back into a retake position. For now, just waiting this out. Spike not planted. Bazzi going to go for it now.
Have to plan on the other side of this wall.
It's not a default, so spray doesn't get any damage across. Right on that front left corner.
Akhirnya nggak plan.
Just outside of Art.
Tawan.
Flash out.
Monjet ketahuan Monjet.
Away in the corner.
Iya, meninggal.
The push out. Carpe gets another one. As the cove comes up and Carpe's got the finisher. Quick
satu-satu gitu meninggal.
As T1 will now move up 6-0.
Agent problem ini anjing. Agent problem banget anjing.
Agent poolnya sulit.
He is phenomenal. Now, you know, T1 guarantees them.
Orang duelis disuruh main santai.
So that was, yeah, I mean,
walaupun semuanya pakai astralnya di ranked jago mah, kalau di kayak gini beda
with this guy. He is absolutely nasty.
Pengen dah sekali gitu nge-troll kali Jik, GE mainnya 5 duelis.
Super early value. Before the flash gets ahead of it.
Buat entertain gitu, siapa tahu menang.
Prowler follows it up, but it's a little late. And
Carpe nih.
Absolutely crisp with those Vandal headshots.
Ini mode tuan rumah nih, mengerikan.
I mean, it's we can only hope that it's just that kind of
typical. Gak kena Bang.
Gila kayak gitu gak kena ya. Lagi nyamping anjing.
Iya. Lagi jadi tuan krep. Mati loh.
Saya again, not connecting the shot, swaps to the shorty in case they decide to aggress on his position.
Texture, timing.
Wrapping around the back, and it's an easy kill. Now an operator in hand. The A site widely open aside from this KJ kill.
Love to change pace here from the side of GE, recognizing that that space was being left open by double doors. The Texture is able to take advantage of it, come through for the pinch, get a really big kill. Now the lockdown, trying to set this up, you gotta know. Back alley there is going to be open here.
Ke backside loh.
Oh, slow swing.
Oh, mau perang dulu dia.
Two quick kills and he just gets
Kenapa dimajuin ya? Kan si teksturnya nungguin orang knockout tuh. Gak ada alasan maju dia.
Monyet menang gua sampai lebaran.
Trying to set it up much get fall and intro will just run him down.
Ditibek mampus.
I was so impressed with the way GE played that round. Again,
Ini kocak
kind
ini.
of recognizing that if the alarm bot was outside of art, that they had some open space and out here from T1 identifying that space.
Monyetnya baru satu ngekill ya.
To get that backstab onto Saya player, but then it's just this. I mean, you got players
Buset,
gunned up
kencang
here.
bener nih orang.
Flash as well. I was going to say, I don't think he saw anything there. I think he just kind of sensed that, or maybe he heard the updraft.
I think that they had heard the updraft. I think that there had been maybe a shot coming across as well. Either way, they just knew that Texture was going to be positioned there. Granted, yes, it's a 4K in an eco, but the manner in which Munchkin did it, so very impressive. Might not be the kill.
Yeah.
Passy, great answer back.
Okay.
Before he can dash to safety.
Wah, lain apa tuh?
Does get tagged up, not
Keling kah?
7 HP by that clip shot through the wall. They at least
Putih
still
monyet
have the player alive. Texture now moving in, finds one. Carpe only going to be good to finish off the weekend KO.
Yes, monyet.
Tries to get himself into a decent spot. Ball comes up, sprays across a little bit, trying to see if he can find any quick picks. Hope now down, instantly broken.
Masih ada orang link, kalau masih kalah sih konyol deh.
Zeta gonna be good for one. They start getting the read on this.
Konyol.
Texture
Konyol
take
Dik.
it down, but do they anticipate that Aaron is also going to be in this position? They need to be watching for it. Munchkin gets at the half, tries to take the fight. Aaron will shut it down. Global Esports now on the board here in the 8th round.
Yeah, there's that Aaron flank.
Ini map GE, iya. Butuhin nih Lord Escarosi with the OP.
Huge win here for GE. Still making it really challenging was T1, pushing it to a 2v2 there towards the end. So even investing a reckoning at that point, feeling like they had the confidence, they had the ability to potentially take that round away from GE and really put the nail in the coffin.
Liga masih grup.
Liga kan.
Hold on there with a really nice flank from
Aaron. Ngetes-tesan
awal-awal.
Sengaja ngerasain
lebih dari satu match.
They've kind of found their groove, picked up some steam. You know, Batsy getting that early kill, really setting the tempo here for them. Had a couple ults. Oh no, he's so good.
Taken down, no command out. And
he
gets himself on the board. Zeroing prior to that. What a great shot. Lockdown just going to be waited out as they continue to encroach upon this A site. Still have Zeta, still have intro. Back over towards B. Flash out confirms presence.
Yeah, caught Wrongski there. Now you're seeing some pings coming out. I think maybe there might be worry
tapi yang
about
jagaannya
flank
Killjoy nih.
I see a couple players pushing that way. Meanwhile, Monyet just trying to hold things down, looking for a aggressive push out of T1, maybe expecting some kind of pressure. It's not going to happen. Looks like they're going to set up for either a full 4-man push. A little bit of utility here. You do have the Nightfall for Batsy. Looks like he might be dialing that up.
30 seconds left.
Nightfall across. That's all the information the T1 need.
One double.
Again, sat back over at
di pick polos.
Carpe just pushes the smoke. Does find Wrongski. Shifts instantly in.
Kena jaing deh. Kena. Monyet kena.
Get that stun across. Can't make it happen. Intro now going to fall. Sprays out through the smoke. Bazzi managing to find two. Finds a third. Carpe will shut him down.
P1.
Now needs so much more.
Mongjet.
The 1v2. Both players damn near full HP. Carpe down to 42. Goes for the tap. They know that this isn't a commitment. They get the right read. The push comes out. Timing a bit off. As Aaron will go ahead. Be the finishing blow. GE put a second round
bangun GE fighting.
Yeah, just phenomenal discipline from the side of GE on this.
Belum dapat flawless nih tadi.
Holding back, even though Carpe has a really nice cheeky little play, trying to pick out of the smoke. This backstab here finds great timing on the Wrongski. Wrongski kind of having to act as that entry, as the KO. Still though, Batsy, crisp. Really nice shooting here from Batsy. Starting to come alive. Big first kill in the previous round. Now he had 3 kills in this round. Aaron there for the cleanup, and GE seems to be finding some steam, finding some momentum. Texture back with the Blade Storm. Gonna go up and over.
I mean, Saya was swinging back out to try to snipe him. Boldly played. Texture 5 and 9, I believe, at the moment. You can see more impact from him. This is, again, I mean, potentially a similar story to Lock-In, where we saw a lot of roughness.
Lu kepanatosan kayak gitu, Ben.
Coba
di komen apa itu?
Past that first map, it's when they really started to jive.
Kepana?
Obviously, you don't want to have to rely on a map 2 all the time. Putting yourself down at match point. You need to be able to pick up those first maps.
Trying to sneak Munchkin in here. There was a knife to check this. 2 kills and they do convert.
Munchkin finds 1. C is going to be burned. Munchkin cuts back across the opposite side of the wall. Push coming in. Snaps on the Texture's head.
Pada pakai ini anjing.
Start backing away.
Kayak pakai AUG anjing enak banget Phantom.
Kayak pakai AUG.
Reinforces position to make
AUG
this a
PB.
winnable situation.
Iya.
Spotted. It's not even Munchkin who finds the kill. He
Buset
will
dah,
get the third and final
Munchkin
round.
ngeri.
As T1 stop the momentum build up.
I love the way T1 plays this. I love the protocols in place here from Munchkin. He misses. He dodges the 0 point that goes just outside of back sight. Immediately after it's done, they pop up the toxic screen. He moves back into back sight, and they have no idea.
Yeah.
GE's not ready for it at all, and Munchkin's able to find great kills.
Itu yang ada nama tim di depan nicknya di IGL enggak bukan?
In his direction because they thought it was clean. They thought it was clear because their 0 point had just touched it. He found a perfect timing to sneak in there undetected, and that changed the round for T1. Well played by them.
Making their way forward. Heavy presence here towards A. At least want to grab the ult. Bazzi nearly with what, his 3rd Nightfall in the half?
It's a lot. He's playing really good right now.
Pretty much guaranteed to have it now. Texture dashing forward.
Oh, masih ngedes ke situ ya.
Double nanos. Gonna cut off any swing potential, but Texture still gets in front of the wall, so he didn't necessarily expecting that position. Does end up getting clipped. Munchkin, however, looking to anchor around the back of Secret. Good for 1, but Texture goes ahead and trades up.
Boleh, perangnya boleh.
Elimination. Spike now planted 4v3. Turns away from the flash, but can't steady the game. Carpe swings around, finds 1. Shot goes wide, Saya dashes out.
Ulti nggak sih, Bas?
The Nightfall's going to be committed.
Budak deh, ya kan?
And just to find 2. Saya, however,
Wrongski matinya.
Not clipped by this. Still has his audio, but Aaron comes up with 2.
Aaron mantap.
And again, that's what you want to see out of your
IGL.
Perfect stuff here from the side of Texture in the beginning part of this round. Able to win 2 huge trades off the rip that give GE the site. This is the Texture we're looking for. This is the guy who's been so consistent in Korea as a Jet player for so long. Previously for Damwon Kia.
Oh, we gotta push tuh kata si Aaron.
This is just huge here. Outdueling Munchkin. Help some friends there. And then Saya player, another nice shot, but Aaron from range. Oh, what a tap.
Yeah, just swung right into it. Gets the setup to finish off Saya. Beautifully done there. GE now very much need to net this 4th round victory for them here.
4 guys, Gobi.
Oh boy. Expecting the rush. Sends out at least 1 nano.
Bisa kabur, ketahuan lah.
Exactly where he's at, given that dog cannot clear him, and despite the fact that he opens up damage on the Carpe, takes him to 1 HP. Carpe will be able to finish it off. In the meantime, though, B-site has been taken. GE are very much entrenched. I mean, look at this positioning. No one fanning out over towards main. They're all pushing towards spawn, getting ready to just clash completely against T1.
CT bah, astagfirullahaladzim.
Instead, they're going to be challenged for it.
Taken down to 25 health.
Monyet, udah nyet, ya.
Zeta just bangs the box. Finds that kill Texture, going to be good for what pushes back out, but the trade up comes through.
Enggak banget
now
bro,
it's just Bazzi. And yeah, I mean, lockdown committed, doesn't matter. Would have flushed him out, but they find the kill all the same. T1 going to close out the first half on the
Siapa yang percaya
betting side,
Karskers?
9-3.
I really like
Kayak pakai APC 9 katanya pala mulu.
But the call here to push onto Aaron, knowing the situation, knowing that he had his lockdown, and they could remove it. One of the most crucial pieces of the equation for any team is having that lockdown. Right?
Itu si Ronski godain anjing.
And as soon as they know that they've got Aaron likely isolated, because a lot of Killjoy players like to play off on their own, kind of holding down the flanks, they just push. And Aaron does everything he can to try to
lupa sih monyet tadi tuh nggak punya dash, makanya maju lagi guys.
And they are all in and they succeed.
Yeah.
Coba kalau ingat gak punya dash.
Fortunately, gambled with cutting back into spawn rather than committing in towards mid. Wasn't sure if there was going to be that extra alert coming out of Art, so kind of felt like he was in a rough position. Had to just maybe cut across over towards B, get himself into shops, but there's just far too many people encroaching on his position. They just can't get away. So a very solid defending side here for T1. But this also
terlahir sebagai duelis, bergerak main controller.
So now we'll have to see
No.
how the shot calling is going to look as they swap this side.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a key here for GE is, the defender side, it's kind of something they would like to lean into, but also getting that op into Texture's hands. If you guys aren't super familiar with Texture, he's a phenomenal opper, extremely consistent. He may not be the flashiest opper, he may not be a guy who's updrafting all over the place and doing wild stuff with it, but he's super consistent, he's super clean with it. He has always really impressed me with his sturdiness as an opper. So, the sooner you can get that into his hands, the better to try to turn this around.
And they definitely need it. They need that impact. And with some great moments in that first half to, be able to net them those 3 rounds. Texture as well, joining him right near the top.
Lah, astagfirullahaladzim, take pause lagi.
At this point, I can do nothing but apologize.
Besok kelarnya anjing.
19972, buset.
We're just destined to have this happen.
It's just one of those days. It's just one of those days, man.
Yep.
Gak bisa denger dia, kasihan tuh katanya.
So we'll wait for an update, see what the issue is. Seems like it may be on the GE side.
Kenapa ini mejanya GE banyak masalah bener?
Kenapa sih deh?
Gak kedengeran katanya.
Get things underway.
Yeah.
I gotta say, obviously,
enggak punya ada
a bit of a
suaranya.
rough start here for Ronsky, but it is
Apa
worth
iya?
reminding everybody this is his
Ternyata
first
dia tulis di
official
tempat.
VCT
Oh,
event, especially as far as something international, because this is
Tulis di
very
tempat
international. We have an extremely international
Ngeri
league.
juga.
Right, he's played other stuff before, but
all of Asia involved.
Oh,
in this.
Iqbal sih yang
And
tuh ini Iqbal
Grant,
tuh.
wasn't
Apa tuh?
able to make it over to lock-in.
Yang pas
Didn't
gue
get
mau
to perform on
PPWC
that
itu.
stage.
Tek
We saw
pas.
Dia
Rossi
beli minuman
in
ya,
his
beli
position.
beli
Now that
minuman.
Rossi can't be
Minumannya
here,
botol beling itu.
we see him stepping
Terus?
up. So this is
Pas
a
kan
bit of a
kesenggol tuh jatuh ya.
debut for him.
Belingnya kena
There's
tangan
obviously
gitu robek anjing.
Anjir.
a lot of
Tan
added
kanan.
pressures that are going to be coming
Ya,
in.
buat nge-aim anjir.
Go ahead and take a look back at the replays from this first
Lumayan
half,
panjang
though.
lagi anjing. Untung
They're able to close out this last round.
I do
Robeknya pas dia mau bersihin
credit
gitu, Jik.
here. Yes, the first
Pas
7
iya.
rounds, whatever it was, they lost
Anjir
in a
si
row.
Albert.
Not ideal, not the way they wanted to go. But in the second quarter, we'll
Berarti
call it
sebelum
that.
main tuh, Jik.
Sure. First half is
Pas baru
important,
pas
right?
mau berangkat, pas baru nyampe bandara sana, Pak.
Iya.
Oh, pas lagi transit.
Exactly.
Gue lagi
I remember
transit
the
di
In the second quarter, I thought they were
di
making
Belanda
good
maksudnya.
adaptations again,
Anjir.
playing off. Even when they lost rounds, playing off that alarm bot positioning, trying to rotate in and around that, even though it didn't go their way. The ideas are
Bayang itu
solid, I
megang
think,
mos.
fundamentally.
Perih,
And then
perih.
I really like the way that Batsy, like you mentioned, he was really cycling through those nightfalls.
Zoe
Really quickly.
Divina anjir.
And towards the end there, we saw one where he threw it out as part of their execute, and then he
Oh,
saved
Seven.
it the other
Mana pakai Zoe
time
itu?
for part of their post.
Bukan tadi si T1 tadi kayak ada Zoe Divina.
Little things like that
Masih
actually
wire.
make a huge difference because it
Gue masih
throws
ada
your
nih, Zoe
opponents
Divina
off.
tadi
It
di
makes
box.
their
Masih ada lu.
ideas and their
Ya
planning,
ada anjing.
their
Pas pas
protocols
ngobrol
Warna apa?
much more
Biru,
difficult to
pink?
follow through with.
Warna
So,
biru gua.
Oh, biru.
there's some good things to take away here for GE, but right now T1 looks really good.
Yep.
I am super impressed with the way they're being IGL'd by Zeta. I think he's calling round around some really good in-the-moment decisions. Everybody seems to be on board. The communication seems to be great. I'm seeing just commits.
Lama nih Bang, mau lihat
right
kers Bang.
decisions. They're confident in that.
Aduh.
Like you were talking about, when your IGL's fragging as well, but also when he's making good calls, that sets your team up for success. It really just fuels that confidence.
Yeah. I mean, we're talking about
Nih mosnya si Texture apa sih, Dik?
for both of these squads. I mean, let's talk about
Sabar,
pressures on
gue
T1.
nggak lihat lagi.
They come into
Itu yang
this,
biru-biru sebelahnya monyet Texture kan ya?
organization that, during their time
Belum,
trying to
nanti
compete in
itu.
North America, didn't find much success, didn't
Iya, tuh,
qualify
biru
for a couple
gitu.
of those challengers splits.
Penasaran.
Now they come in under this organization name, the most successful Korean org.
Oh, Bazi.
Period.
Kalah orang berarti gua.
They find themselves on this
Tekstur mah
team
G-Pro.
back on Korean soil
Tekstur
for
light
the
magenta.
first
Coba
time.
Bazi.
Oh, Bazi berarti.
roster that
Final Mouse ya?
Bazi.
had a lot of
BAZZI ya.
questions around it as far as the way that it was assembled. Carpe
Kalau
coming
di web
in,
sih mouse-nya
having
dia
not been
super
playing
light.
Valorant.
Super light.
There was a lot
Kalau
of
di
eyebrow
web ya,
raised at this.
biasanya kalau pro player mouse-nya lebih dari
Immense
satu
amount of
aja.
pressure on these players to deliver.
Biasanya.
T1 is not only one of the most
Biasanya ya,
successful orgs, but by
4
way of their
5
success,
berarti.
also one of the largest fan bases in
Berarti ini
Korea.
gua udah
Kalau
mendekati pro
banyak
player.
kalau
Suddenly come out and you're representing that.
Udah.
Gua
A lot
4
more
nih, udah
pressure
ada.
applied to you.
4.
It's normally been.
It's called passionate fans.
Gak kepake satu.
Very passionate
Very
fans.
passionate fans.
I mean, and that's the thing for T1. Like, the pressure's there
Gue
to
sebenarnya masih penasaran
not
ini sih.
just to succeed
Itu
because of the
yang
history, but
endgame
because of the
XM1
fan
ada yang
base to
ada
bring
yang
them
di
here.
virus.
To
Oh,
bring
iya,
them
iya.
to this team, to this esport, to this stadium, to come here and support them. So, yeah, tons of pressure on them, but I like a lot of the pieces they have in place, particularly for me.
Kita lihat Tronski apakah akan step up setelah tech pause?
And all around, one of the most solid players you'll find. Clearly now showing some diversity with the
Besok
way
gue
that
cukur
he's able to change in his, not just his agents, but in his role on the team. And he's still performing very well.
Cukur
Side
rambut,
player at his
cukur
best.
jenggot.
You know, we've seen some absolutely ridiculous stuff from him. Him where he just takes maps over by himself. So
Bagi link membership, tanda sur member bang.
future is bright, and I've liked what I've seen so far from Intro, and I hope it continues.
Well, talking about that shot calling, let's see how Zeta fares now on the attack, because this is where I'm expecting to see a lot more of an impact, a lot more clean calls for the side.
Oh, yang tadi itu bukan Zoe EC2, gua tahu kalau EC2. Wow, Bronski. Oke.
They lose out on texture, but
Whoop.
arrives, finds a third elimination for the
Whoop.
squad. As Carp
Flawless. Oh no.
ends
Teksturnya
up
mati.
getting cut down. Intro now on his lonesome will
Oke.
fall
Harus.
very swiftly. Global will go ahead and start things off with a pistol win.
Intro just kind of got lost in the sauce there. He was in the middle of all of this, trying to find a flank, trying to find something. But Wrongski here off the back of that great haunt, able to find 2 kills. Hopefully that gets him going. You know, set up your players who are struggling a little bit, give them the opportunity to find some value. And Wrongski just kind of W-king the back sight. Finds 2 huge kills to give. Wait, what happened to the score at the top? I looked at the top and I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah, we have to flip that around. Looks like we've realized it. It's having a little minor issue, and Texture with a nice early kill. Catches Sia player pushing out into B main. Quick shot across. As, hopefully we'll get that UI rebooted and reset for you guys here shortly. In the meantime, T1 trying to get set up for this attack on A. You can see all of that. KJ Util just dumped in front. See how they fare against it.
It's still not pulling the trigger just yet. It looks like they want to get a little bit deeper with Munchkin push through Art, and now they're going to
Saya ditungguin.
Okay, and they managed to clear it all out, so Nano not going to be able to slow them up. The Star not going to be used. Aaron swinging around the corner of the Seas. Does get used, and he interrupts that plant, but Munchkin and Carpe finding another. Pull off the spike plant. Bazzi swings in.
Bajri.
Intro now going to fall, and suddenly it's just Carpe left. But already, still decent damage found. 3 weapons knocked onto the ground. Not going to feel too bad, and see Carpe definitely going to be
Hey man.
feeling a bit more confident with his Spectre in his hand, but Texture does swing out and finds that elimination.
Yeah, this is a pretty decent round for T1, all things considered. So, by the way,
Ini skornya kebalik lagi
5-9
dik lihat tuh.
the other way around, but
yes.
GE 9, T1 5.
T1 is still ahead. Oh, okay. Texture
Balik
gets the
anjir.
opening kill there at range on the B long. Batsy again being really solid here so far in this
Tapi gue
match.
suara mic-nya kayak nggak clear gitu ya.
Continues to show us that
Iya kayaknya.
he is a no doubter when it comes to an esports player. Still has a
Iya
ton
nggak
of
sih?
talent.
Kayak jauh
No matter
gitu loh.
what
Noise
suaranya.
cancellation kayaknya.
I just wanna
Tapi
point
kalau di
out
mereka
that,
kayaknya bagus dah.
I should have mentioned it.
Dia bagus.
Start of the
Dia masuk ke output
but
ini.
actually,
Ah, baru
first
bener nih
pistol
95.
loss that this roster has seen, that Global Esports has seen since becoming a Pacific franchise team.
Oh my God, you're
We're
right.
able to get every single pistol round versus Vitality.
Yeah.
It was the
doang terus mau
follow-up
begitu ditembusin.
anti-ecos where things started to fall apart because the sheriffing coming out of Vitality was so damn clean. Intro watching, a little bit delayed reaction. Takes a smattering of damage, pulls back over towards shops and tries to go for
lu
that
dikejar lu.
fight. Prowlers on the chase,
Gigit.
but as is Texture, Monnier is going to be the one finding the kill. Full flash on the Texture.
2 flash.
To back away. In the meantime, Aaron and Bronski
Ay dibokong.
down. Looking for the steady aim. Munchkin will be able to get him in the end. And T1 arresting control away from them again. They will go ahead and close out the 3rd round of the half.
Yeah, there you go. Munchkin looking phenomenal today.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he struggled a bit at lock-in, right? And here he has looked really, really good. And that's encouraging here for T1. I think just freeing him up, maybe, the IGLing. You know, he's been in IGL in the past, so it's not like he hasn't had experience with that. But, you know, before he moved to T1, I mean.
Sure.
But, you know, freeing him up for this, now you're able to really get those lockdowns pushed through. He's only one away from that. See if they're going to make a play for the orb here, try to get him that lockdown, indeed. And then see how they want to play off of it. If they're going to commit to A site, there's already a push through Art towards mid, so a lot of info here on GE's side of exactly what they're doing.
I can see how wary they are about this approach just to get the orb. Didn't just go for it immediately.
Yep.
They're suspecting that there was going to be some kind of resistance with GE knowing that he was going to have that lockdown available, but not found. Texture now creeping back over from Art into the site. Off the ready.
Follow in the main.
Yeah, too much pressure here. So T1's just kind of, they're not liking this. They're not liking this quick adjustment. You know, even though they invested a little bit of utility, not enough that they feel like they have to really overcommit. So let's see where they want to place this. If they go to B, where they want to place this lockdown, there's kind of that cubby right on the right-hand side as you push in that you could potentially get it in. If you get real deep, you can get into the back of the site.
Running B, running B.
We want to see how this goes.
Ronski sudah siap, please.
Pressure on him to make some value.
Oh shit.
He's able to buy a little bit of time. There goes that lockdown in that cubby I was talking about, right on the right-hand corner. It looks like that is going to force GE back.
Yeah. Nade goes in. Munchkin just setting up the turret. Now they can move in for the plant. No one's going to be detained, but they're going to start swarming in back pretty soon. So they have to get this plant down ASAP. Going to be broken. Zeta taken down. The spike now not planted. Just 10 seconds remaining. Carby able to find one. And
Ronski.
I think the T1
Oh, cakep
too
Ajik.
long to try to go for the plant. And they completely let it slip out of their fingers. And Global absolutely grab onto the victory and do not let go.
A lot of trepidation there for T1. That entire round. You
Skill
mentioned it
harbor
early.
kalau kayak enemy
After they
dampaknya
got the
apa?
orb, they
Satu
still
tupan
played
terus
it
ke slow.
extremely
Kalau dilewatin,
cautiously. Like, they
sama
were
aja.
still super nervous that somebody was
Cumbak
going to
apa
make a play
iya,
off
Pak
of
Aci?
that. They never did. And in fact, GE's whole game plan there was, you know, wait, post-plant. Let's wait and, you know, see if we could we got the opportunity to disrupt the plant because it took so long for T1 to get
Wah, monyet baru 4 nih.
comfortable to get
Disusul
into
Ronski.
that position where they could go for the spike plant.
Yeah. I can't help but wonder or suspect that this tactical timeout being called by T1 is simply Coach Autumn coming in saying,
guys, can we just actually plant off the lockdown? Don't wait until the lockdown is over. Move into the site.
Yeah, you guys can just, you know, send a couple players ahead there and make sure it's clean.
Yeah, it's just far too delayed.
Yeah.
The Cove is not reliable enough to get you a plant under those circumstances. When GE's going to be
Kalau all in
rushing
di
you,
T1
when they
kagak,
have rifles.
ada yang GE
If it's an
juga.
eco
nih.
round, they have
Tuh,
pistols.
GE.
The Cove, it will
Yang
last
di
a
T1
bit
mah dikit
longer,
aja.
even then, still incredibly risky.
Pada beli sama monyet kali.
It's pretty hilarious
Mendukung
though.
monyet.
Like, it did not take long for teams to just be like,
Alhamdulillah.
Cove down, ping it, everybody shoot. And then it's gone.
Oh, yeah. I
It
mean,
does
we
not
saw
last
it.
very long.
We saw it from one match to the next, you know, with Talon playing DRX.
Exactly.
DRX were getting away with it versus C9, and then all of a sudden they go and they play up against Talon. Talon's like, oh yeah, they're doing that
Dikit
same
tapi menang
thing.
banyak, oh jelas. Anjing Malmer udah goceng lagi di poin lu.
They have a Cove. We'll spam through it. We'll
Ronski
kill
ini
stacks,
order
and
dulu ya.
suddenly we'll win the round.
Yeah, who would have thought? It just, it does not last
Oh
that
dikit
long.
aja Malmer weh.
You know, really powerful.
100 doang lu
when
ngebet.
there's not a, you know, a full team or, you know, 3 rifles pointing at it. One rifle it can hold up against. But once you start adding that extra firepower in there, I mean, you know, it's really an interesting tool.
Lalu
I
anaknya
think,
pelan-pelan banget ya, main safe
a lot
banget.
of interesting stuff being used with it. But the coordination from our teams is, of course, top-notch, so it doesn't survive too long. And, oh, my God, Carpe.
Okay. Carpe aim very good, as it turns out. Bazzi, though, also excellent.
Tangannya kurang kencang tuh
Juggle that
buat
up, but Texture usually really good
lempar
for it, but this time
senjata.
Carpe just better. Caught him a little bit off guard. You can see the crosshair placement from Texture was just a little bit off.
Saya up on top, smoking to dissipate. Bazzi able to stabilize,
Oh.
gets the second before Zeta can find the kill, and now he finds himself with 11 HP, and Munchkin split over towards A main. And Munchkin had the spike. Could
Monyet gak boleh mati monyet.
Get a plant down and
Monyet
allow
gak boleh mati monyet.
Zeta to move
Jangan
up.
maju-maju monyet. Diam saja monyet, hei.
But now they're just going to go for the crunch.
Hei. Wah.
Will be good for one, ends up falling. Weapon
Gak nyaman
retrieve,
kayaknya
Zeta's
si monyet
trying to
Mandik.
sprint, breaks line of sight, sends out the wall to slow. Fragment at the ready. Cove now. Thrown
Gimana
up.
Ben si monyet?
At least the plant
Kurang nyaman kayaknya tuh.
just out of range.
Kurang pasti anjing.
Astaga. Waktu di lock in lumayan Dik.
Surely be
Sempet ngendong.
miraculous clutch, and I don't think it's
Oh
gonna
yeah.
happen, and it won't.
Lagi pakai kita apa? 2 mix berry.
Finds the
Apa?
kill, gets the defuse, and that's gonna give him
Di
Di
lawan
next
siapa
round here.
guys ya? Gue lupa.
Keep themselves alive.
Yeah, pretty good round here for T1.
Lawan
Get a
tim
decent amount
Turki
of
apa
value.
ya?
Plant down, for
Itu
Nico,
masih
so
ini.
can't complain too
Oh, lawan
much about it. It
Vitality,
all starts
Dik.
with Carpe here. I mean, again,
Vitality.
the mechanics for
Iya.
this guy are absolutely
Siapa sih
otherworldly.
Vitality?
He catches
Valorant.
Texture off guard. Texture not ready.
Vitality
for
itu
Carpe to be that
isinya
far pushed up, and the crosshair
mix.
was off just enough, and Carpe was clean enough.
Aduh, gua
with
lupa
his.
anjir isinya
Was
Vitality.
able to get it done, but Batsy, man, he's looking really good today. This is that Batsy that
Twisten.
at times
Nah,
Slayers
itu tuh.
last year could
Twisten tuh,
absolutely
gila
start
tuh.
taking games over.
Yeah.
Gila itu
I mean,
nah.
you have to think
Itu
T1,
parah, Haji.
They could just finish him off a little bit sooner.
Mengerikan.
Maybe they end up converting that
Pokoknya
round.
ada X Ascent kalau nggak salah ya.
Good to stabilize, get that spray down. Instrumental in the round victory. Intro now, creeping across. Texture seemingly having a perfect idea of this. As his crosshair placed just perfectly to play whack-a-mole
Tembak sih itu.
with this Viper.
Biar.
See if he's got it. Carpe has his ult behind this. Going to use the Trailblazer. They're kind of cutting off angles here. This is a pretty interesting harbor wall. They used it to check 2 corners, right outside of mid doors and right outside of Art, to know
Set
how
si
much
intro
space
sih.
they had. Now they're going to use
Kabar
the
bener.
cascade to try to push through. But I did see, I was going to say, Monyet had pushed up
Monyet dapat
towards
satu.
the doors. Gets that pick.
Finds that kill. I mean, he's expecting some
Monyet,
pressure.
nyet.
Coming out of Art. Backs away, but now we'll know.
Udah tahu info.
They're playing in through the doors as that flash does not connect from Carpe. With the audio cue. Zeta
Gak bisa
trying to
nge-wall.
get the wall up in time, but it's just gonna take way too long. So it just has to wait out the 0 point, but or rather the null command. That's gonna take a
tekstur.
while.
30 seconds left.
It
Pilar,
lasts a
Bang.
bit.
Flash now burns.
I've got your trail.
There's going to be just enough time for this.
Looking for the blind spray. Texture gonna be taken down. That's Hall's cleared out. Seeker connects, runs
mati.
Ow.
across the bite.
Get,
Hope now
get.
down again. Time running low, but this time not necessarily in position for the punish RGE. So the spike gets planted. Reckoning now invested. Zeta just having built that up off the plant.
Kayaknya.
Spotted Monyet. Spams him
Wall.
down through the box. Now sends up the Cosmic Divide. No one is in front of this.
Good
no one is
wall,
playing
good
back
wall.
wall for the side of T1. Carpe
Ayah.
difference maker. He finds one.
Bunuh.
Narrowly survives.
Masih hidup lagi.
Backs away, 30 HP. In his hands, Carpe could potentially be the one to make the call for if
Wah, timingnya.
They just push their way in.
1, 2, 3
Force the
anjing.
issue.
Iya.
T1 again pick up a round win.
I am flabbergasted. I mean,
1,
T1
2,
there
3 bah.
has nothing but a Carpe flash for any kind of utility, and the heal, but that's not important to this situation.
Terus Monyet main OP
And
lagi.
Carpe has just been absolutely insane. Monyet there trying to do what he can, but this guy is firing on all
Let's do
cylinders.
one, go.
Zeta 2 here just comes in at the perfect timing. They time it's a 1, 2, 3 go.
Dapat
They push
momentum
together,
Dapat.
and that's huge. And you can hear him in the end of that.
Kata
comms. They
Juan
are
tadi
fired up.
13-11 buat GE. Coba.
Now 11-7. One more here for the side of T1 to take this to map point.
Okay.
Texture, no weapon in hand, just have that blade storm. But Carpe gets a pop flash out.
Set dah mati lagi.
Ends up falling and Texture.
Kocak lu.
Tries to go for the
Maju
pursuit.
lu, Texture,
Sideways,
gila lu.
Reset the aim. It's the one tap kill.
There.
2 players down.
Nampaknya Blue Lock ini butuh Lord
Lose out on the
Escaros ini.
flashes. That does make it a bit more difficult to approach some of these sites, but the same could be said for GE not having those defensive smokes.
I like the idea here from GE to try to push out a little bit, to try to take some space. You know,
Right there.
But T1's been also kind of keen on taking a lot of these early pushes in towards Art, in towards mid. So this time GE is going to come out on the better side of it. A duel coming forward.
Batsy needs a win. This is good for
Satu.
one.
Ya!
Somehow, Rutsky just narrowly
Gak
misses out.
kena pelurunya anjir. Satu doang tepat
Millimeters
lu.
away from Munchkin's head. That leaves
Kurang
Aaron,
40 doang.
IGLG now in a 1v3 scenario. Low HP on Saya, but he's not going to be the first challenge. It is going to be Munchkin just around the corner, and clearly not expecting it. T1 close out the round and now take this 12-7.
Yeah, T1.
Epic Crunch V3 enak gak? Gue gak tau. Gue nyobanya yang V2.
Start to find some kind of rhythm.
Enak-enak aja.
Munchkin has been really damn good this map. And continues to be so. But this round just really comes down to this mid push from Global Esports that just didn't quite convert. So now they're on not great money here for this round. A Guardian,
langsung aja email
a Stinger, they
ke
invested
Global Esports.
completely in that previous round. So the economy here, very, very slim.
I'm curious if it's a
Bang, monyet duelis gituin.
You know, we typically do start slow type situation, but we're not seeing that timeout call coming in.
Yeah, that's true.
We just had what, one apiece, I believe.
I believe you're right.
So I wonder if it's just a GG. Let's go next. Let's not linger on this too much. Really try to overcook something that's already burnt.
Can you? If it's already burnt, I mean.
GR in game-nya tabrakannya, iya dong. Agent pool nih masalahnya nih.
Yeah, exactly.
Just what you don't
You're gonna burn your house down. That's not.
Makanya gue pengen coba main 5 duelis.
Spray.
Yeah.
It's actually taking minimal damage. Ronsky needs to be instrumental.
Si Airin waktu di exit mah main ini kan jika Sentinel ya. Main Killjoy gitu ya. Tetap Sentinel berarti dia ya.
The lockdown now invested. Zeta still going to try to go for the plant. Limited time, but doesn't have very far to go to exit from this lockdown, so they go ahead and pull away. It was used so deep back towards the spawn. They get themselves out. They check the flank. Nothing found.
Jadwal di mana di VLR atau di Wikipedia?
Is it enough?
Yeah, this lockdown gave them enough room to push this angle. So now they got to get there, but that spike is pretty deep on the edge.
Cease connects. The bite being waited out. Tap on.
Monjet. Monjet holding for it. Cross down pack. Monjet. Oke, dapat. Oke. Pas banget tuh hilang smoke.
Terlalu weird belakang deh.
I wasn't sure for a moment if he was gonna get it. Because he died like right as he
Iwan
finished
Perez
it.
menang
Like,
megang mana? Megang Perez tetap.
Not?
Eko belum dipakai belum sama timnya tapi udah boleh.
Well, okay, GE barely holds on, and now they can
Ntar
at
Perez
least
nih yang pakai Gecko asli
somewhat
dah.
stabilize the economy
Besok.
here, but Texture just absolutely filthy on point.
Oh yeah, I mean if Texture one fewer kill, this map is over.
Yes.
So, stepping up right in the moment that he needed to, but yeah, I mean you can see just how close it was.
Bentar, keyboard gue ini
T1.
ada LED-nya ya.
Not going to be given the map victory quite just yet. Still need to work
FN apa
for
kali?
it. Weapons though, obviously, still not great.
Jam 4 besok ya.
Ronsky for now.
Kotor ini bersihnya.
Still having that Guardian. 2 Spectres here. No ults to speak of. Whereas there are 3, now 4 available as Carpe gets the Seekers online. T1 likely to invest all of his to end this.
Yeah, absolutely. You got everything to play with here. See how they get it done. They're going to open up the site, throw down the cove, get the plant down here. Munchkin looking to see if anybody's going to try to disrupt.
Takes quite a bit of damage, has to back away. He does have a lockdown.
Initiating.
A little bit more of an unorthodox position on the A. Does he fall for this though? The bite comes down just to try to stop him from being able to push in, get that destroy.
Don't get in,
Hit now, invested on the back end.
Duty Piper coba.
Dia yang nembusin gak tuh anjing si Karpe?
Anjing ya Karpe ya?
Biasanya kan orang yang nembusin sono ya?
Iya. Anjing! Masih hidup. Wah, GG. GG.
3v4. Pit still up,
Turunin
Spike
bentar lagi
taking
deh.
away. They need to get onto
Set.
this. They're running out of time.
Inguk
Seems not
hilang.
impossible. And yeah, with an nano ticking, that's just gonna do it.
GG.
Intro will spray down the final 2 players as T1 takes Pearl 13-8.
A really good showing here for T1. Again, a lot of changes in a lot of different areas for this team, and a lot of it looks pretty darn good. It looks like they really addressed their problems, at least so far, at least one map. I know it's not a ton to go by, but from what we saw from this map, you know, the changes seem to at least initially be working, that's a good sign. GE, I thought this was going to be a tough, first map no matter what. Even though it's their pick, it's coming into, again, a team that has made a lot of changes. So
Airin dulu lah.
get a read on exactly what they're going to be bringing at you.
SKT.
You have to assume that Pearl's going to be the map they're going to be gunning for. So you can, as T1, you can float that map and practice some stuff, and you can see that they absolutely did.
Map 2 tadi apaan ya? Gue lupa.
Really nicely done here from the side of T1. Again, I want to know.
Icebox atau apa tadi? Apa di ban ya?
Rushi spoke up back at lock-in point.
Oh, Haven.
Yet again. Do we just see them drop the first map and then
Done.
put it back on their opponent's map pick? We'll have to just wait and see. Obviously, that's going to be Haven, a map that we have not yet seen from Global. And I believe also haven't seen it from the side of T1. So this is going to be somewhat new territory.
Haven.
I'm excited to see who's going to be able to walk away with this one. But for now, I mean,
Map 3 Lotus.
all of the things that we were concerned about
Dua map
after
sini kayaknya.
they're showing
Dua map.
versus Fury of the
Dua
side
map
of
sih.
T1.
Harusnya sih
It
gitu.
feels like it's washed away in this series.
Gue liat jadwal.
Yeah, absolutely.
We like the
RRQ itu Senin. Oh iya, satu doang Senin.
version of the one that we saw at lock-in. Whatever they did with the Munchkin from lock-in.
Bagus nih jadwalnya nggak nabrak nih sama Valorant Indo.
Because this version of Munchkin looks a hell of a lot better. I'll say that much. But I do want to see GE be able to have that rally back to be able to make this a more competitive series. Take this second map, take Haven away from T1, knock some wind out of their sails, take the breath out of their lungs, ride this into a third map to try to close it.
I agree with you. I think it could happen. I mean, again, you can see that GE after those initial 6 rounds where they
SKT lu ngikutin LOL ya.
we're basically going
Ini udah gua buka ya.
with T1 the rest of the way. So you feel like GE's got their groove. They've got a lot of the problems.
LCR berubah logonya iya.
Let's just see if they can
Like
find
rapatnya
that
berubah.
supposed magic that they've got as the round goes on. And I've heard that from other teams as well, that they do struggle in the beginning.
Yang berjuang lupa di like ya adik-adik.
We'll see what happens. For now, we're going to go to a quick commercial.
Kalau gua rada puyeng sumpah
We'll be breaking down the action from map number 1, and then we'll carry on with the series. So don't go anywhere if the action continues in just a bit.
Puyeng tipis.
Favor the KO at the base of the double initiator.
On the corner, Flash comes across. In and out looking for the follow-up kill. Trying to slow them up, but they have the crossfire into the meat grinder. Sour does find Ronsky for
Ben aparan. T1 LOL baru menang tuh tadi, menang LCS ya. Udah week berapa tuh? Udah jam 8:30 udah pada lab belum nih? Barudak. Wah, R4 bro. Ingin aku memainkan. Nge-lag gini si Norman kenapa anjir?
Fuck, nih apa itu?
Man nge-lag man. Man. Wah konyol. Bukan BTI Paujan Najre. T1 T1 Untung ketahuan tuh sama gue tuh BTI. Wah konyol.
Merah, sabar guys. Prime time tuh merah pasti.
T1 bukan TI. Jangan pakai huruf besar ya. Hardcore games. Hardcore mode.
Dulu aja lu sana. Gue pengen assassination bro. Gak mau gua, gak mau rugi peluru gua mah.
Broken butterfly.
Gak mau rugi gua peluru. Pocket.
Satu sayang banget.
Wop, pada ngebet T1 semua, wop.
Mundurnya lama banget lagi. Ah, udahlah lama anjing lah.
Ya ketahuan.
Paket. Bareng gitu anjing motionnya.
Bisa gitu ya.
Tendang dulu lah. Tendang.
Sini kipak.
Sini kipak.
Kajrot. Gua. Awas Ashley, modar lagi lu ah. Pasti, nice. Kokoroglo. Nenek gini ngapain lu jadi zombie?
Abah dan Nini.
Tendang.
Ah lah anjing. Ah ada dua lagi kipak. Sini Ashley ah. Jangan deket-deket tolol banget anjing sumpah.
Di beban.
Kabur Blay ah. Sini.
Okay.
Kipok. Anjir kalau hardcore sih nggak mati-mati ya. Oh shit.
Udah mati atau nggak usah berubah lah. Repot banget sumpah hidupnya kenapa ya?
Kipok. Bet GE 207 anjing Malmer sih si percaya map 3 deh.
Sange gue tengok.
Bismillah 28.000. Buset, kayak bismillah.
Pasti nanti juga balik lagi. Alright. Kita ke sana. Oh, balik lagi ke yang tempat awal ya, bro. Oke.
Kipak.
Kokorogo. Nggak ada samam here.
Kipak lu bang, kipak.
Apa nih? Lu bakal dapat sesuatu dari gue. Mayorami Open. Oh, yang sering ada di TV, billboard sama medsos itu.
Emang Bang Boris baru putus?
Ah, iya. Iya.
Aku nggak tahu.
Ini lucu banget lagi.
Serius?
Iya, serius.
Apa karena apa? Berapa tahun pacarannya?
Pacarannya
Ya ampun, maaf ya Bang.
7 tahun.
Pantes tadi aku ketawa dia ikut dia malah begini.
Iya,
gitu.
7 tahun.
7 tahun?
Iya,
Kok bisa sih 7 tahun putus?
Ya, aku juga nggak tahu kenapa.
7 tahun? Emang kata orang-orang ya pacaran jangan lama-lama. Ntar keburu tahu jelek-jeleknya jadi nggak mau.
Mungkin.
Tapi aku
mungkin itu salah satu penyebabnya.
Mungkin ya.
Mungkin dia tahu jelek-jeleknya aku.
Bang Boris juga tahu jelek-jeleknya dia.
Iya sih. Tapi yang mutusin aku.
Hah?
Iya.
Emang Bang Boris baru putus?
Percaya lagi.
Excuse me, sir, can you hold the elevator, please? Asswipe.
Oh shit. Awkward.
Did you call me an asswipe?
Excuse me?
You just called me an asswipe.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I guess I just imagined it. You know, I was trying to hold the elevator for you.
Sure you were. Look, I'm sorry. It's my first date. I'm just trying to make an impression.
Well, certainly succeeded at that.
Welcome to Vance Publishing. Hi, Kimberly, right? Excellent memory, I'm impressed.
Yes, she makes quite the impression.
You two know each other?
Oh, we're old friends. Surprise.
Excuse me, sir.
Oh, nice to meet you, Samantha. Wait, hold on.
Astagfirullahaladzim, kentut.
Yo, you look good today. You look good.
Main apa?
Oh, nice to meet you, Samantha. Wait.
Mati headset gua sama. Kentut lagi banget.
Hold on.
Bangsat nih orang.
Yo, you look good today. You look good.
Seneng-seneng aja di situ ya.
Oh my god. Oh.
Santai bro, aku mah santai. Urusan perang.
Sonya LJ. Oh my god. Oh.
Astagfirullahaladzim. Untung gak refleks ulti ya Blondie-nya. Ngapain?
Oh, Mang.
Saya cinta Indonesia dan saya cucu PKI.
Kalau tahu DN Aidit tuh punya adik namanya Murad Aidit. Nah itu kakek saya. Langsung banget secara ke PKN saya tuh ini darahnya PKI loh. Saya sekolah gitu kan, belajar sejarah gitu kan. Yang saya pelajarin itu ya Allah PKI jahat banget. Bunuh-bunuhin jenderal. Ya walaupun sekarang jenderal yang bunuh orang.
Gue jadi ingat guys ya, ada seorang anak dulu ya waktu gua baru awal-awal nge-YouTube coy. Jadi waktu gua awal-awal nge-YouTube gua masih sekitar 200 subscriber. Kita lagi main Free Fire bareng ya. Ini gua main sama bocil random gitu guys. Terus dia nanya ke gua, "Abang itu
lagunya sangat copyright.
Subscriber abang berapa?" Ya gue jujur dong ke dia dong. Terus gue bilang, "Nggak banyak, masih 200 baru mulai." Dan satu kalimat dari anak ini bilang coy ke gue, kalimat yang gue ingat sampai sekarang guys, "Nggak apa-apa bang, sedikit-sedikit lama-lama jadi bukit."
Enggak,
Masih sedikit, masih 200 berapa gitu. Baru kok.
Gak apa-apa lah bang, kita masih
Amin.
dikit-dikit menjadi bukit.
Amin. Gue jadi ingat guys ya,
Nantangin main sweet sama bos Yudi Salim. Kalau kita menang dapat duit, target loket. Adit mengecewakan.
Ayo siapa? Saya.
Kertas, batu gunting ya. Ya. Baik. Batu gunting ya. 1, 2, 3.
Dapat 10 juta. Happy banget mumpung udah mau akhir bulan. Karyawan untung bos buntung. Makasih ya bos.
Aku sama Muntun ini lihat kena ban aku guys. Halo, Sepada.
Itu lu disuruh ya.
ID saya kena ban nih sebulan nih, ya kan? Tuh, sebulan kena ban tuh, nggak tahu kenapa tuh. Ada kabar burung apa nih? Gue nggak tahu apa-apa, ID gue kena ban nih. Hah? Gue lagi mau live streaming, gue baru aja gue. Enggak kedengeran, aman. Cuman ini gue baru pulang ceritanya. Baru aja gue pulang kan dari Surabaya. Gue nyampe rumah nih, gue buka Dear Warrior, akun Anda telah di-ban. Dilepas setelah 29 hari. Sebulan akun gue di-ban. Bener ini?
Ini masuk game dulu apa gimana nih?
Kedengeran lagi teleponnya.
Ayo dong, lepasin dong Kak. Halo. Gue gak ada salah apa-apa sebenarnya, bener. Nickname gue ganti nickname. Yuk, serius gue ganti.
Tapi viewer nggak kena ban lo. Emang iya?
Ya nggak, gue bersalah, sumpah gue bersalah. Gue sama Munt.
Siapa? Apa? Oh, aku
udah lihat nih gue deh. Hah? Seriusan maling ini?
Trời ơi, ban ngày ban mặt sắm đi ăn trộm.
Ám dân trộm.
Statusnya adalah
habis ini berobat. Acing. Oh, maaf.
Lucu terus.
masih PK.
Apa tuh? PK apaan cuy?
PK tuh sepertinya peninjauan kembali.
Oh. Kenapa harus begitu? Bukan karena kerja dia bagus.
Jadi sebenarnya
gila.
Ya kalau memang kerjanya masih harus diperiksa, diperbaiki harus diperbaiki.
Iya emang harus. Karena saya dengar-dengar tadi, saya nggak tahu cepunya siapa di sini. Tapi ya.
Loh, cepunya nunjuk ke sini.
Enggak. Kamu ngerasa?
Cepu? Parah enggak lo?
Sampah.
Ah, jedak jeduk. Ini yang tadi yang lu bilang susah.
Ya. 86 ya. 86. Awas.
Menang nih Rapi nih. Oh, kalah.
7 8-1 satu sama.
Eta lagunya kurang copyright.
Aku nih bapak satu-satunya bapak di Indonesia yang insecure ketika mau posting instastory anak. Kenapa? Tiap gara-gara Us ngomong, lu lihat dah nanti ya Boris ya, di boring bokir tuh. Kalau Boris lagi posting Shalom, itu berarti malamnya dia mau pergi live musik katanya. Itu di boring bokir. Ternyata yang nonton boring bokir ini banyak.
Iya banyak banget.
Jadi pas aku posting Shalom, tiba-tiba DM tuh isinya begitu semua. Bang malam mau kemana? Bang malam mau kemana? Bang malam mau kemana? Itu udah 3 tahun sampai sekarang masih kayak begitu. Wih, malam mau live musik nih katanya. Bangke.
Raja Butman plus Aim. Anjay murid. Bobby. Lah sama Reja. Buset. Menurut lu sih lebih jago dari lu ya. Udah lebih master deh. Oh bahaya.
Lagi berantem dan ini trik paling ampuh. Umpetin semua barang yang bakal dia carry.
Hah?
Cari terus. Sekarang kita pancing dia dengan nyalain TV.
Kiss dulu dong.
Masih marah.
Tapi aku mana? Atau kiss dulu lah.
Tetap gengsi.
Bener ya.
Yeahhh berhasil.
Mana kissnya?
Jajan ke tempat baru.
Yang
ini baru kocak nih.
Di kota ayeuna aku ngajak kamu ke tempat makan. Ngeunah.
Naon tempat naon deui bae. Naon.
Tawanya kocak nih orang.
Pokoknya ayo enggak, urukan.
Di mana itu?
Kamu pernah nyobain makanan ini tuh?
Jangan pernah.
Ngeunah sih.
Oh gitu.
Aku ningali di TikTok enak cenah.
Yang satu waktu pamilikeun ku kamu nya. Numpang ladana. Kayaknya numpang ladana.
Pikejan, Bro.
Yang aku nu mana ih?
Odeng Lausan.
Mana? Iya.
Mana ayang?
Warna. Ada pisan teh ieu.
Ada ya Allah.
Adina. Gila daki ayam ih.
Tapi seger kan? Cek aku bilang. Aduh, kalem atuh yang kalemnya.
Enak.
Kalemnya.
Sakedapnya cuang seepkeun heula
Jajan ke tempat.
What? I'm shy. Oh my god. What?
Copyright Bang, mari kita nonton.
Global Esports going with their own interpretation with KO and Sky for the double.
Yo, yang masih mau betting, buruan.
So,
bangun.
And Breach, I mean the Sky and KO, they've been used in different combos as well here on Haven, but oftentimes it's only two initiators. But it's going to be much more flash heavy on the side of Global Esports, so I expect them to play much more aggressively than perhaps.
Sepertinya ini akan menjadi last match adik-adik ya, feeling saya akan 2-0 nih.
Utility alone to set up that entry and that attack.
We're so close to getting into this. As much as I'm confident T1 is probably going to take this 2-0, I would so very much welcome this going 1-1 and really having a long
No sofa on Haven.
Really explore T1
Sky and KO.
Global Esports
Kita
and
lihat
everything they've got.
And now that we have a little bit of time before we jump into the game, just to kind of go back, harken back to what you were talking about.
Ini kalau kontrolernya Omen mungkin si monyet masih lebih bisa lepas kali guys ya. Gak tau deh.
That brand and he's been kind of where that team revolved around, right, as they were rebuilding coming into BCT Pacific. So in terms of just familiarity. I think he's going to bring so much. He also seems to have so much positive energy and just this way of bringing the team together whenever they're playing the matches, whenever they're at an event. So I'm sure, regardless of actual who's performing well and not and which compositions they use for further matches, I'm sure Global Esports as a whole, they can't wait to have him here in Seoul with them, right? Even just to have him there, no matter who's playing on stage, to really bring the team together, all of their roster. I mean, that's the whole point of having a deep roster, is that they're always there to support each other, to have this availability per map, per opponent, and perhaps on different matches.
To what you were talking about earlier, Victoria, with Rossi not being here, I mean, there's so much promise here for Global Esports. I think always the first game in the first best of 3, bad plays can be forgiven, right? And they already made up for that. They already turned it into a fairly close series. But, I mean, imagine what it's going to be like when Rossi comes down here. That guy is such an inspiration. He's such an incredible player.
He's also so young.
And I also feel like he's a guy who's going to thrive in an environment like this.
Yes, yeah, he can really feed off of the energy,
Boleh komen dulu dah.
and he can really drive that home.
Oh my
but again,
god.
I mean, Global Esports overall, they look like they're ready to get into game 2. So hopefully,
Langsung
their
take pause
morale
loh.
is in a fine state to really kick things off here on Haven.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking good. It is still just day 1, after all. There is a long road ahead, at least 8 weeks before we go into playoffs.
Dari tadi ngapain, anjing?
But it will be good to have him
Technical pause league.
Here in Seoul.
Ayo bang.
Yeah,
South Korea.
And
let's go production.
That's the thing with Global Esports. Sometimes I have trouble in terms of trying to figure out, like, what could be the best roster for Global Esports, just because it's like, well, if one person plays, other players have to sit out, and that always feels bad. It's like, okay, well, Ronsky, it's great to see Ronsky. It's great to see him really getting used to and try to show his highest potential. But then we're like, oh, we miss Eski Rossi. Eski Rossi plays, we're like, well, now we don't see Ronsky, or maybe another player like Bazzi or whoever. And it's a star-studded lineup from different countries. So, again, that's to their boon. If they can make that work,
dia pakai skincare itu katanya aku recommended banget. Kulit aku putih sampai mau meninggal.
Because, without Rossi being here, they're going to have to use the lineup they've got. This is really good exposure. This is probably one of the stronger teams over here in our tournament. And, going up against T1 and getting this kind of practice in is really good. But, yeah, once we get him back in here, I would have to imagine he's not going to be sitting out in any of the games.
I mean, he thrives off of that stage energy, so it'd be great to see him just have that opportunity here on this amazing stage, by the way.
I mean, it's a really good point, though. I mean, they don't have
Bring the Indian technician next time. Wah, kalau teknisi India sih gue udah percaya banget.
And I think that's great.
Pasti bener.
I mean, the team is waiting now, and this must be
si tekstur, kenapa lagi tuh si tekstur?
Themselves out. Going through
gatal banget hidung gua anjir.
Yeah, I mean,
apaan dah?
We talk about this a lot.
Bulu hidung apa kepanjangan?
Experience does matter, right? And you often question, like, well, how much does it really matter? I mean, it's just a new environment, right? Regardless of the actual, whether it's the white noise, the crowd, whatever, or just the lights and everything, all of that is very new, right? It's the same if you had to play on your friend's computer, or here in Korea, if you're playing at a PC cafe versus at home. Like, it is different, right? No matter what you say. So whoever is more familiar with it will have an advantage in the fact that the time for them to warm up is just going to be shorter.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, everybody was playing this at home when it came out. We were not at live events. There were not big public gatherings during the launch of Valorant. And so, I've always felt that, at least in Asia, the Koreans had a little bit of an edge in that, because not only do we have live events out here, but we have, weekly live events. But, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Global Esports slowly acclimates to this.
Caster nge-buying time terus ya.
Input now, we are ready to go. So
we are ready to go katanya guys. Let's go. Ayo yang masih belum betting, ditunggu dikit lagi ya.
Thank you very much. Ready at least to toss it over to us, give them a little bit of a reprieve, even though we have had our fair share of fill time. But
yeah, it was their turn.
Yeah, we're just they've been going on. Talked about just about everything that they can as far as game relations are concerned. So we'll come back over here to guide everybody back into the game once we are ready. So we're still just working through the remainder of this tech issue, and hopefully we can get things underway pretty damn soon. Because obviously, getting late into the evening, and we're still raring to go to see how this is going to conclude. Is it going to conclude here? Is it going to be that 2-0 that Tasteless is talking about, that he's expecting to see from T1 now that they're moving over to their map pick? Or will GE be fired up? Will they find their groove a bit as they go into the second map once again?
Yeah, I'm definitely a little bit concerned for GE, just in that the coordination for T1 is really, really good. Sure. It seems like they're really kind of all on a similar page. They all have pretty good Confidence, again, like I've been saying the whole match, what I've seen so far is they have confidence in Zeta's calls, and they are committing fully to these calls, and that's really important to have a team that understands and trusts your leader, and to be able to play off the back of that, because if not everyone is on the same page doing the right things at the right time, then the round just unravels in a heartbeat. It has to be a
BTW bola Indonesia lagi lawan apa, guys?
You know, everybody's has to be all
Gue lihat di bawah pada nobar.
So far, from what I've seen, it seems to be mostly the case. There's been a few shaky rounds here and there that happens, but overall, I thought T1 looked pretty darn good. GE just, again, you can see that they have good protocols in place. It just takes them a little while to kind of get things going. But I also want to say I'm super blown away with Carpe.
Yeah. I mean, there's a reason.
He keeps getting better, and that's scary.
There's a reason why they're highlighting him there on the desk, is because this is the guy
who
has
ngajak main
the most
FIFA
eyes on him coming into the game. You know, obviously, the other players were very much known quantities. We have seen everybody else on this team perform before. Sure. Maybe to a lesser extent, ban. You know, maybe
Habis
some
PCT
curiosities
ntar
around
habis
that. How
tarawihnya
he was gonna,
dah.
you know, be breaking
Belum
out
pada ada tapi orangnya.
this tier 1 scene, shifting over, given that he is, you know, a North American native, now moving over to Korea and whatnot.
Burundi.
You know, how that was all going to play out. But Carpe
Burundi
very
di
much
mana
was
tuh,
the one of, you know, what are the expectations for this guy, given that the entire time that he was competing, you know, we're watching, he was not playing this game. So it's been
yang main siapa aja, Airin, Tekstur, Baji, Monyet, Wronski.
Is impressive. We already knew like the aim wasn't going to be a concern, but so far it does seem like the util usage has just been rapidly.
Afrika, oh
It's almost
Afrika.
Like he like stole that magical remote control
Goal,
from that awful movie Click with Adam Sandler, and he's been able to fast forward
that
enough
movie is really
to
bad.
be able to. Yes, it is. Don't even try to
Pantun
argue in
dulu,
the
kok
chat.
pantun
I've seen
anjir?
enough of this internet banter, and
Nih gua udah nungguin nih sejam nih. Tadi ada yang minta link member kagak join guys. Nipu.
Amicable and less argumentative.
oh yeah, if we just go for Dragon Ball Z references, we're safe.
No
Like,
one's going to
it's,
get upset about DBZ.
No.
But yeah, it's been damn impressive because there were so many doubts as we were, you know, looking at things, you know, in that initial debut for them. So it was rough. But I am being told that we're going to need a little bit more time. So we'll just go ahead, step away to a commercial break.
Join member dapat poin nggak? Harusnya dapat, tapi nggak tahu kenapa nggak dapat. Gue juga nggak tahu nih. Oh, gue di settingnya, nih di setting itu kalau join member nambah 5.000 tuh. Subscribe dapat 200. 10 menit, Allah. Astagfirullahaladzim, apaan sih? Berarti ini gearnya ada yang kurang nih kayaknya, bro. Tadi katanya ready to go ya? Gearnya ada yang kurang kayaknya. Oke, gue mau pemanasan lagi, guys. Ngebiasain mouse ini lagi nih. Sampai champion. Kagak lah. $360 HZ TN. Mau mortar kopet. Absen ben, halo Re. Al Nasser anjing away. Ntar ganti dulu skinnya. Pengen pakai blue bloop, Iyong. Enggak deh, prelude. Kalau ini saya mau pakai ini baseball, anjay.
Match found.
Baterai gue udah 100% kan. Biar kita nggak ketinggalan matchnya, saya buka dari HP dulu ya kan, daripada alt tab. Hup. Oh, udah balik. Ayo, welcome back. Ini berjalan songnya di like. Kok support?
My quiver is never full.
Fight!
I'll find them. Captain killed.
Allah.
Die.
Allah. Pakai mouse apa? G303 Shroud Edition. Aduh.
Captain killed.
Aduh, nggak mati lagi. Aduh.
Sleep.
Iya. Ih, anjir tuh Omen. Moisturizer mana ada di kasur? Ih, 105 dua-duanya. Ada berapa match hari ini? 2, ini match terakhir. Ya ding, ya Allah. Salbat dah. Allahu Akbar, spray gua jelek.
Taken out.
Wih, kaget.
Neutralized. On target. Silent.
Kampret. Yuh. Wow, 140 aja. Aduh, bangsat. Enak skinnya, enak lumayan. Waduh, kiri kanan, Cok. Alah. Cepetan mulu gue nembak ya.
Dominating.
Defeated.
Allah. Back pause. Yeahhh! Nambah 12 menit, guys.
10 kills remaining.
Allah, konyol banget.
Quiet now. No more secrets.
Aduh. Alah.
Remaining.
Ya Allah. HBB halo happy. Ya amplop, saya mati. Belum biasa gue nih. Udah lama nggak megang mouse ini lagi. Gue berarti harus kelau banget kan. Sampai sahur gak? Kagak. Gue ini belum taraweh, Cok. Gara-gara ini nih PCT nungguin udah tuh 10 menit anjir. Tungguin dulu dah. Masalah satu map lagi gitu. Buy OP spray anjay. FPS drop itu Ben masalahnya. Oh berarti PC-nya ya. PC-nya berarti. Gara-gara India nggak main. What the fuck? Maksudnya gara-gara Lord Rossi nggak main? Rekomendasi sahur di Bangung. Daerah mana tuh di Bangung? Gua nggak tahu bro. Tarawih abis ini iya.
Match found.
Bandung, oh di Bandung. Di mana ya? Gue nggak pernah sahur di restoran gitu sih kalau di Bandung. Di rumah, kalau nggak di jalan. Ding lu mampus. Anjir enak ya. Jeng jeng jeng. Jeng jeng jeng.
you say, drone? Ready to stretch your wings?
Cheat, masa cheat bang?
Deep.
Wih nyala.
No more.
Allah.
Enemy down. Perfect. No more secrets. Die.
Bikin Phantom kutukan Manson emang ini.
Shot down.
Allah.
Quiet now.
Cara top up gimana, top up apaan? Alah, dibakar. Tapi nggak nongol di shop sama naik kayak kemarin. Lah katanya skin favorit tapi kok nggak punya. Itu jadi uang saku. Mandiri. Malmer. Marahin tuh Malmer, si Hekal. Masih ada Malmer gak? Gue butuh preman gue nih. Masa nggak mandiri mau top up, lihat itu. Mahal top upnya juga.
No more secrets.
Kayaknya preman masih taraweh, iya kah? Preman taraweh kah? Kalian nungguin ini jatah. Aduh anjir. Judi kalah mulu lah, kalau judi menang mulu orang semua judi bang. Allah. Iya. Maaf kalau ada getar-getar, HP gue getar.
Neutralized.
Ngentot. Per second. Allahu Akbar.
Defeated.
Feel-nya enak kah? Feel apa? Feel Phantomnya enak sih. Cuman gue lagi ini nih, feel mouse gue nih kadang-kadang rada berat. Kan super light sama G303 lebih berat G303 ya. Aduh.
No more secrets.
Allah. Kebalas lu.
Kill.
Bang mulai. Nah kalau belum mulai gue timeout lu Aulia. Timeout 1. Buset, loncat gak tuh? Allah. Ih, gak mati. Apaan gua anjing? Mulai udah reset season gak nge-push lah. Nge-push sebentar jam-jam tidur.
Kills remaining.
Mana anjir? Allahu. Oh iya, elah kecepatan gue nembak. Ya Allah, kesusul dah gue ini nggak nemu musuh nih.
One kill remaining.
Ya kan kesusul kan? Kayak dah. Si Kayo untung aja gue nggak mati. Give me kill. Yeah!
Today is not our day to die.
Pagi Ben, pagi. Nambah lagi, guys. Bruh. Ini bruh ini namanya nih. Ada apa ya di sana ya? Hanging there chat tuh, hanging there guys. Stay ya adik-adik. Kayaknya ini PC-nya langsung diganti nggak sih? Apa dibongkar, apa diinstal ulang, apa gimana ya? Ada Egip member kayak. Ini nambah. Ini panda paling nyaman udah deh. Gue jadi DM terus nih. Belum main, belum. Ntar ganti lagu ah. Kayak bosan gue denger lagu. Wow. Tot. Maju lo bridge. Lagu OC sih apa mungkin. Lu mau gantiin duit copyrightnya nggak, Chris? Udah dulu maaf. Yaudah jangan request. Ini udah selesai apa gimana? Udah selesai. Tuh, udah selesai. Di belakang. Kemana tuh orang? Konyol lu Sopa. Terus sekarang main klik kanan. Tahu deh. Bilangin main tuan. Trik apa itu? Trik ngelurusin ADS tapi aimnya harus bagus. Ini jongkok loh. Up, nambah lagi 6 menit. Lihat tuh. 6 menit. T1 menang aja. Bisa jadi guys, langsung dianulir gak sih? Langsung T1 yang menang bisa aja. Kayak WO gak sih? Jing, dapat. Udah selesai, udah. Oh, udah kan? Aduh, mouse gue berat. Yalah, kentot. Wow. Tadi direct di situ aman, iya juga ya, aman ya. Yeay. Ayang, sabar-sabar. Anjir 85 loh.
One kill remaining.
Pala siapa itu? Cloud berapa game? Udah 3 map. Setiap turnya selalu ada problem ya, namanya juga turnamen bro. Manusia. Ini betting udah berapa ribu orang nih? Udah 188 loh. Udah sejam nih kita nih nunggu nih. Nih, kelihatan dari sini lah kita nunggu ya. Sarge doing some random apa nih? Aduh, salah mencet gua Ajik. Ini TTY.
So I watched some more like videos and then I pass out at around like 7 a.m. 8 a.m.
PC siapa yang problem? Kayaknya si tekstur deh tadi.
Every day you wake up at 5 a.m. I won't be able to do that. The last time I did 5 a.m. wake up was, I don't know. Well, you don't really have to do that when you become like, when you graduate from high school. High school kind of like, or you have work but you have
ngebetnya T1 aja dapat.
Usually start at 9 a.m. too, right? And then
hurufnya kecil.
Live like not too far. Then you can wake
Nika
up
di sini
at
ada keterangannya nih. Bet T1. Bet GE.
And then you just get ready and then go. Well, I guess it depends on the work. But usual company, don't they start at 9
mulai-mulai kagak nih, udah 00 nih ya nih, liatin nih. Tadi dicepetin nih. Harusnya 6 menit tadi kan?
When I used to work at the company.
Dicepetin nih.
Start at 9 a.m. and finish at 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. Let me see. Company usual office hour. Company usual office hours. See, most common full-time work schedule is variant of 9 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Tuh masih diituin PC-nya loh.
Adding up to 40 hours per week.
PC-nya masih diituin tadi.
Yeah, I guess it's not 8 a.m. or 9 a.m. depends on where you work. That's office work. That's what I was talking about. Office work. Why are you guys trying to fight again? Whenever I'm just talking very, very common sense. I was like, yeah, usually office hour starts from 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. That's what I was talking about. Because they always do it. I know, I don't know why. Roma Mac off feet. Thank you for
Bentar guys, gue harus milih menu ini guys.
Never worked a day. What do you? Shut the fuck up, you dumb piece of shit.
Woi, language, ayang.
From high school until before started streaming. Even streaming is also.
Mana sih menu ininya 1 packs berapa sih?
I did tons of work. don't fucking assume.
Mau bukber buat besok enggak? Ini yang tanggal 1 nih apa anak SMA gua bentar ya.
I've worked as a developer while I was going to the university every day from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Wagyu meltic slice.
I did 7
Japanese saikorobi.
while I was streaming, and before I was streaming I was a waiter, receptionist, blah blah blah. I've worked tons of places. I know when people work at what time till what time usually, okay? Don't fucking try to say like, oh yeah, she doesn't even know that. Oh, shut the fuck up. Of course.
Whoa! Language.
It's either 8 a.m. or 9 a.m. I don't fucking know when you start work. I was talking about generally. Fucking try to downplay me saying like, oh yeah, she should have never worked.
Wah, 10 menit. Astagfirullahaladzim, bro. Oh my lord.
Anyway.
Coba cek Twitter, bro. Siapa tahu ada pencerahan, bro, di Twitter.
Usually people work. Business hours mean that's when people start work and end work. Like whenever they finish, they stop accepting people call. That means that's when they go back to home. Lag on in figure. Thank you for 10 months. Thank you so much. Don't like try to fight. Whenever don't try. Why? Some people always try to fight whenever I'm literally just talking facts. Like general common sense and knowledge. I'm like, oh yeah, no, Jenny, you don't even know. What do you mean? That's like literal common sense. Don't try to fight for literally me talking about common sense. Jesus. I was like, yeah. Oh, it's so annoying. It's so annoying. Ugh. Literally common sense. You think trying to fight against me and then try to correct me by just 1 hour difference is gonna make you feel like you're smarter than me? Please.
Kalian udah mulai bete belum? Gue sih udah.
DMTR, thank you for 3 months. Thank you so much.
Ini sejam sih bisa 1 match tadi.
That doesn't make you a smarter person. I'm talking about those people who are trying to just trigger me.
Anak-anak belum pada live apa?
Fight.
Oh, ada Okto.
Ada kotak
Voting. Oh, anjay, voting kapitalis.
Pakai bubble dikertusin kalau nggak salah gitu ya. Pak balik ya. Intinya gitu lah. Babang saat
baru saja memberikan 25.000. Setiap satu baju didonasikan 10k untuk cari 3 emas. Dinaikkan 10k kayak gak masalah.
Coba kita tanya dulu ke si bos.
Jadi kenapa tiba-tiba
bos,
jadi
aku belum
charity.
Bayar
jadi
Spotify sama YouTube ya?
Bisa sih, bisa kita diskusikan sama anak-anak sih.
Gue lupa lagi. Udah bayar apa belum ya?
Aja nantinya.
Katanya
agak
dulu.
ribet soalnya kan kalau itu langsung habis merchandise-nya enak.
Bos,
Yang ribet itu kalau di ecer.
Bos bahas bos saya lah.
Kalau di ecer ribet nanti. Apalagi kalau udah masuk ada diskon-diskon. Ah, ribet tuh. The Basco makasih 10 tahunnya ya. 11 tahunnya maksud gua. Aku belum bayar Spotify sama YouTube ya. Ah, kita lihat screenshot terakhir ya, Dik. Ah, itu dia. Gampang kalau masalah hal-hal itu sih tinggal ini aja, lihat SS terakhir aja.
Tolong dicek bos.
Januari, Februari, Maret dulu.
Oke, aman.
Apoy. Terima kasih 25.000-nya Apoy. Langsung Boy.
Maret belum, gue belum bayar. Guys.
Screenshot terakhir ya, Mas Diki.
Jangan dong ngeblok.
Anda kan bisa ngecek sendiri.
HP aku jauh di
Movino guys. Oh,
di kamar ibu.
Umur jenggot. Enggak, set. Guys, ada bocil sosok nyuruh cukur jenggot enggak? Iya. Set.
Bocil itu
Mufino ini guys.
yang nggak tahu taraweh, yang nggak tahu taraweh tuh.
Diarahin. Dia anaknya Twitch streamer gitu. Anaknya tuh kayak mau pasar internasional tapi nggak bisa bahasa Inggris. Mana ya? Mufino apa? Mufino
sipit doang.
Gaming ya? Sapi,
kena lu
makasih
pipi
gocengnya
anjing.
ya. Tapi thank you Mupin. Pipi Santoso ini ya. Terima kasih gocengnya.
Lu ikut ngatainnya seru.
Rania itu tuh, Rania. Jelas anjing bocil kayak.
Remove.
Cukur jenggot nggak? Hah? Maksa dah. Datang.
Pasific
baru saja memberikan 25.000.
Bocil GTA ini pasti.
Tolong untuk para sultan
kan?
rakyat dulu untuk RP ya.
Rada melas ya bacanya. DND 24.
Udah lama nggak mampir ke si bos, emang iya mampir.
Om cukur jenggot om.
Apa kabar jenggot gue ya?
Tidak panjang ya. Tidak seperti bewok-bewok pada umumnya gitu ya. Kecuali Diki itu. Bewok Diki.
Woi!
Ya, nyambung.
Kalau mi Jesus.
Tahu gara-gara jenggot tuh ketarik lepek-lepek. Nah. Itu dia. Itu dia aja gue. Cara ngevote gimana Bung? Oh, kan disuruh voting. Call, aduh, debat ini. Apalah ya. Kasih periwitan dulu tuh. G999 terima kasih 2 bulannya.
Punya gue periwitan.
Sahur enggak masuk waktu? Tidak. Maksimal sampai jam 2. Udah mentok itu kita nggak bisa.
Panik si bos.
Started off triggering me.
Cepet banget jenggot tuh kan ini mulu dicukur mulu. Lihat Cinta dulu guys, Cinta bener juga sih Chris. Nah, biar tahu konteks kalian nonton dulu ini ya kan. SNDD ya guys ya. Di SNDD ada nggak sih? Gue lupa.
Allahu Akbar, terbalik gak ada Nugi, gak ada gue yang sekarang.
Anjir, Jerodan. Gak ada di mana sih? Ini apa nih?
Gue jadi berat banget. Enggak lah, gak gitu Sup. Itu usaha lu sendiri men.
Enggak sih usaha lu Gi.
Jalan bro. Gak apa-apa buat Yusuf. Semangat di sana ya Sup ya. Gua bahagia banget ngeliat lu bahagia di sana bro.
Bohong.
Nanti kalau udah sukses, jangan lupa lah.
Lu kan paling gak seneng Gi orang sukses.
Lu salah satu temen
Di Z, emang gak ya?
Di game yang pada saat 2 tahun lalu gua ulang tahun, lu tuh satu-satunya yang ngasih kado Sup. Gue ingat kado lu itu Google
Kado gua gak dianggap, ngentut.
Thank you Sup ya BTW ya, udah ingat gua
Penjilat berarti nih orang.
Thank you bro, sukses terus. Allahu Akbar.
Begitu. Sekarang dari harga deh. Oke. Cukup sekali berarti. Si Jet apa sih TikToknya guys? Jet soy FW. Jet soy FW.
RS ya, jadi ketika tes
Anjir, ini baru upload nih.
bilang itu selfie sampai selfie kan. Kata-kata hari ini mas itu ya. Ketika
Ini baru juga nih.
Gantilah agamamu jadi server roleplay.
Wow.
Kapan rilis?
Tapi 2.0
itu kurang 20% bro.
20%. Wah, dikit lagi.
5% fake dot general, 10%-nya robbery sama bisnis. Sudah itu aja. Kalau gue nyebut tanggal ntar makin berabe lagi.
Ose lu bilang ganteng, haha, mukanya kayak cinta Luna anjing. Lah, goblok. Lu lagi pansos bro, nonton streamer eksekutif. Iya, lah bang, masa gak pansos? Kenalin nih, tukang pansos.
Bentar dulu, terus lu siapanya Yohan Kuncoro? Jawab.
Gak ada. Sabar. Apakah kita is back? Alhamdulillah.
And we are back. That's right.
Alhamdulillah, bro.
The issues have been resolved. So we should be getting underway here in just a moment.
Sampai emote only chat ini.
The players are in their seats. Everything should
buka puasa.
So help me God, we are going to get through this
That's
second
right.
map, and all of you watching are gonna enjoy it.
Or we will pull this cast over.
Yeah. Don't make me pause this again. Y'all better be enjoying this. Anyway, let's get underway. Map 2. Here we are, just in case you forgot. Or if you're just tuning in, because good morning, NA. At least for the,
welcome
the
aboard.
East Coast. Welcome to the Pacific party. We are now going into map 2. T1 able to take the first map of Pearl that was
Cerminnya
the
kotor kayak
selection of
pikiranku.
Esports.
Wow.
Now we find ourselves on T1's map pick of Haven. See if they can close this
Oke,
out
10
now.
detik.
One of the
Kita
crucial
tutup
things that we
B3 adik-adik
really
ya.
get to discuss too much is that for the side of GE, they're going into this map. They don't have that
Ya.
breach, which is typically
Close
ever so
betting.
present here on Haven.
Yeah, it's a very different comp between these two teams because the initiators are vastly different now.
Udah ganti IND kan udah gue bilang salah itu harusnya IND kalau India.
GE is they're going to start on the attacker side through all the maps if we happen to go to Lotus. But this is there's a lot of really interesting things going on here.
Udah
First of all,
telat,
very
gak usah
different.
ya.
The way you get information and the distance you
Abu.
have to do so, very, very different. But it's open sight here. Zeta, one of the
Akun
best
Abu.
Sovas around, is going to find some value with that shock dart. I assume he got a little bit of damage. Indeed, he did.
Okay. Lurk here from Bazzi. Spots one. Carpe trying to draw it down. Pop flash now at the ready.
Ayo, ding doang.
Cross, but Ban able to survive with 20 HP. Zeta's still up here in heaven. And yes, we do realize that the UI not there at the moment. Hopefully we'll have it up in just a little bit. Pushing forward, Ban. No hope here. And Saya player falls.
Iklan ganggu ini kan dari sononya, kadal.
On the side of GE, will go ahead and claim a pistol for themselves.
Yeah, to me it feels like there was just enough misinformation.
Bang, UI-nya mana,
Bang?
Bang?
Round by GE, expecting that
Bang,
recon dart.
UI,
Again,
Bang.
only revealing one player's position, kind of left the defenses open, and then Batsy here with the cheeky position behind the box, able to find some big kills. Almost got a third with that dink. Zeta trying to do everything he can, did a lot of damage, got a few kills, but not good enough. And you can see that the energy is there.
Si Ben pernah di NA, nggak tahu dah.
Even during that long tech pause, they're
Gua
able
nggak
to keep their spirits high, keep the energy going. So
Dinamat hari pertama nggak apa-apa lah.
continue to convert that. But another interesting point
Daripada
that I didn't get to talk
di
to
hari-hari
talk
yang
about here that you alluded to earlier
udah
is
week
that
keberapa.
we haven't seen either of these teams play this map yet. So there's a lot of big question marks on how they're going to approach it. Like what kind of Uh-oh. Achilles
Omega Lul.
marbles, people.
Gonna have my Joker moment. It's gonna
I'm for my own safety, I'm going to go cast from the coach's booth below us.
Go join
Kek
the
El.
Koreans. Go join the Koreans.
Kek
Make it a quad cast.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, that would actually be pretty fun. My Korean's really bad, but I could say some footy stuff.
I mean,
Something udah main,
you just do
kayaknya
the part where
main.
You just yell the player names.
I'm good at that.
At
That I've
least
got.
commit to that bit.
The real question is do I have the proper Korean
Monjet
pronunciation
mana
for
itu
some-
monjet pakai oben.
Good point.
Yeah,
Good point.
like Wrongski? How do they pronounce that one? I'm not sure.
Tuh paling ujung kanan tuh monjet tuh.
Wrongski?
Uronsky?
Wongski? I mean, your guess
That
is
would
as good
be-
as mine.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of that like the way I'd spell it out with the Hangul, but anyway. Anyway, I might as well talk about this since I have time. I think it's pretty intriguing that
Tang,
we haven't
tang,
seen either of these
tang,
teams. Now,
tang,
we've seen some of these players, but the one player I was kind of curious about that I've always thought played pretty well in this map.
Pere kapan main besok?
And he's not here. And also now it just dawned on me that we don't have the intro versus texture storyline potentially of the old Damwon teammates. But Ban, is very, very good on Omen, I think.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this relationship as far as the substitutions continues as we see more maps from T1. And, obviously, if we do go the distance and we end up on Lotus, then maybe we'll see that even further. I'm curious if it's mainly going to be like certain agents. For
Bener, harusnya gua bukber hari ini aja.
Maybe they find that, as far as the Viper's strength is concerned, it's more in the hands of Intro, so he's going to be playing picks like that. Maybe Ban is going to be sticking things more along the lines of the Omen and the Astra. We'll have to just kind of wait and see here. I'm being told that it's a minor issue, and we should be getting into the game soon. You can see that as well, the UI coming back up, so it seems like we got that taken care of.
Berangkat,
Here we go. We're back underway. So fortunately, a very brief one. Joker moment avoided. My sanity is retained.
And my my safety remains as well. I'm very happy about that.
Drop the UI though.
That's no. I need to see this. I'm still reading it. You shut up.
Keluar ya.
I'm busy.
Nih biar pikiran segar, saya ngambil sop buah dulu adik-adik ya.
Side player.
Side player with the
Very
Marshall.
forward position.
I like this.
He's not going for the wide swing though. Just waiting to see if he's going to peek in. Now he starts getting some line of sight, but granted, everybody's already shifted over. Heavy stack for the side of T1. They can slow up this push in. Could be good for them, as Texture going to be dashing in, doesn't get that stun across onto him, and he will manage to find two. The counter swing comes out from Carpe, will be able to find a single kill. And nobody else joins in on the site. Side player now hearing the rotations coming through, whips the shot, a little bit of movement, and the bullet goes wide. Aaron, in the meantime, crept his way through Garage, got the catch onto Carpe, and that leaves Munchkin. Spectre recovered end in hand, creeping his way in, and Aaron gets the insta-dink and the follow-up kill. So, a 2-0 start now for the side of GE as the plant just barely does go through, so they get that extra money as well.
Yeah, it's a really good round for GE in most respects. I mean, you drop a little bit, but not enough to really feel like things went super awry or anything. And there's a lot of utility and stuff here in the face of GE as they enter, but Texture is good enough and fast enough to overcome a lot of it. You know, Aaron, again, he's good on the lurks. He's a good player for kind of watching those weird angles, finding the off angles, finding the flanks. I think we're having a little bit of a barracks, a bit of a UI issue maybe on this one. It looked like it was, I mean, that was just too fast from Texture. They couldn't keep up.
Is this going to be an early timeout? That's what it's seeming like.
They're working on it. They're fixing it. I think we're in a round and we just needed, I think the UI was...
Okay, I guess we had to reset barracks. So, yeah, seems like we're
UI, kenapa lagi UI-nya, guys?
Gonna find one. Texture getting into the back, will find three.
Wow.
What the fuck, Texture?
Okay. Apologies for the delay in getting that shown to you, but Texture go kill seems to be a pretty good strat so far. We were talking about that map, map one warm up for GE. And even with all of the delays, it seems like it's looking pretty good. And as you can see,
delay.
Just have to go for the call of saving already.
Yeah.
Udah,
I mean,
biar
that's one
gua
thing
nggak
Eraser
pusing.
brought with him, right? To
Sop
GE
buah dulu,
Texture
bos
go kill
kuy.
strat.
This is true.
Yeah. It's an important one to bring. Well, yeah, just didn't get to see much of it, unfortunately. So all I can say is they cut through and Texture did good.
That he did.
Got a pistol kill in the beginning of that, so. And then grab
hiperbola tuh preman.
That was a recovered weapon
yes.
to go ahead and shut him down. So big upgrades as they scoop up 3 rifles. Aaron just going to be sticking with the Bulldog for now. So hopefully all of the shenaniganry is over with.
Yeah.
We'll just go ahead and watch this back. Texture's entry. These cuts around the back. Yeah, I mean, the flash just plays and take it down. And with the recovered Vandal, nice tap. On the
I think this could be one thing that maybe T1 is potentially going to struggle with a little bit is the way that those flashes work, the depth you can get with them, the angles you can get with them for Botsy on the sky versus a breach normally, right? The breach flashes are pretty easy to turn. Kind of know the angles they're more likely to come from, whereas it's a little bit more difficult with the guiding light, because you can cut it whenever you want. You can send it so much further in some, well, sort of, it depends, but in some ways you can send it different, more interesting angles. So I think they're just, able to get a deep flash into the back of Plat, set Texture up nicely, and just put a Vandal in his hands, and you can see he can do some pretty explosive things.
Dog goes out. Zeta pushes up in front of it. Finds 2. Side player spotting the head of Bazzi there for a second, but yeah, not sure how Zeta gets away with his life there.
The first one I thought, okay, he's just going to get traded, and then he just slowly, shimmied to the side while still spraying and got another. Unbelievable.
No matter how this round ends.
Kalau monyet gamen kira-kira siapa yang smoker?
Zeta, though, as low as he is, can't really afford to play in that
Bronski?
position. And obviously, the kills are nice, but the weapons are not recoverable, so there's still a chance here for GE.
Maybe, nggak tahu. Lightning fast
in the
mungkin.
hands of T1. Around the side, and yep, Aaron taking minimal damage. Will find Munchkin. shoving his way through that B site. Ooh, the time
Monyet!
nearly
Wah,
there.
satu
Zeta
doang.
managing to find a third. Crossfire set up. He actually gets the wall bang. Zeta now.
Dapat
On
4
a
loh.
big play, but yes, while Aaron will be able to get this kill, the 2 rifles that were bought in are going to be the ones surviving as we roll over and T1 pick up their first round victory.
Unbelievable stuff from Zeta in this round. Just absolutely spectacular shooting. I mean, this is...
Mungkin selain invest mungkin aja, semuanya mungkin.
Look at that. He just starts moving away and is able to keep that aim stabilized enough. He gets spotted and Monyet goes for the other one, and then, yep, the ping. Yeah, Monyet there, you know, went for the first one, figured he could transfer for the second, but Zeta's just too fast there. Zeta did express his displeasure with me during the break that I did not predict his team. Maybe he's a little bit angry.
He was cool with me, though.
Yeah, he was fine with you.
I got a fist bump.
I know, I'm a little sad. I only got the look
got
of
the stink eye.
disapproval. Yeah, I got... Sorry.
Short fault line at the ready here. Carpet just holding.
I've got your trail.
That potential counter swing. Smoke goes out onto Heaven. Fault line does connect. Texture stuck behind it. I mean, Munchkin aggro pushing. Trying to find something is, I mean, now Carpet, 18 HP, gets finished off as he tries to re-swing out. Find some kind of kill.
Aduh, Monyet sial banget kena gituan.
Aaron out can get the plant
Tembusin
down.
smoke.
There's nothing to disrupt this unless they want to commit to that Hunter's Fury, which they do not.
Kalau map 3 gue tidur ya. Enggak deh, mau taraweh.
It looks like they're gonna save it.
Yeah, I don't think it's
Udah
worth
malam banget, buset dah.
Sai's gonna get out of here at some point.
Sai's just gonna detain himself.
Yeah, looks like it. So he'll just back away to a safe spot. Time bought. Shadows traveling. It's because of these flanks that Aaron's been going on. Yep. You can see Zeta having to watch back towards that C-Link side. And in the end, they're just going to have to exit and onto the rifles because the economic situation for T1 is still not great. So even with winning that previous round, they're not going to be able to string a second one together. So GE will find their fourth.
Yeah, it's the thing that really impressed me the most on their Lotus was what we're seeing right now. Is Aaron kind of roaming around the map, doing a good job of being an absolute nuisance.
Di sana jam 12, iya udah setengah 12 lebih
really
nih.
valuable picks. And that's what's happening here again. So, you know, let's see if T1 can find ways to adjust.
Sampai tengah malam
I think
aja.
this one was just a little
Malam
bit
malam.
of overconfidence on those peaks. Like Munchkin there tried to peek in the long, and, you know, I think they knew they hit the stuns, but there was a lot of players there. There were a lot of reinforcements. I mean, behind the Seekers and contact off a couple players there, T1 gets really aggressive out of there. And then they try to re-peek again with Carpe, and he just gets shut down. So maybe just a little bit more patience from T1. Try to set up some crossfire, some other angles. There's that Hunter's Fury.
Okay. This is a bit wanting, I feel. I mean, granted, yes, the lockdown was used, so you don't have to worry about trying to counteract that, but everybody just shifts out of the lobby. Now they find themselves here on B. The stun goes across. Texture pushes the smoke. Munchkin's dead, and that's a gun taken away. Aaron, again, on this lurk.
Aaron pasti dicek, pasti dicek. Gak mungkin gak dicek.
He's got the nano swarm. Drone's going to go forward.
Dicek dong, nah kan, dicek kan.
This looks familiar. Aaron and Spawn getting pushed
Kiri lu.
up.
Paranoia doesn't connect. Saya will find the headshot. It's going to be a 1-for-1. Both killjoys down on either side, but the spike has been planted this entire time and it's ticking away. Swing out of the garage.
Whoa, texture, what the fuck?
He'll get dazed up. Flash from Bazzi again, buying more and more time. And they just don't have it. There's no way to be able to make this work. Side player will be able to trade an extra one. But
bitches,
again, he falls. He's only got 850. Riding forward into the next round. Bazzi will fall so they get a little bit of extra value.
Jagoin emang yang mana? Gue nggak jagoin yang mana ini mah, nggak jagoin dua-duanya.
Pocket's still pretty deep for global. It's not really too huge of a deal. I just a really good readjust here from the side of GE. I mean, and again, now we're starting to see some
Dengar gak kalian suara monyet?
come through.
I'm pushing the ceiling tuh.
He's really setting players up, particularly Texture. Him and
I'm
you
pushing,
would
I'm
assume that these
pushing.
two have pretty good coordination, given that they're the two Koreans on this squad. And
Cuma
they
2 match hampir
absolutely have shown
6
us
jam,
that with a
OBS
couple
gue
of these
udah
plays.
5 jam
Flash,
setengah.
into the back of Plat onto C earlier in the half, and now here you're seeing the Trailblazer used to set him up as well. So really good stuff. Side player with the Blade Storm, gonna be pushing forward. He's got a lot of players come out. Oh, only gets one.
Yeah, only able to find one. Meanwhile,
Tekstur mulai menyala, tekstur guys.
That ain't long. Carpe position, back sight. Dash
Kelihatan
forward,
dong
flash
hellnya.
goes out. Carpe gets a one-tap on him on Yeahhh,
Boh.
but Texture will find a third in him.
Boh.
Fourth.
Ace,
38
tekstur.
doesn't matter. Line of sight is blocking the healing, so he doesn't receive any, but now Ban finds himself in a 1v3. Two dangerously low HP players. As, yeah, the alarm bot, it triggered. He fired. He finally broke it. Also breaks that. That's the little nano swarm.
Asik, teksturnya di heal. Asik, asik,
Not
Ace.
gonna suffer the same fate, and now the healing has
Asik,
come out,
Ace.
so Texture back up to damn near full HP.
Yeah, he's gonna make a go of this, but this is absolutely nasty. And it is gonna be the ace for Texture. What a round for him.
Second ace of the day. First one from Foxy9 in the final round of our first series. Now here in round number 7, Texture looking to remind us that he is in fact also a Korean Jet.
Couldn't let the young buck, you know, upstage him as the Korean Jet. He had to come in here and strut his stuff.
I was gonna say, that is 100% not a tech pause. That is a tactical
Texture di mana,
time.
Damwon?
C1 need to pump the brakes and figure out what in the hell is going on. Because here they find themselves on their map pick under similar duress to GE on their selection of Pearl.
Yeah, it's looking really well coordinated here. I mean, and Texture is a big part of this. He's come alive. This is the player that, you know, I know you and I have been very high on for a very long time.
Yeah.
Wondering, you know, who was going to find this guy in the offseason this year. After the partner teams were announced, we were kind of wondering how this was all going to shake out because this guy was so good. Was he going to, you know, try to stick with D+ to try to make that run through the Ascension Gauntlet? Or, you know, with some phenomenal players, of course, Lakia and others, allow Exy, I mean, an incredible team there for D+. But he decided to make the jump here to GE, take a bit of a risk, take a little bit of a gamble.
Jadi kebalik ya, teori kalah di map sendiri kayaknya.
He's got it all. Rifling, consistency, steadiness. He rarely overheats. He's just a really well-balanced player. I've always really appreciated the way he approaches the game.
Yeah. Well, call is made. Decent commitment here in the round. Rifles abound. Two Bulldogs, half armor on everyone. Looking a bit like Fnatic. As Bazzi taking some early damage.
Here.
Let's get worked down to about 74. Cellblazer at the ready and go ahead and scout out through sewer.
A lot of the KJ utility on site this time, so the nanos at the default, along with the alarm bot. Probably pop the nano off that. Oh, gets it in time.
Yep. Well, and onto the site, locked down at the ready. Spike getting planted. Munchkin just waiting for everyone to get into position. Now goes ahead. Lets that ult go across, but Ronski able to find one. They push forward. They find the lockdown. They manage to break it. Carpe watching for the lurk, but he doesn't win the fight. And he ran on the flank. Comes up with a kill. Bazzi now just waiting. Flashes at the ready. The one does the call come through from T1. Trying to back away.
Iya, ketahuan teksturnya.
Side player gets on top of Texture, finds that kill. Monier answers back, but Zeta does much the same. They bring it down to a 2. Aaron pushes out, finds one. Now Bat needs to try to get this clutch, but he's just not looking. The smoke will dissipate. Bazzi will finish him off.
Akankah something besok main, kita lihat aja besok.
So
tapi besok saya tidak streaming.
For Global Esports as they find themselves with a 7th round win.
So many good things going for both teams, but it's just barely going to be Global that comes out with this. Okay, so one thing that I wanted to get to, just never quite got there, was that there's not a lot of great counter lockdown utility here on the side of Global Esports' comp, right? You don't have the Sova, you don't have that.
Emang visanya something udah ready, dia mah dari Jepang. EZ, guys.
They're ready for it. Ronski is willing to sacrifice himself to make sure he gets it done.
Kan di Jepang juga dia bisa pekerja paling.
Completely catches T1 off guard. Then Aaron's lurk again sends him into disarray when he wins that trade. It's an expected lurk.
Intronya nggak main, iya makanya feeling gua awal-awal mah nggak main, walaupun dia udah latihan dari lama.
Headshot across, but this goes a little bit wide. Can't get the damage out. Ronski's still going to be full HP. Still looking to get a catch here at a lobby. Texture tucked away, spots him yet again. Just backs away, decides to stop challenging. Okay.
TP to A main. What's up, bros?
Just a check.
Just curious. The real question is did he see Texture? I think he might have, but
Something ganti siapa? Gue nggak tahu. Yang pasti jadi duelist harusnya.
I don't think he did.
Per secondnya main flex.
I don't see any reinforcements coming here for side player.
Does he watch the side? I think he did. Yeah, he spotted him.
30 seconds left.
Kelihatan tuh.
Saya just can't even put any damage out to give the rest of his squad an easier run of it.
That's that veteran experience. You know, having the wherewithal to know that players hide in that corner and being fast enough and on ball.
Okay, well, Munchkin getting a good read there. Would love to grab the weapon, obviously getting zoned away. Rushes out,
Mistimed it.
My eyes. Anyway,
Buset.
a couple kills gonna be found, but once again,
Ayo lu
it's
buta.
left alive, and once again it is Bazzi putting a bullet through his brain.
Something orang
8-1
Jepang,
now
Mi.
as Global are absolutely
Something
running
orang
away
Jepang
with this attack half. I mean, you take a look back to Pearl.
Orang Rusia,
They were
something.
able to win 3 rounds on the attack. It wasn't until they shifted over to the defense that we started seeing them really starting to find some momentum. The defensive holds from the side of
Flashing.
T1 were just too great on that map, but right now they are looking lost in how to play this map.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting completely just roped around this map. They're getting led by a leash right now by Global Esports. And on top of that, you know, Texture's on one. And Batsy, by the way, playing really, really well right now. This guy. Setting up Texture well, setting up himself well, getting valuable information, sometimes sending out fake information, things like that. All the little things that you would expect this guy to do, he is doing in spades.
Yeah. I mean, worth mentioning. I mean, this is, you know, Bazzi versus Munchkin, 2 former teammates.
That's true,
squaring
too.
off against each
The
other.
Crazy Raccoon battle, yeah.
Saya able to find
Iya,
one,
gak
but
kena lu.
okay, Bazzi.
Okay, I told you, he's just...
I mean, Bazzi he just kills him. He just collapsed
Buset,
through.
dapat lagi si Saya,
Will still
gila.
be an absolutely just bloody brawl here in A lobby. And suddenly, somehow, we find ourselves at a 2v2. And while that's good here for the side of T1,
Right here.
They can't recover the guns.
Exactly. The weapons are just completely unreachable.
Tim India tapi yang main gak ada pemain Indianya lah itu monyet.
That could be huge for Zeta to potentially be able to win this
India
out.
katanya.
He needs to at least get one. Pushes out.
Buset nge-line up gitu.
Aaron down to 26
Karat dah.
HP. And even with just a frenzy in his hand, Munchkin is in with a shout. Aaron making the call, shifting all the way across the map, moving over towards C. And if Munchkin had the read, if he popped this nano right now, he'd be able to get the kill. He's got one set up for the plant.
Oh.
But it's just out of range.
Yep.
10 seconds left.
Didn't hear it.
No.
Well, he's got the turret and he's got a big health advantage, so...
Aaron has the advantage of surprise.
Yeah.
Gecko masih belum bisa dimainin. Iya, timnya pada cupu-cupu jadi nggak pada pakai Gecko.
Can convert here.
Kelas Aaron, bro.
That was their best chance, and it does not work out. Oh dear.
Oh dear, oh dear.
And I mean, what do you do from here?
Well, you know, you just gotta. The thing I would, you know, if I'm a coach, I'm telling them just, hey, just stabilize. We're making some decent plays here and there. Maybe try to be a little more loud. I love it. I absolutely love it. Eraser's fired.
Lord.
Gak ngambil senjata ya. Kocak juga si Munchkin.
Oh.
Saya running away. Suppression now comes out from that null command.
Oops, saya player.
Fury again.
The pressure, saya player. Oh my god, masih dapat.
Will be able to peek out
Belakang lu, Bronski! Oh my god.
Taken down, but I mean, it's just using all the mass. Carpe narrowly spotting Texture, does get that headshot off the updraft. It's an instant 2 kills coming in. T1 will finally find another round victory. 6 rounds separated from their last.
And in a round where T1 dials up some pretty heavy aggression early, out the back of that no command, it's kind of the protocols and the discipline here for T1 that wins them the round. They're just decently ready for this. They're in, you know, a pretty good position potentially to help deal with this. Carpe there, some good patience on the updraft from Texture, able to pluck him out of the air. And yeah, they needed that, at least for the mental stability.
Yeah, I mean, they're in with a shot at a 9-3 half.
Saya player orang anjuk ya tentang Billy Elvis.
Well, you and I certainly do, with the tech pauses.
That's very true. We We are at least certain curses we believe in.
Yeah, well, the ones that are real.
Sepertinya kita akan melihat Let's Go nih
It's like
bentar
we
lagi.
believe in aliens, but we don't.
Let's go.
We're picking and choosing our conspiracies.
Makan apa? Enggak.
No.
But aliens, yeah.
Aliens, yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah. Crab people, yeah.
Oh, masuk top 10 emang ya?
Maybe I should
Lah iya. Daripada rungkad.
See if they can get this last round across the finish line. It feels like everything is hinging on that. Even with this map being attacker favored.
They're really leaving C open. T1 has 0 defenses there. I mean, they are 100% expecting an A or a B.
Timing nih. Wow. Ketahuan ngefake gak sih? Ketahuan ngefake dah ini kayaknya dah. Ketahuan dah. Oh enggak deh, enggak ketahuan.
Will get destroyed. It's all a fake. They shift their way over here. On to C. Munchkin gets a read of this. TP back across from one.
Nah, ini dia nih. Let's go.
They're gonna send 2
Karpu ada ulti.
Try to intercept. So far, this hasn't really been watched. Starts swinging in, and somehow Munchkin comes away with the kill.
Nah kan, let's go. Nggak kena siapa-siapa let's go-nya. Gila teksturnya. Teksturnya.
He gets the shot on the Carpe. What more can he do?
Ayah, getar.
Doesn't get that hit there.
Monjet, alah Monjet.
Now it's all on Bazzi. He's been working magic this entire time. He finds one. He's going for
Baji. Oh my god, hampir.
Bazzi will get the
Dapat
headshot.
tur naik haji gigi lu.
And the 10-2 half.
I mean, what a half here for GE. 10-2, and on the backs of some phenomenal plays from Texture and Batsy, as well as Aaron, I think having a really vital half in terms of causing disruption. There in that last round, he causes disruption in a way that we hadn't seen yet in that half where he's selling a fake. Usually he's just kind of lurking, trying to, mess with the post-plant setups that T1 is going for. In this one, it is all just bait, and they had a perfect read on how T1 wanted to play that round, because T1 left C open that entire time. I don't know what magic, what kind of foresight that Aaron has, but he read that round perfectly and called a beautiful one.
Well,
itu anek monyet. GM monyet ini.
GE, the first map warm up.
11, masa sih?
Now we find them dominating on T1's pick of Haven. It just feels like lock-in all over again.
Yeah. This is the script, apparently. I hadn't gotten it yet, but I mean, I saw it at lock-in and I thought, well, maybe. But I thought maybe that was just a rough draft, but no, this seems to be the script.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I mean, for the side of T1,
donat 65 juta bisa dapat umroh, bisa.
Have that timeout for the second half, so they don't call it.
Right.
They don't burn the second one in that initial half, but now they find themselves in such a deficit, even with the map balance and the way that it works between attack and defense.
Kirain monyet player Onyx dulu. Emang.
Like we are certainly going to a map 3. Lotus on that horizon.
Yeah, very, very rarely do you see a comeback from a 10-2. I mean, even though I would say that generally, especially in Asia, Haven's attacker-sided very slightly, not much.
Global Esport dari negara mana? India, Bang.
This is a destructive half for GE. And, again, like you've been saying, Aaron, well known for his defensive-sided, IGLing. That's got to be on the backs of your minds if you're T1.
That's where we started seeing the run back on Pearl. Yep. They started making it closer and closer. It was on the defending side. Let's see how they fare as we are 3 minutes to midnight, ladies and
Kirain
gentlemen,
Albert
here in South
RRQ.
Korea.
I just want to say I just saw something very rare on screen, everybody. Texture was smiling.
Yeah, he's usually fairly emotionless.
Yes.
We saw him get angry at the LCQ, and that was, surprising to see. He started running it back.
He's usually pretty even-keeled.
Even with the smiles, it's still something that should be striking fear into your heart.
Bah, aku ngantuk karena suruh donate aja.
But this is something cool to see that, we've heard the coaches talk about it, and I've
play ini na bobo.
And, they stream together, they're having a lot of fun together, like everybody, Aaron and Texture.
Kirain Global TV Esport itu masih yo adik-adik yo kita kasih ketawa karira 1 2 3.
It's going really well. Obviously, map 1 didn't go the way they wanted, but here they're able to bounce back even after a
Kalau tes 2 keluar main nggak? Main.
And they're still having a good time. They're still fired up. They're still loud. I mean, that's a really good sign for global esports. And hello, India.
Hello, indeed.
Gue lagi piping banget ini.
See what happens now as we get ready to go back into the action. T1 with a monumental task on their hands. Can't really afford to drop anything. And I mean, again, we look back to how things were going at lock-in, how it's been so far for the most part in this series. The pistol rounds have been fairly consistent for the side of Global. They dropped their first one since joining Pacific
Kasih 2 aja
in the
kayaknya.
first map, in the first half. And then since then, they've closed out the other 2. See if they can go
Hacker
ahead
mana?
and make this
Lagi
much more
ngacak-ngacak.
And that's so scary. Pistols are such
Lagi
an
ngacak-ngacak mid
important
lane, guys.
factor in winning games. You look at the percentages.
Okay.
Lu kaget lu.
Eliminated. Munchkin finding the kill. Ronsky going to be paranoid. Pushes into the
Dapat
smoke.
satu.
Again,
You got a
Summit
kill.
does actually manage to come away with a kill onto Zeta. Munchkin trades it back once more.
I'm not sure he had enough time to even
Besok
see.
match apa aja?
He was just spraying with that ghost right at the head level.
Gue lupa apa aja.
Managed to find a connection. So through the
Habis
garage,
kemana? Disita.
Armbot is no longer
Kena boykot.
alive due to its deceased owner. Utility is going to alert GE to the presence of T1. T1 is going to be able to get the plant on the backside of the box. So not the
Talon secret.
Wrapping from 2 different angles is GE, but Monyet gets cut down and catch him.
Again.
Yep.
Third kill for him in the
Perek
round.
kapan main?
Still somehow staying
Astagfirullahaladzim,
alive.
baru diomongin.
16 damage, I believe,
Besok.
there. In that exchange, maybe 20. As they spot out Bazzi. Worked miracles from this position in the last one, and he's narrowly able to get that elimination, but it will be another pistol round going the side of T1.
Sorry Bang, baru join.
2 records so far in this.
Oh, join lu timing banget ya.
It's even Stevens. That's fair.
Timing.
So GE
Timing
maybe
orang
not
nanya
the
dijawab.
new
Bener-bener pas lu
princes
nanya
of
tuh gue lagi jawab.
Still
not yet. Maybe.
Pretty damn consistent.
They're pretty good.
Yeah.
And that's important.
Perek
I mean,
kapan
they
main?
make
Oh,
some
kalau ini
really
gila
good
notice
calls.
nih.
And if it isn't just kind of a pretty good read here from
Satu nih,
Munchkin
gila
on
notice,
how
satu.
Monyet was going to be playing that position on that smoke, he just finds the perfect timing to cut into the smoke himself right ahead of Monyet.
Yep.
And is able to kind of prevent that from being a decent attempt for GE. Made it a near impossible attempt for Batsy.
Iya, abu caper lu juga abu.
It works a treat. They managed to find one.
Harus
Munchkin
akan
taken
notice.
down. Deadliest player of the last round. Find that elimination. Saya player just taking some pot shots now through the smoke. So, I mean, for a gamble stack here in this eco round.
Nobar EMEA enggak tidak dong. Kita kan
about
Pasific.
coming away with a kill.
Right here.
Maruk amat mau nobar semuanya, Bang.
Saya player abandoning the Marshal.
4 players all turning a flash in unison. That's some synchronized swimming right there.
I mean, they full 5-man gamble stack the Seaside. It just happened to be correct.
Yeah. I
Buset,
think they kind of
masuk udah kayak
suspected
klonnya
that Saya player
Yoru.
might be going for a Marshal. He's pretty, likely to do so, as we saw even in the first half, right? They lost the pistol and he still went for a Marshal. So it's like you're basically gambling. All right, is he going to go most likely long C or long A? Something.
Kalau mabar semuanya kapan tidur?
For the most part, you kind of have a pretty good idea.
Kebetulan kita nobar, Bang.
The coin flip comes up.
Kalau mabar mah enggak dulu.
Proactive util coming out, not reactive. The aftershock now gone. Time still ticking away, and I mean, Global they at least find themselves in a prime position to be able to, die to this spike, but maybe things get a little bit worse for them.
Dapat tuh Sokdat.
Dart out from Zeta, however, on to Ronsky. We'll go ahead and confirm the round victory. I say.
No.
Yeah. Surely not.
I don't think so.
Yeah, no. Not even close. Okay.
Oh, nggak ada gecko, belum ada yang make aja.
An extra 1.5 seconds. But, I mean, can you imagine? If he
Terus
actually
banget UI yang sekarang. Ya, yang ini bagus nih, baru. Fontnya lebih oke nih.
I think we would just have to leave.
Kenapa jadi pada giting gini? Mungkin puasa itu dia tinggal di Amerika. Kan baru puasa tuh Amerika. Baru pagi.
Okay, T1, they find it. It's not clean. So you can see a lot of investment now needing to be put into this third round of the half. They will have a fair few rifles to try to contend with those of Global, but they need this to be around victory as well as a clean one. Retain as many of these as they possibly can. Texture going to get tucked away. Smoke comes down. He's actually going to push forward off the back of this.
Monyet puasa nggak, Ben? Tanya OC aja.
I think he's just curious to see if anybody's going to try to cut through the smoke. Maybe he can catch him off guard there at that lowered angle. Instead, he's going to back behind the box. Now he's going to have to wait, see if he pops his dash. Maybe I thought a flash and dash there. actually not going to bait. They're not going to fall for it.
Double flash over the top. Texture does get clipped there. I'm not sure if Carpe swung fast enough to be able to spot him. Saya now.
Ketahuan nggak nih si saya? Oh, ketahuan.
Spotted. Drops down. Can't stabilize the aim. Ronski will claim it.
Go see, go see.
Oh, it's so good.
Here's the push in the garage. The flash. Blocked out by the smoke. Aaron
Nah,
trying to drip down, trying to get this timing. Pushes out, finds one.
Ih, akhirin satu lagi, akhirin.
Nearly.
Karat itu bang. Oke, cakep. Wah, monyetnya turu.
Will be the finisher. I said it needed to be a win. It needed to be clean. It was neither. Global.
DBS gak main, udah jadi pebisnis dia.
Aaron's timings in this map in particular have been immaculate.
Yeah, he's looked phenomenal on this map, as has a lot of global esports. If they're up, 11 to 4 or 3, whatever it is. Aaron is just screaming. Absolutely love it. Another thing I really want to give a lot of credit to GE for here is the way they played that long A scenario, where they had Texture tucked behind the box. He's checking the smoke. Please take a little while. This is a really interesting way they played this. And so they didn't get much context. Now, they got the flash at the top, but they didn't really know what was going on the other side of it. Eventually, they're able to sneak Batsy down into sewers. He's able to use the Trailblazer to spot out Saya, who is trying to counter this play, and they're able to pinch onto that. Really well thought out and set up by GE. Really well read.
Drone goes out, gets the spot, doesn't get the dart. Bazzi sends a flash, turns away. Texture shuts down Saya. Coming out, eating some damage. Texture gets a headshot, dashes away as he goes for the reset. For the reload, Ronski is there to follow up.
Yeahhh, baru gua ngomong keren jet.
Kill here with the Sheriff in hand, but he will fall shortly thereafter. And Global are now just one round away from taking us to a third and final map of the evening.
That looks like we may be getting it that both teams get their first map win and BCT
Iwan kalau T-nya 2 jadi apa?
and take us to a
Jadi oke.
map.
Pasti nggak tahu kan bocil lu. Nggak tahu kan lu?
Might as well use it if, use it or lose it.
Everything in the kitchen.
Tahu nggak?
8 consecutive rounds to try to take us into overtime, but I think
Aku tai lah, emang lu tai.
Impossible that we are going to Lotus at the end of this all. And if I'm wrong, I am happy to.
Yes.
I don't even know what I'll do.
I am keen to have the run back. An 8-round in a row run back, absolutely. We'll take
Ikat Tiwi ya ketahuan tuh, pasti udah punya anak.
Hot sauce that I can get and I will drink it.
Oh god.
Itu guys tim Indo, India bang.
That's scary. I was telling you the other day that I tried a bunch of those really spicy.
Bukan lelaki cadangan bang.
One of them definitely
was.
Yes. One of them was. It made me cry. I'm man enough to admit that hot sauce made me cry.
Well,
like one of those million-level Scoville ones.
Sure. Well, maybe that's what I'll have to go for. And drink it was a strong term.
Yeah, don't do that.
Let's say eat a significant portion of. But it's fine.
Pasific nabrak M berarti ini band asli.
Timeout can work any kind of magic. 4-1. Or if it's just delaying the inevitable. I mean, as you can see, going into what is very well likely the last round of this map. A singular Spectre with a half armor, a Sheriff with full, and then Stingers across the board.
Amerikas nonton nggak? Nonton, tapi nggak sama lu.
I believe, to try to get Munchkin his ultimate.
I'm really curious to see what they're going to do with Batsy Seekers, how they're going to play around this. Info check, it's going to get a pop, but everybody playing very
Channel sebelah rungkat, channel mana?
Right on. Start pushing their way forward, making a little bit of noise here.
And going out. Start this time does connect. They get the fault line across onto Bazzi. So watching, however, from heaven is Ronski. Texture with the snap. Burns down Saya. Takes out Ban. The blades come out. Saya
one more.
Is hungry for victory.
Kena buta deh.
From him, will get one last kill. But Ronski will finish it.
GG.
Dominant statement here for Global Esports, who persevere after dropping their own map. They answer back in a big way, 13-4 on Haven to extend us to our first
masih Bajri. Adakah yang cair adik-adik? Coba kita lihat dulu. Wah, banyak yang ngebet SKT ya. Cairkan dulu lah. Dar.
so many times. I'm just like, yeah, this is
Air gak bro?
pretty good. It's pretty darn good. And Zeta putting up quite a bit of fight for T1 individually. The bigger picture here for T1 just
Berarti tie juga hari ini ya?
not nearly at the same level as G this time around. Just didn't seem as well coordinated.
Untung tadi Jetta DRX 2-0.
Playing off of each other for G. So again, they said they need to play to their own strengths. They need to kind of play within themselves. And this map certainly.
Ini seru nih anjir tim Secret Talon. Ntar kalau gua dari UPI cepet besok gua streamingin lah ya guys ya. Sebentaran paling itu.
You see it?
Lembur Pasifik iya.
Bosuk.
Di mana coba si Ayang? Coba kita cek anak-anak ada yang udah lab kah? Apa masih pada nongkrong? Masih pada nongkrong. Oh, ada Yusuf.
Buarin orang bos. Mereka nggak pernah pakai radio tuh kalau jalan atau apa.
Kemarin di situ anak kelas SMP pernah gua.
With that, and meanwhile, the other 71, yeah, we just don't know, and that's again, that's that we will. We're gonna go to a commercial break. When we come back, the desk will break down the action, and then we'll go into Lotus for our third and final map. So stick with us.
Skin baru. What the fuck? Miti botak guys. Apa mohak?
Pakai rambut bang. Lelah gua bang.
What the fuck? Miti botak.
Dari pemerintah pusat. Oh, ya udah karena pikiranku support dari pemerintah pusat, ya aku mengiyakan.
Anjing capsa si duta dialog. Oh kamu nggak ada logo FTA-nya karena lagi watch party. Nih kalian nonton apa gua off nih? Aduh gua belum terawih cok. Tanggung nih kalau tanggung nungguinnya 2 jam nih bahaya juga nih. Nonton LCK nggak? Kagak bro. Ya udah skip aja bang, tarawihnya kan lagi kerja ya. Malaikat nyatet, alhamdulillah. Tim tarawih aja, jangan nanti disangka flexing. Nanti kesian orang-orang yang belum bisa sholat ngelihat gua. Ini orang sholatnya jago banget kan, gak enak kita. Daripada keburu males tarawih, enggak lah. Tarawih sendiri iyalah di rumah, mau gimana kan di masjid udah beres. Si jago ya maksudnya ibaratnya bro.
But we didn't see any of that.
Di mana si Ayang ini anjir? Ramah amat.
There's an electrical cabinet. Oh, it's dark.
Lihat atau OC udah lihat.
Rocks actually.
Yang flexing tuh bolehnya harta rakyat, ha? Kayak tahu.
Thank you for the who's screaming.
Yang teriak anjir. Ini apaan sih? Wow. Explore apa nih? Rada horor juga malam.
First place was this? You think so?
We're facing the greatest evil.
Aneh.
Enggak, pond development dari mana? Sial, itu harusnya aku yang ngomong. Sial, itu harusnya aku yang ngomong. Halo? This is just me or what?
Ya Allah, gede bener tuh iklan lagunya.
Were you taking a dump or something? Why is it so long? One eternity later. What if I'm just trolling?
Zeta habis kalah makin cantik, apa ngaruhnya?
What if it's on loop?
Sad.
Harga.
Why the sad noise? Okay. Holy shit, look, there are some caches up in the mountain.
Di sini bisa nggak ya? White
But let's go
people
find these
said.
two first. This is close.
Nggak bisa.
Navigate.
Slammed in map
Well,
3.
I do not think it's a good idea to go up a mountain at night.
Ah, si Paci abis, mampus. Ungkat.
There are tons of other caches that you can go. That's not up.
Coba lu bet GE-nya di map kedua juga. Nyayur lo. Bet GE 481 emang udah dibuka, Ju? Kan belum.
Okay. There's no mountain light. And also, I don't think there will.
Ini udah kelamaan anjir, gue udah mulai bete nih. Pengen main gitu dari tadi.
Why are we here
Nonton
at
doang.
night? We're hunting treasures.
Ini highlight tadi.
My goal is to find about 5.
Jalur belakang Ben mana bisa blok.
And then after finding 5, we could go hang out. 청명산 인터넷이 될까요? 산인데.
Kayaknya lagi di mana nggak tahu. Kayaknya masih di
One
Korea
down.
dah.
Hunting treasures. Treasures or toothbrushes. Okay, don't judge me just because
Gak
I
ada
got
dijepitin nggak tahu bro.
Please. You know?
Nih gua aja nonton doang nggak pakai betting bisa ngumpulin 20.000 loh.
So I was waiting in the bus station and I saw a bunch of kids. That kind of looks like maybe they're like high school students or like middle school students or something.
Bukannya di Hong Kong, kemarin di Hong Kong, terus waktu kemarinnya lagi gue lihat dia udah streaming di rumah. Waktu itu main apa ya kemarin ya?
Like they're grown up, but they are
Gue lupa main apaan.
like, you know, I think they were like 16 or 15 or something, so high school student. And I was thinking, wow, if they're 16, it means
RE, iya kali RE ya?
they were born in like
Harus masuk lubang lagi. Kayak di Bali.
2007, right? 감사합니다.
Ini orang sih jalan gak ada capeknya sumpah dah.
2007. They're 16. So I was like, and then the other day I was talking to my
hobi
mom.
juga iya.
And do you guys know, you know, the Sigma phase? I don't know. I think it's an old trend, but I don't know.
Walaupun dia udah keringetan tetap kayak nggak kelihatan capek aja.
And I kind of think the Sigma phase is like really funny. It's kind of like, oh, that kind of stuff. So I made that face to my mom. I was like, Mom, look at me. And my mom was like, what the fuck? I was like, yeah, that's Sigma face. And
Kayak
Mom
lu nggak
was like,
capek-capek nge-vape mulu.
"No, when I was at your age.
Ngomongnya depan kaca Malmer.
I was like, and then my mom was like, what the fuck?
Karena sih pas jatuh ke lubangnya dalam. Iya kan yang kena pahanya malah.
Shake my head. Damn. Okay. Come on. This is a big crossroad.
Definisi hidup bebas, iya kali.
No, she's never gonna disown me unless I start doing OnlyFans.
Hah?
Or bikini stream.
Ah! Apa?
Zebra crossing. Oh my god, did you guys see the video recently in Korea? Zebra escaped one of the zoos in Seoul, and then zebra
Menarik gas band, menarik gas band.
roaming around in the Seoul middle of the street. Apple Toast, thank you for 14 months. Thank you so much. How unrealistic? I saw the video. How unrealistic is that? I'm crossing the road.
OnlyFans-nya jalan doang ya.
맞아요. 장난 아님 정말.
Malam ini nonton drakor ah. Nonton drakor apa ya?
Townder, thank you for 38 months. Thank you so much.
Waduh, magenta. Kenapa tuh magenta? Nikmat V1 enak kak. Gue yang V2 waktu itu. Blueberry pastry. Kenapa yang seru? Gue lagi nonton. Oh, lu kalau belum nonton.
This high school, go through this high school and over here.
Oh, stop.
And there should be one over there.
Salah ternyata. Kalau belum nonton apa guys yang
I like zebras.
Yang zombie kok zombie? Aduh apa sih? Connect. Nah, Connect. Kalau kalian belum nonton tuh bagus. Di satunya enak, vanilanya juga oke, not bad tuh. Connect tuh seru. Gue lagi nonton yang ringan-ringan kayak Unlock My Boss. Unlock My Boss, terus gue belum beresin Hometown Caca-Caca. Apalagi ya? Penthouse season 2 gue belum. The Recruit ya, The Recruit. Bukan drakor ini, The Recruit yang CIA. Itu nanti udah bakal ada season 2 nya bro. Connect tentang apa? Gue lupa tentang apa, pokoknya seru dah. Unlock My Boss bagus sih ya, makanya gue dari awal kayaknya lucu nih ceritanya, ringan-ringan gitu, banyak komedi, ternyata iya. Mando S3 gue kagak nonton. Mr. Queen belum. Kalian nonton apa lagi? Konak. Lu tuh Konak. Sri Asih belum. Sampai subuh gak? Gue belum taraweh bal. Nanti abis nobar gue matiin lu streamingnya. The Glory nonton dong, udah beres gue. Udah bisa bet. Boleh dah, gue bet ya. Map 3 Lotus. Tuh, start bet.
Finding geocache. Let me download that.
Lagi nunggu The Boys. The Boys tuh yang superhero bukan sih? Yang Homelander gitu-gitu ya?
Cool.
Gue lagi nunggu Gyungsong Creature apa tuh? Taxi Driver gue belum, tapi katanya bagus Din, bener Din.
Cool.
Rekomen modelan The Kingdom. Gue nggak tahu modelan The Kingdom apalagi. Gue nggak terlalu doyan yang kerajaan Korea. Gak doyan gue. Yang ada Han Sohee. Yang ada Han Sohee emang ya? Gue belum lihat sih, ntar coba ya yang Gyeongnam Creature itu. Kayaknya udah mau agent pick adik-adik. Langsung di bet sekarang ya.
Probably have to sign up.
Nonton drakor cuma Meteor Garden, Ben. Cobain aja nonton yang lain, ntar juga doyan. Lu gak lihat nih mata gue udah mulai capek.
인증만 하면 바로 이용할 수 있어요. 오케이.
A lot of Harbor. We've seen teams sometimes work with just the Omen, and it looks like Yeahhh, he wants to use that
They will
paranoia, the
have to
breach
put
of the
your social
moment.
number,
Much more
ID
of a
card,
what,
location, and
traditional
etc.
understanding
Well, in
interpretation of the
Korea,
map that
a lot of
everyone
things goes
expected
with the
when
phone
Sorry,
number,
udah.
so
Whereas
you
Harbor
can
and Viper
verify with your
going for
phone
a
number,
bit
which I'm
more
doing
of
right
an
now.
evolution that we saw
And
throughout
once
Lock
we
in,
are done
really
with that,
cutting
you
up
No
can
gecko
use
adik-adik.
position one by
it.
one, whereas Breach and Omen, they're going to want to push far forward, even
Bentar.
on defense, by setting up their double duelists and Ronsky.
AC gua error anjir,
Yeah,
kenapa
it does
di
look
atas
like
mulu?
Global Esports is going to be going for a lot more, trying to pop
Yipper,
into
yipper,
areas
yipper,
and
yipper.
get picks here, where
And
you're going to be
also
able
this
to obfuscate
Pasific
the map a lot,
is
with the double controller.
Sebuah kejutan Wronski ke Jet.
Ronsky playing the Jet, right? So he's back to his comfort zone, and then Texture's going to play that Raze as well. So not only do they have utility usage to really take control of areas by doing things like the fault line, or
Besok
the
keluarga
Paranoid on
kira-kira
top of
Gecko,
the
semoga aja.
but then you have another duelist who can still take control of the other side of the map with something like an
Baru
operator, or
berapa
maybe
tuh?
even push
49
far
orang.
forward because you have that tailwind to escape whenever you need.
Well, I'm so excited to be going into this game. I just wonder, you know, is T1 going to be able to figure out what they're doing wrong? We saw in their interviews early on, they were very
Lihat nih
much here
skema dua duelis
to
gimana ya?
improve. Obviously, they're all here to win, but they want to try to tighten up what they've been doing wrong, and they said as well they knew what they needed to work on. So now they've been faced with an opponent that is clearly very adaptive in global esports, but it's why it's a best of 3, right? Now we have that third map. They have a chance to once again try to come back and save that. So we'll see if they can do it now. But right now, man, global esports really kind of taking over the whole evening here for day 1.
Yep, they are, but it's still a 1v1, a 1-1 score right now. And last game was a strong play by Global Esports on map 2, but let's see how they fare on map 3, and let's see what the casters think. How are you guys doing over there, Achilles and Paper Thin?
Oh, I'm just plumb excited to get into this one. Lotus now on the horizon.
Isn't it past your bedtime?
I mean, I might be younger than you, but I don't have bedtimes. If anything, you're closer to having a bedtime than I am.
Yeah, that's true.
The nurse is going to come in, give me
Yeah,
your
that's right. I need,
tuck you in.
need my bath.
Yeah.
Batu anjing crosshair.
Scrub you down.
Crosshair casternya.
Lotus, our final map. As we see who is going to be able to take this, our second series in Pacific. As we jump into it. Global again. We have seen them on this map before.
Ya 5 4 3 2 1 saya tutup adik-adik.
Now we see Ronsky going over
sudah pada
onto
tidur
the
bocil
chicken
betting.
with the double duelist. Actually back onto the race, something that he's quite apt at, something that we've seen plenty of from him. Which is what kind of impact does he have? Ronsky starts things off beautifully, finds the opening kill, Smokes comes down, side player in a rough spot. They're not going to find the kill pass, he will instead, but Munchkin able to pick up 2. Keeps it even in a 3v3. Texture tag down to 47 HP, and that's going to be the rotations going through over towards A. We're talking about this Paper Thin lurking from Aaron, but Ban is ready for it.
I love this from Ban. Just doing a great job kind of reading the positions that Aaron was liking to kind of scoop his way through. Let's see if Texture can do anything here in a 2v1.
Yeah.
It's just going to be Munchkin good for it with the Frenzy.
I mean, looking back up, this is similar to the performance he was having over on Pearl. Fazzy going for the stun, does find one,
ding
but
doang,
even then,
Jo.
Munchkin will be able to draw it down.
Gimana
Gets the
cara tambah
headshot,
poin nonton?
finds 4, really fast tracking towards that lock.
Per 5 menit dapat 15.
Now just 3 charges away after the pistol round. T1 claim.
Blue Beauty udah nonton, udah dari 2000.
No longer in GE's favor.
2000 berapa pertama keluar tuh? Netflix Matalat.
Correct. They're up 3-2, I guess, so that pistol round magic may have potentially been.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good start, but Munchkin just coming through the door there. Catches him completely off guard. They were so tunneled in on trying to finish off Saya player. He just swoops in and steals the round away.
S2 nonton belum sama sekali.
Yeah, it just finds the right timing, kind of knows that everyone's really focused on knocking Saya player out of
Pantas
the round.
Juki dapet ya
Smart
si
stuff.
Juki berarti nontonin terus.
Oh boy, you're right, it is the Force.
They're going for it.
Oh boy.
Dash forward. Nanoswarm's there to greet Ronsky. He's going to get burnt down so very low. Just eating that damage. He gets mauled. Plant's still going to be coming through. Munchkin waiting. Does have the shorty.
Oi,
what a flick!
Di flick loh.
That was nasty. The push coming through.
Enak.
Able to find anything else in the follow-up.
Di force by.
Jet down to 16 HP. Push coming through. Ban whipping a bit.
Ya, Wronski sih
Yeahhh trades it back. Zeta going to be able to get 1.
Saya on a huge lurk.
Flash going in. Yeahhh taken down. It's just an absolute bloodbath as the Stinger is trying to steady it.
Wah,
Really the one
1v1.
fun to finish in the end. Well, they force out. They take them down to a single Spectre remaining. T1, they're going to be the ones holding
Dukung
their
mana?
heads just
Kagak
a little
dukung
bit
mana-mana
higher
sebenarnya.
as they move up 2-0.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea, not a bad attempt, I think definitely an unexpected time to come through with it. After a 1-1,
Jadi
it's not
Juki nggak ke
in
kota
any kind
gara-gara
of
ngebet,
pressure
ya.
situation, so Aaron here deciding to dial up something a little bit unorthodox.
Backside,
Almost
backside.
worked, just doesn't quite, and it's just a good disciplined retake from T1 where they're coming from a bunch of different angles, they're taking their time,
Habis
they're
ini
making
lanjut
sure
nggak?
they're
Gue
all
mau
kind
taraweh
of
dulu.
pushing together. And that's something we have seen from T1 so far this series. Well, a lot of times their timing
Udah
is
mulai,
good.
udah tutup, udah
The
ada.
retakes, they're patient enough to try to make sure that they can get into the proper spots. So once we get to the rifle rounds, I would like to talk about the compositions, the agent compositions, but so far we've had a lot of, maybe not a lot of, but a little bit of goofiness.
Yeah, a lot of skirmishing.
There you go. It's been fast-paced.
See Science still playing forward just on the side of Rubble.
Eh, terdapat poin, nonton. Per 5 menit dapat 15.
Really liking this side.
Kalau 5 bagi keren pisan. Iya, waktu bundle itu gue nggak beli.
Just one away from having that rolling
Kalau gue
thunder
doyan
online,
efek ke
so
ininya,
almost effectively
ke tembok.
guaranteed to have it into the next round. Side player gonna have to drop down. Rotates back, door's already broken, so he's got an easy exit
Tapi
route.
gue udah punya palu yang lebih gede.
Send out the nade just to go ahead and clear back Rubble, just to really make sure that they're pretty clear to move up into the A site, which widely has been abandoned. So it's going to be a full retake attempt coming out here for the side of T1. And Bazzi, as he gets his plant, will have that rolling thunder. Now it's much more likely that we can see him committed into this round.
Yeah, now they've got a really good opportunity to convert this eco. A couple rifles floating around here for T1, and they are 3 players on the long lurk towards
Semuanya
Texture.
3GE.
See if we can find any value.
Yeahhh, the first one
Ada
to
lagi
fall.
nih si Posil.
We're finding one. Fault line comes across. Nicely spam through. Texture and Ronsky now going to be dead. Bazzi, the last one alive.
Bazzi!
Bazzi! I don't think he realized that he was just spotted. Aaron swing on the corner, takes down Zeta. Just 20 HP, but they can only find the singular kill as the defuse will come in. T1 will move up 3-0.
Yeah, I think he's trying to get underneath Saya players updraft there, just trying to see if he could pull something off a little bit cheeky. I mean, you saw a little really kind of hidey hole spots that GE tried to go through with Texture hiding behind the rock, and there with Batsy trying to cut through the door when it was being opened. Not bad ideas from GE, but you know, being at that much of a disadvantage with the guns makes it really hard. So pretty curious to see now that we're going to start seeing rifles come through, how these rounds are going to look. I'm one thing about Texture, as much as we praise him, as good as he is, one thing that has always kind of raised my eyebrows a bit is that with his raise, his blast packing isn't like the best.
Sure.
It's not bad, but it's not
there.
Di sini main apa? Sholat.
He's a study at Bunny University for a
yeah,
little bit.
exactly. A lot of raises do, but
Belum tarawehan.
I mean, he hasn't so far, and I hope to be proven wrong. Super impressed me with the blast pack usage, and that's the thing that really, I'll always say this, separates a good raise from a great raise. And if he could add that to his repertoire, he would hands down be maybe the best duelist in Pacific. If he could do that kind of dual threat.
Rolling Thunder across into B. Blast back forward, Texture looking to clear the site. Side player in the meantime going to get picked off. Aaron finding him. That cheeky little lurk around the side. Lockdown now going to be infested.
Okay,
Not going to
initiating.
be able to clear this. The wraparound is coming through. Munchkin kind of getting a sense of this. Needs to find the
Okay,
kill, but he
Texture
cannot.
dapat.
Texture will take him down. Zeta out. Dropping the code.
Ronsky Gaming.
Themselves in onto the spike, and they're actually playing quite far away.
Mati
from
nih.
this.
Oh,
Taps
dapat
it.
satu.
Go for the
Dua.
commit. Ronsky
One more. Okay, nice.
tears apart 2 players. Global will get themselves on the board here in the 4th round.
Now, there's some confidence from Ronsky. You were saying, putting him back on the jet
Off stream atau AFK sholat aja? Off stream.
quickly and effectively.
Kan watch party-nya udah beres.
Players up
Masa nggak
to one. But
dipisahin?
again, coming from a lot of different angles is GE here. It makes it really tricky despite all the time and space that T1's able to create them for themselves with this lockdown. Texture gets a huge kill on the backside of this as well. Ronsky, fantastic
Oh,
control
lu
of that
ngeraguin
vandal.
Ronsky gitu, Ben.
Very, very clean in the much needed round. allowing T1 to string a fourth together off the back of that buy would have been pretty catastrophic and further disrupted the economy. You have a buy for themselves. Munchkin, however, only operating with a frenzy.
But I really like T1's comp for the control that it's giving them. They can play it kind of like Pearl, where they're able to really cut off the map, you know, sneak players around, push and pull things a lot. So this is kind of getting into the comp that I've been wanting to try to move into, and Saya, so good.
Ash looks like it's actually down.
Nggak buta itu.
Fired earlier, I suppose. Either way, it's a 1-for-1.
Apa flash ke ujung batu?
The aftershock will force Carpe off the angle. And just barely spotting Monier right before that smoke bloomed. He's managed to find the kill. Pop flash in. Carpe not seeing anything.
Pacific dukung siapa? Indopret lah gua mah.
It's the reckoning now invested from Zeta. No short fall thereafter. Shortly thereafter. Will fall.
Buset.
Setup is great. The double swing.
Main lari juga tuh masuknya.
Aaron comes in off that unexpected angle up atop a rope. Global find their second round in a row. And one away from tying us up.
Yeah, so even though they went for the force buy, it didn't work out. Quickly,
GE
is stabilizing here, putting up 2 rounds in a row, and now the economy for T1 is not quite good enough to pull together a buy. See what they want to go for. Good start here for Saya, but then he's all over the place. He got flash in that, and didn't have any
Di
help.
dodge kah tadi Flash? Kalau di dodge mah pasti ini dong. Pasti ngebanting. Tadi kan dia ngepicknya pas lagi ngeflash.
Looking to go ahead and drive
Besok ada match ada.
fans here in the arena, get them woken up just a little bit more. I mean, we saw them rallying the Brazilians over in Sao Paulo as well during their matches. Very passionate bunch, that's for damn sure.
They do not lack any passion. That is absolutely the case. It's my first time getting to meet them today, and they were super welcoming, super nice.
Trailblazers around the back, Ronsky.
Homcat.
Noted, still pushing forward. Fantastic time.
Line up.
Just ahead of that flash. Not much more pressure now on Saya player.
Ooh.
Quick pick, does find one. Push on the corner, needs to get that, but it goes right over Texture's shoulder. Nothing down the sides, Van doesn't stand a chance, and now suddenly we are tied up at 3-3.
Yeah, you know, Saya trying to create some magic with those blades. He's often quite good with them, but this time just a little bit off of Texture's head there. Couldn't find the follow-through off the first kill. And Rongski getting aggressive, feeling confident. He's pushing deep, and I like this. Playing right in front of that flash, and he gets 2 in the middle of that.
He's just
Tuh, di-call sama monyet, you can go more tuh. Ronsky nurut bro sama monyet.
Right
go more.
past the head.
Gave him a piercing in the ear, maybe.
From the sideburns.
Yeah.
Emang harus jet biar gak turu.
I mean, you talk
Iya,
about
agent pool
the
kan.
economy, obviously that last round, bit of a save. Munchkin is
Oh,
greedy.
iya lo.
Here comes
Munchkin.
the rocket. Will just shut him down. Far too greedy. No support whatsoever. And it doesn't even confirm a lockdown. He's still far away from it. However, the
anjing,
kills
Zeta.
are going to be found.
Woi.
Look to rip them
Buset,
apart.
ngeri amat.
An absolutely bizarre play at the hands of Munchkin. And somehow T1 just cut them all down.
Buset,
Zeta finds
4
4
biji.
kills in the
Betawan
round
lagi.
to pick up a 4th round victory. And that's one of the most bizarre rounds that I've ever seen.
It was weird because
Yang ini FC
so
nge-vape enggak?
far, GE hasn't really
Beneran
gotten
slapping?
aggressive off of the harbor utility. So a lot of the utility is used early here by the side of T1 to cut off the entrances, either at C-long or A-long, right? They're trying to keep things in front of them. They're trying to take as much space in these early rounds, get it, you know, keep the map ahead of them. And until now, GE had been kind of just waiting for the utility to expire, not really
Ben monyet
doing too
nickname-nya
much with it. This
apaan?
time they get
Wow.
aggressive on the back of
Apakah
it, so
kamu
I
haus
think you're right.
notice?
Munchkin felt comfortable because they hadn't been doing much of it, but with the showstopper there.
Now they're splitting across Mount. And this is good. Rolling
Whoa, di let's go.
a bit of cover, actually utilizing that enemy cloudburst. Meanwhile, Aaron, I mean, he just swings into B main, finds
Iya,
side
si
player,
Ose
takes him
tuh.
down, but
Gila 1.
Munchkin's turret will finish off Ronsky.
Erin sih bener-bener lurker nih.
Here still 4T1. The B site will be occupied. Global, move forward. Spike planted. And they play this out to find the win. That's a great start, but it's instantly traded back. Door needs to be reopened.
Pintu bang.
The lead with the Trailblazer. Want to clear things out. Zeta now moving into the back. And
Yeah, timing.
Narrowly misses the timing. Ban arriving right as he pivots back.
Okay, Monjet clutch. One.
Monnier.
One for Monnier.
One.
Two for Monnier. Oh my God, Monnier, Monnier. Oh, Monnier.
Across the line with the
Monnier.
I was just thinking, Achilleos, you know, Monier's been kind of quiet today.
Monnier.
Well, there we go. That triple kill ties it up at 4-4, and again gets the GE stack just absolutely.
Monnier.
I mean, he just quadrupled his number of kills there.
Ah, tuh nickname-nya Monnier.
Yeah. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I feel like Munchkin didn't get the ult off that previous orb play. I think he got it off death. I'm not sure. Either way, he's got it now. Looking to see that utilized. It's going to be half armors across the board. We do have an operator here in the hands of Saya player. Pitched up over at B.
Yeah, it's really aggressively far up. They've dropped an alarm bot there too, so worried about lurks is GE. Gonna use the Viper's Pit on the side.
Monnier yang di-nick dulu, iya.
Thwart this approaching
Dulu
GE
banget.
force, which is right now pinging it out. Let's see how they want to deal with this, how they want to try to clear out. Still got a boom bot, still got a few pieces of utility that you can use, potentially, to try to deal with this Viper's Pit. But being very far back in it is Bond. Right now, it looks like it is going to be a rotate. Looks like it is just.
Saya player dapat dia babi.
Texture gets wiped out.
Taken down. The Viper's Pit helping to go ahead and flush at least one player over towards Saya. Flash does connect. Cloudburst going to be invested as well. Nasty chunk of damage. Shock to zone it back and
Roski overhit. Roski overhit.
Profit with a kill, but instantly gets traded back. Zeta now can go ahead, pop the ult. The Reckoning built up. Spike. End up getting planted. Can they clutch it out once more? Man drops the pit, and that's likely going to maybe lead Aaron to believe that the Viper has relocated. Looking for the pinch.
Iya, ding doang.
Quite a bit of damage down on the
Monnier
carpet.
again, Monnier. Monnier again. Aduh, ente Monnier.
Not to be. As we will just go ahead back and forth, round for
Sampai
round.
jam berapa nih sampai beres ini?
Taking the lead once again.
Yeah, the time double peak there at the end to make sure that Monnier isn't allowed to do anything out of the ordinary there. Of course, an extra player helps as well. But yeah, it's good adjustments here by T1. I mean, sensing the pressure on A, waiting for that moment to drop the Viper's Pit. I was watching the map a little bit, and Aaron was flirting around the, I guess, southern edge, you could say,
Mulai
of the
sangit nih map
Viper's
terakhir ya.
Pit there, the attacker-sided edge.
Tadi
Trying to
saling
see if he can
membantai.
sniff out Bond, catch him on the backside.
Besok siapa-siapa
Bond very
PRX,
patient there,
DTM, Talon,
never fell.
Secret.
And like you said, once he dropped the pit, then Aaron was in a very tricky spot. They kind of had a good read on maybe where his positioning would be. They set up a pinch there, even though they won out on the initial trade anyway. And a good flash as well from Carpe in there to confirm nobody's on the B side. It didn't connect with anybody, so they know that they can push in there, start pushing flanks, start trying to clear out the angles that GE might be lurking at. So, yeah, a really good round for the side of T1.
Nih kasihan nih si Neng, lihat nih berdiri terus dari tadi.
Keep this half in check. Got a really good chance. Both these teams fighting tooth and nail for this.
Yeah.
And as we
RRQ kapan? Senin.
I mean, you need to see GE, and this is why
Maret
timeout's
27.
coming in, even though it's only that one round differential between them. You need to see them find more victories on this attack. You look over at the side, of Lotus and Lock-In, and how attacker-sided it was. So many teams struggling to defend on this map.
Especially with double duelists, right?
And so ending up being down in rounds as you get ready to go onto that defending side, not necessarily going to instill the most confidence. We've seen a couple teams be able to figure it out and look a lot stronger on that defense, but widely, it was very skewed to the attacking side.
We'll see. I'm worried for sure. I think T1's comp is set up pretty well to really continue to do what they've been doing, which is controlling the map, controlling the early parts of the round. This time, again, GE's going to try to disrespect the high tide a little bit. Start pushing through the Omen smoke as well. Maybe they're going to consider cutting through alarm bot place. They're going to break the door.
Makasih flashnya.
It's the full flash.
It's all right. Nobody was there. It's fine.
Lockdown invested. Munchkin short, he at the ready to try to defend this. Paint shells. go through. He's got to back away. The lockdown does get destroyed. Nicely lined up. Okay, just
mati lu.
Vronsky tries to get aggressive. Munchkin finds the headshot, gives him the advantage, but the spike is planted nice and early. Aaron, again on the lurk.
Aaron.
Starting to really
Udah ketahuan anjir ngeluk terus.
here of this killjoy.
Ngelur terus.
Find the pick. On the
Iya, di sorti itu udah Carpe udah kayak NC Slasher, guys.
And there's the closeout, a flawless round off the back of that timeout. T1, they will stretch the lead now by 2.
Yeah, maybe feeling like, GE coming out of that timeout that they could get away with another B hit. Maybe, okay, there's no way we do it again, right? Like, we've done it a couple times in a row, surely. Not a third time, but it doesn't matter. I mean, the way that T1 is playing is, it's a lot of patience. It's not contesting for the early parts of the map. It's trying to get information and play off of that. Come from a lot of different angles. Like you said, they seem to have a read on the setups that GE wants to go for pretty quickly. They've adapted nicely. Now GE needs to dig deep to try to make this a 6-6.
That they do. Again, looking like heavy presence over here towards A. High tide goes up. Vronsky gets on the opposite side of it. Tap on the door, but is it going to be a commit? Push. Orb goes down.
Yo, apaan tuh?
He delivers himself onto ban.
Digeterin gitu.
Strikes him down with relative ease. The fight for the Volm. Orb.
Reference there. Intentional or not. It
was intentional.
It was epic. Well done.
Si Ben kudu mati nih si Ben. Kalau masuk.
Van's got a tough piece of work coming ahead here. He's going to push right into the smoke. He knows they're coming. Oh, the timing. Oh, my God.
Do they read the texture could be here?
Timing, Dexter!
Might have gotten the timing. New spot him. Yeah, Carpe finds two on the back end. They're pushing into the smoke. We'll be able to find one, but now...
Ya Allah, kasihan sisa sendiri.
All in his lonesome. As the wraparound comes through and Munchkin's got the crunch.
Dukung mana?
7-4, T1
Sentinel, bang.
looking alive and well on Lotus.
Last round in the half.
It's a tricky round. Global Esports.
84 nampaknya.
Just finds a
75.
great timing there. The Omen smoke comes down. He walks into it, kind of takes a stutter step,
Kebaca,
and then
iya.
is able to cut through undetected.
Sekarang C-nya kebaca lagi kayaknya nih.
Able to relay that over to
Di-pick gak sih
T1
ini?
once again.
Saya AWP kan?
Bring the
Di-pick ini.
reinforcements, bring them in force. Shut the round down. Now you are going with double op. For the side of T1, having a bit of fun with it here. Gonna put one in
Oh
Munchkin's
my
hands.
God, saya player.
Very nicely done. Vronsky, however, going to be able to answer
Di
back.
trade. Good trade.
Operator out of the equation.
Off your
Pulling
feet.
Thunder. Going through.
Disetun.
Line, however, is going to be the thing that connects.
Ketahuan gak sih? Ya, nggak ketahuan. Wih! Check him PC itu mah,
The shot finds him. It's quickly traded back by Moniette.
Phantom tuh bisa begitu, anjir aneh dah.
You do pronounce the T. It's not French, so that's my bad. Either way.
My bad.
Do go ahead. They scout out one. Identify where the Omen is as well. Push it.
Mm.
Bazzi. Fantastic headshot. Helps to keep them in this, but he does get chunked down to 16.
Right there.
Flash keeps Zeta at bay for a little bit
Whoop.
longer. Dan moves forward. Finds the kill. 2v2.
Whoop, timing.
Now a 1v2. Aaron with the operator in hand. Get one of them. That gives him a lockdown. He can get the plant across. It gives him a lockdown. He drops out.
Gila.
Doesn't find the connection. How do you pilot this now? 35 seconds.
Kanan.
Ticking down. Tugging along the
Wah,
wall.
ente.
Van just moves forward, finds the shot, and T1 end up making this an 8-4 half as they get ready to go on the attack.
84.
That high tide from Zeta there made things impossible for Aaron. It gave him no angles to really utilize with that option. Just phenomenally dealt with. And then once they, for sure know it's an operator in his hands, they start pushing and getting into those close quarter situations to finish the job. So, yeah, T1, phenomenal defensive half. 8-4.
Kenapa pede banget sama OP? Kan dia nggak bisa ganti senjata. Kalau ganti senjata ketahuan posisinya di mana.
Just making good reads, not really giving GE a lot of time and space. They might let him get the plant down, but they were quick to react. They were quick to swarm the map, come from so many different angles to make things so tricky. Great reads on
biasanya Bani, iya bang.
timings and information, and again, I think a lot of
Infit
this
ya
does
paling
come down to
jaka.
their double.
Isang itu mah.
Really, I think it really makes it really hard for GE with so little information to work with to not just feel like you aren't forced to just take whatever space is given to you and try to make it work.
And obviously, even though this isn't a double duelist, it still lends itself very well to the attack when it comes down to having those codes.
Ini ada lower kak, ada banget. Gila lihat nih lowernya. Tuh.
Escort yourselves in.
Nih lower nih.
So these last
4 tim di bawah nih lower. Nih yang hijau upper.
This timeout need to be valuable. Racer needs to be keeping them in this game, giving them something to work with, some ideas on how to
Zoe yang mana yang 360 HJ.
I mean, you're kind of mentioning it after T1.
Perek lower iya nih, aduh. Mana ya?
They have the lead. This is GE's chance to at least tie it up and bring them one step closer to finishing out this map.
Yeah, look, this is not
down to
over
earth
by
itu
any
bukan
stretch
lower
of
lagi, Bang.
imagination. I mean, you know, Aaron known to be the defensive-sided specialist. They looked phenomenal just in general.
Kalau akala auto
Haven,
pulang
so
kagak, Bang. Jangan mau lu dibohong-bohongin penonton.
I'm not sold on the breach versus the sky on this map. I think personally, I mean, I know there's a lot of crazy angles you can use for the flashes compared to some other maps with Lotus, like around those rocks and other things, especially at like A site. There's a lot of really weird stuff you can do with the flashes.
Hey man,
but
¿por qué no los dos? Like,
Kasian gua liatnya, kasih tahu.
That was like the worst Spanish I've ever spoken in my life.
That was
but
pretty bad.
Why not do the breach and the sky?
I'm fine with that.
Instead of a double duel.
Masa kalah lu mau di stakes terus tuh. Pulang.
I was just so
awas GE Monye.
Playing Sky that I kind of just wanted to keep
Parabola lu tahu. Lu cinta lu.
Got himself lurked forward here. Dangerous spot.
Oi!
He spotted him out. With that forward position, you would expect that, yeah, this is going to end up being an A hit. Shots go flying. Now just the tide blocking off that drop access as Saya plays within. Ben,
Anjir dibokong.
on the back. Might not find the kills, but he puts in valuable damage.
Wrong Sky. Itu selip, anjay.
They will be able to tie this up as far as the pistols are concerned. Picking up a 5th round victory.
Just a huge pistol win for GE. They needed that so desperately. Now they can string another one. They don't kind of fall. Let's keep our eyes on T1, see if they want to try to go for their own force buy. Oh, wrong ski.
Yeah.
Good readjustment. The first shot, though, is crisp on the Carpe. Yeah, that Sheriff, very powerful.
Anjing sempet-sempetnya nembak robot
Looking
dulu.
much more at home here with this Jet. I mean, you think back to the beginning on that Pearl map at one point, found himself, 0-8-1, I believe. Took a while to be able to finally get that initial kill coming through. It's just been a steady warm-up that whole way throughout. Now, right now, even with this 3-round deficit, they find themselves.
Baiknya hari ini dapat berapa kita adik-adik?
And now he's got a Phantom.
Meninggal saya.
Yeah, very dead.
No getting out of that one. Stunned up, the nade, offering up some damage. Oski gets on top of him with the Phantom, as you say. The rest of the team trying to work their way into the C site. Just these pistols. It's going to prove to be difficult even just to get the plant down.
700. Yang bohong lu.
Try to push ahead. See the paranoia comes through from Monyet. Try to buy some time. Look at this. I mean, just these layered smokes that they can use to at least buy themselves time.
Monyet. Abis pelor Monyet.
Here's Monyet.
Monyet. Okay.
Fazzy will be there for the finisher. Swaps over to the Sheriff. Guns him down. The defuse will come in. Global.
Masih Bronski
looking
Monyet.
alive.
It's not too bad, though, here from T1. Global does a pretty decent job, but again, it's this layering of utility that T1 is able to utilize to get the plant down, and that's important. That's extra money. That's an alt charge, right? That, you know, with the 2 kills as well, is not a bad eco round. I mean, you do invest a little bit as T1 because Saya does grab that Marshall. I did see, I think, a Frenzy come through for Zeta, but well worth it overall.
Menyala, iya. Balik ke Jet, menyala langsung.
Like a 50-50 round, basically. Like you're okay with it. It wasn't, you know, if you get one more kill, then it's a pretty good eco round. Yeah, okay, so still confidence for GE.
The excitement is there.
Absolutely. I mean, you got the Brainstorm now for Ronsky. He's able to pass the Phantom over to Texture. You think you get something done.
He's got it popped, and right now he's continuing to push. See the rotate around from Bazzi, at least getting into position to maybe offer up a flash if they want to continue to push the issue here. Looks like he's going to. But Scout span pushing the corner.
Oh my god, Bron Sky.
Ronsky finds the punish.
Dilompat tap aja lompat tap.
very crucial member taken out of the equation. All the smokes. Now of no concern. Dash forward, they get across towards Rubble. Ronski getting tucked away.
Jelek posisinya.
Still manages to stabilize, find that kill in the end. She just looks to back off.
I thought he had Zeta there for a second. It looked pretty good, but it just missed the head. Monyet has to use the paranoia to back off.
Yeah, Monyet versus Munchkin.
Ada timingnya Monyet.
Getting paranoid. Either way.
Monyet, kelihatan Monyet. Lihat kiri Monyet. Tekstur. Let's go.
Off the top rope.
Good save
Cuts
aja.
him down to the arrival through waterfall. Yes, the rest of the team committed here onto the C site. They will be able to get the raise. Keep things evened up just a little bit more. They have the gun advantage. Trying to break the cove. They are able to do it. Everybody moves up to try to offer some covering fire. And the Reckoning going to be invested into this round because they absolutely know that they need to win this.
That's really good stuff here from GE. The good communication to get Texture over to bail Monyet out.
What is good?
Carpe can do. Here's the spike
Buset, Monyet.
Aaron needs to have something here. Trying to inch forward, get onto this. Monyet will find one.
Oh shit.
Yeah, the setup is just nasty. They have the lineups here. And again, they swing out. They find it. T1. It's certainly not clean, but they still do manage to break the momentum a bit. They pick up this round. They stretch the lead again by 3.
Yeah.
Tooth and nail. You know, you can see how bad both of these teams want
half
this.
Armor buys it.
Again, yeah.
Sama juga nih Messi technical pause tadi sejam.
And again, it was a bonus round for them, right? Yeah. So every kill they get is great, and they find a decent amount.
Off.
Finally, they're able to do it. You know, let's go there from the side of T1, but I just love the way Monyet played that. He used that paranoia to kind of shift into a back position, and immediately Texture was on his horse to come help.
Bela-belain.
And that's great. It shows good communication between this global team from players from different countries, right? So this isn't, you know,
NDPC nggak tahu.
Players from the same region, the same language, helping each other. It's all over the place. That's great to see.
I mean, haven't spoken to him. Texture's English is just skyrocketing.
It's pretty good, yeah. It's pretty good now.
Gonna go
dapat nih akhirnya.
Door and still somehow gets that Munchkin getting whippy right when he absolutely cannot afford to.
Gua kira itu Airin, ternyata Munchkin. Gua ngantuk.
That's a brutal way to miss out on what otherwise looked like a very free kill. Carpe will grab the orb, pop the Seekers immediately. He also flashes into the site.
Baik kata udah nggak kuat.
Seekers do help. He's revealed the position here. Texture, but he's still gonna find one. Zeta answers back.
Balik,
down
bah.
the raise. Saya will find
Ketahuan
Aaron.
nggak sih? Oh, ketahuan. Si Baji ketahuan.
Spike doesn't cover everything. Fazzy gonna swing out.
Lu punya aftershock, Bang.
Sayang banget. Finds the kill. Now it's all on Zeta.
Tularan Airin tapi ya.
Push. The tap onto the spike. Finds one. Does he suspect?
Monye!
Well, now he knows. Another tap.
Monye!
And neither player really knows the location of the other.
Triggered his.
Cakep Monyet.
Plays it perfectly. He gets the
Monyet.
Zeta tries to go for the wraparound. The defuse will come through. Global
itu guys Indo ya Ben, India.
The trigger discipline there from Zeta on the after he got the first kill on the spike. When he went to recheck it, he did like a little circle, like he's like, oh, okay. And he never pulled the trigger. That's pretty impressive. I thought I would have just sprayed at it. I mean, just like better safe than sorry, but that still didn't allow him to get through and get the win. He really tried to kind of keep things quiet, tried to keep Monyet guessing, but Monyet just outguessed him there at the end. I mean, jeez, they're loud.
I mean, yeah, you can hear them just breaking the microphones.
I like it.
So completely jazzed up. I mean, yeah. It's good to see that the player is very much alive and well considering how long we've been here at the studio. For a blind timing shot through the smokes. He's managed to exit back to safety, and granted, they're under an immense amount of threat given the weaponry here from the set of T1.
They're going to need more than 2 duelists to bail these 2 out. There, finally, the reinforcements are coming.
Wow, Ron Sky. Wah, tekstur ultinya. Wah, ke-trip tiba.
Fazzy out, rotating back around over towards top of rope.
Monye.
Yet.
Save the road, Monyet.
Being watched. Again, the reckoning available.
Okay, Monyet.
We'll find one. Can he do it again? Huge in the clutch last time. Pull it off once more might be enough to break the spirits of T1. Hear the footsteps, they know where he's at.
Okay.
He gets that kill again. Same position as he did in the last round.
Inside, inside.
He will not survive. It's going to be Zeta with yet another 4K on this
no.
harbor. T1 just continued to desperately want that 3-round lead.
What a round from Zeta. The Bulldog at the beginning of this, I think,
Si Zeta ngeri aja
stopped
Zeta.
Texture with the showstopper in hand, didn't he?
Yeah, he had just pulled it. You hear it right there. And
unbelievable.
Also gets the destroy on that. Boombot not taking any extra damage than he needed to.
Unbelievable.
You see him falling down to 21 HP. And I mean, again, we were talking about this before. This is such a staggeringly different look for Zeta compared to what we saw last game. This is Zeta from Cloud9 at their peak, eliminating DRX from Champions 2021. This is that level of Zeta that we're seeing right now. And man, if it isn't good to see it back, because it's delivering us extremely close series.
Yeah, I mean, he's always been one of my favorite players. Obviously, because he's from Korea, we kept our eyes on him maybe a little closer than some others. But he was so consistent too, you know, especially on his Sova, but on a lot of the other, you know, agents, he was always putting up positive numbers. It seemed like every time I looked at his scoreboard. And at lock-in, I was kind of like, man, I'm a little bit surprised that Zeta didn't perform a little bit better. But you know, maybe he just had an off day. It happens to the best of us, and you're absolutely right.
I mean, at that event, it happened to everybody on T1.
Yes,
other than Carpe.
Yes, but he looked great today. I mean, he's making great decisions. I mean, again, even the little things like that trigger discipline on that spike. Even though the round didn't go his way,
Bang,
it's
like
still
bang, udah bang.
smart. It's still tough to do that in the moment. It's tough to be that disciplined in the moment. And Zeta is so heady. I mean, you know, well known for outrageously good lineups with his Sova.
Dari jam 7 belum selesai juga, belum.
On a harbor, you can go 21-7 in 17 rounds. It absolutely masterful performance and having impact as well with his utility, having a ton of impact with his utility. He's making this map really difficult for GE to navigate.
All right, well,
ya, EMEA jam segini, NA pagi.
GE calling the timeout, trying to see how exactly they want to go about this.
Si Moonskin memakai AWP.
You can expect to have a couple different ultimates going into the next buy. Dog goes in, gets the close
shit,
connection.
Monyet.
What a swing there. Side player managing to stabilize, finds one. Aaron pushing forward. Be able to cut down the enemy jet, but swiftly traded back and traded up. Bazzi now gone. Rolling Thunder going to be available into the next round. Aaron love to get a little bit more here. Line to kill. Guarantee to have that lockdown going into the next.
That would be huge.
I mean, he doesn't have the time to grab the orb. Now it's gone.
I like the idea here from GE. They, you know, threw a lot of utility at the front door of C. And Aaron able to get a little bit done. I think he had a nano swarm in there that helped kind of soften up some targets. Well,
Si Aaron mau ngapain ini?
But still,
Gak mau mati dia.
not a bad idea from GE, but you know, again, a severe lack of funds means a severe lack of guns, means the round is tricky, especially with a guy like Saya player leading.
Pas sudah mau meledak balik lagi kali.
Before you're able to take him down. See, they're going hunting.
I mean, they still need to be cautious about this.
Lari Aaron.
Yes, I don't know if
A couple of them, as far as that money is concerned, not in the greatest position.
No, they're just pre-firing the angles, just seeing if they can catch Aaron trying to lurk.
Nah, mantap.
Carpe?
Si Carpe kenapa mati? Di
Yeah, I mean,
teabag.
the shrug is right.
I don't know. Did he wasn't even close to his ult, he just used it. Well,
you know, he's
plenty of money.
It's part of the game. He hasn't been playing it since the game came out. You know, he's competing in a different title. It's
fine.
I can only invent so many excuses for that, but
Here.
either way, the
Si
buy is
Aaron
still
tadi
there.
takut dibuka
The ult
pintunya
economy
kan. Makanya lu gerak ke
strong.
situ.
It's nearly matched from the side of Global. Aaron still just charges away from having that lockdown, which would be monstrous for them in stopping T1 from getting to match point.
Yeah, a lot to invest here for both sides. You still have that Rolling Thunder from Batsy that he can let fly in the B position. Looks like he's in kind of a pivot position for that Rolling Thunder potentially, where he can really put it to good use.
Awas, bahaya,
Technically,
OP.
weren't even remotely in the vicinity of A, and he's moving all the way up to heaven. Sitting there for now. Gonna come down. Zeta A very short wall, just trying to
What,
I
a
think,
wall?
just bait
Bait
some
doang, ini
attention
kayak mau
over
kecek
towards
gak
A
sih?
as they begin their rotate. For now, not too much movement from the side of GE. They're not really committing.
It's such a awkward because this wall doesn't necessarily allude to them.
It doesn't
going
mean
for
a lot.
push into the site. It's
Yeah.
not cutting off rope or anything, so you would suspect that they're actually going to end up moving somewhere else. Bronski.
Di Let's Go nggak sih?
The timing there.
Let's
Rolling Thunder going to be
Go.
absolutely monstrous. Catches on the multiple, but can they push in for some kills? Flash will buy some time. The Cobra's there as well to block out. After Shock now used to try to clear them out of this position.
Kabur lu.
The lockdown goes across and Bazzi narrowly makes it out alive.
Just barely.
Hampir lu kena lu Baji.
I love the counter flashes from Carpe here.
Ultinya.
Doing a really good job of keeping Batsy at bay.
He is good.
Just barely off.
Forces him out. You know, catches Bazzi. Zeta trying to get up on top, ends up getting taken down. Flash back over to the side. Doesn't clear below, so
Di
they
bawah, Bang.
cannot interrupt it. This is still a very precarious spot. Texture desperately
Bisa,
trying to
terus sobat,
spam
anjing.
through, find something, but it's going to be Ty Player answering back with spam of his own to find the kill. And now
Buset,
at this
buset,
point,
buset.
given the economy, if you can save two
Punya
rifles,
flash net.
you absolutely need to.
Oh,
On
save.
yet, Aaron gonna have to just hightail it,
Oh,
tucked
save.
away somewhere, and hope for the best. T1, they
Kalau
will be
misal
taking
monyet
this to
kena
map point.
terminate atau farewell bakal ke tim mana
point,
perkiraan
I mean,
tetap bisa
it's-
recover aja apa bawahnya nggak tahu.
It's kind of interesting. Like, so
Nggak
much
bisa
of that round to
diprediksi.
me is actually hinged a bit, a lot of it, I'll say. I'll go with a lot on Zeta's wall, right, on his high tide. Because, like you were saying, it doesn't cut off a lot. So what does that mean as GE? Like, you look at that and you got to go, is that a fake? Are they like that wall, if there's no faking, tells you they're going to try to go B, right, to try to cut off that angle towards A-Link.
Yeah.
But is it like a double pump? Are they going to go C? Are they going to come back to A? Is it a fake to go C? All these questions, and it's just actually what you would kind of expect. It's just a B hit.
Yeah.
But with that, that Viper's Pit and everything, it just wasn't attainable for GE to get through. And now they've got to give it everything they've got. Spectre, Guardian, half armor.
I mean, look, they're trying to up the pace here, get aggressive again outside of A. Set up the one-way. Saya spotting turret. And it pops that, looks to rush
kelihatan.
forward. They note the Killjoy over towards Waterfall. Aaron has to pull back. But now they can see the site. The walls come up from the harbor. And Saya, what a shot! Knocks down
Bisa
Bazzi.
nempel gitu
And that's
kepalanya
so
ya.
much retake. Util taken down now.
Oh
Texture
my god, sial
eliminated.
banget tuh tekstur.
Carpe
GG kayaknya
spotted
adik-adik
blast
ini.
pack flying. Estimates the angle.
13
Gets the
8 lagi
kill.
masa
Saya
tuh.
takes down Ronski.
Tuh, lihat si
It
saya.
absolutely looks like it. Monyet would have to go absolutely crazy.
Wah,
He finds one, but he
GG,
can't get
bro.
any more. And
T1,
13
bro.
to 7. That will be T1 taking down Global in their
Ada yang
opening
cair, ada yang cair.
series. All the way to 3 games, all of the delays. They managed to persevere. It is 1:06 a.m. You could not tell from the way the T1 piloted that final map.
A fantastic performance here from T1. Some great adjustments being made since lock-in.
Berarti
A
plus
great
berapa nih?
debut for Zeta as the new IGL. Again, to me, it's
16.
more about the confidence. They feel like they're making the right decisions. They're committing to it a lot of the
2-0.
time. I think slightly
2-1.
better reads on the agent comp on Lotus also gave them
1-0.
a bit of an advantage here at the end. Hats off to GE.
2-1.
Phenomenal performance here today. I thought, really bouncing back nicely from a slow start, but apparently that's what they do. So maybe that's not that impressive. I don't know.
Yang bet T1 lebih dikit.
Really, really good stuff from both sides. Both teams taking each other's map picks away from them. And then the Lotus still
Pick Emben gak bisa.
only able to get 7 rounds this time.
Berkali-kali kemarin udah gua liatin juga ya.
Against Vitality, so here now, T1, they're looking really crisp on some of this. The Haven needs some work, but also
Adik-adik kita watch party udah dulu. Terima kasih semuanya yang sudah mengikuti dari tadi sore ya. Nanti ketemu lagi besok, mungkin sorenya gua nggak bisa. Soalnya mau buka di rumahnya Upi. Malamnya insya Allah kalau dari Upinya nggak malam-malam amat. Tapi kalau nggak bisa juga kita lanjutnya Senin, oke? Besok mah mungkin streamingnya yang malam sampai sahur. Terima kasih semuanya. Yang udah jadi member, yang udah nge-like, yang udah donasi, yang baru subrek. Jangan lupa follow Instagram, tanda seru IG, sama join Discord biar nggak ketinggalan ya, tanda seru Discord. Yang masih nonton di YouTube masih ada siapa nih? Kita cek dulu. Ada Pandro Oktoramon, udah gua pindahin ke si bos aja lah ya, guys. Salam ke si bos semuanya adik-adik. Sampai jumpa di lain hari. Dah. Ada Bang, ada Bang Col. Mau ke Col aja. Oh ya udah. Mana sabar. Gue tadi nggak ada anjir. Bang Col, mana Bang Col? Oh iya ada di bawah. Udah sok. Nih kasih Col nih, kasih emot ini guys. Nih. Cucu. Cucu. Dadah.